right now.
Bang live. Awesome.
So yeah, have fun with it until I can get back and get everything set up. So, but yeah,
Oh, it says we're live right now.
I know you just went live.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look at
I
that.
think I said that I was going to take us live, and I took us live. Oh, yeah, turn this music down. Turn the radio down. There we go. So yeah,
Sweet.
I don't have a cool. I don't have a cool avatar or anything. So let me. How do I turn the camera off?
All right. So I guess I'll start by saying Grid has given me the keys to an unreasonable man. Woe is you who are beneath me. That would be in the chat, Agrilopolis. And How Long Nate has, let's see, Ticky Tack. How Long Nate has given us a super chat. And I'm going to show it on the stream. Thank you, How Long Nate, for saying evening grid. That was very nice of you. We're doing the Signal Syndicate debate show tonight. And so I'm going to take the link for tonight. Oh, wait, how do you get the link? This is different than Streamlabs. Tiki Tech, do you know how to get the link?
Yeah, it's
Share stream.
So no, add guest.
Well, I'm trying to get the link so I can start getting people up. Yeah, hold on.
It's the add guest.
Guest.
Yeah, add guest. All right, cool. All right. I am putting the link in the chat for everybody who wants to come up and debate. We'll be doing the regular show tonight in terms of debate, but with a few caveats. First, I am moderating, and we will have 3 other judges, and Grid will be filling the role of resident troll this evening.
Well, I will be in and out. I will not be able to be the my normal self.
Yep. And we're doing different chat moves this evening also. I will share that with everybody so they can see. Let's see here. We've got a different pricing structure this evening. Moves will be discounted steeply. If you want to arrive late after 10 p.m. and debate, it's $5 for your entry fee. A one-on-one debate is now $15. Assigning a debate prompt, forcing the debaters to debate a specific topic will be $10. Forcing an affirmative or a negative for a debater on a position is $10. To revive a defeated debater is $20. To change screen names is $2. Timeout operators is $1 a minute. And a one-on-one judge debate. So I added a new move here. It's forcing the judges to debate each other. Of course, they won't be kicked, but it is $20 for that because it's just designed to slow down the I guess the show a little bit and have a little bit of fun. There's also moves in here to force the judges to consider other criteria. So there is a $10 move where you can force the judges to judge the debate solely on the emotions that were conveyed to them during the debate, basically a pathos judgment. And then there's a fallacy judgment where the judges will judge the debate based on the logical fallacies used, and that will be the criteria that they use to judge the debate. There's a $5 move called loser lesson, where the loser of a debate has to read the definition of a logical fallacy so that they can learn something because they're losers. There's something called a dead horse whip. That's a $15 move. And that one is designed to force the next 2 debates to have an identical prompt. So whatever the prompt is on the next debate will also be the prompt on the following debate. So basically we're beating a dead horse. Summary judgment. That is forcing the judges to only judge a debate on their 1 minute, the 1 minute introduction of the debate, the opening statements only, instead of the actual content of the debate. And then the last one is the crippled operator, which is $10, and that removes the opening statement from one of the operators during the debate, basically crippling them and putting them in a back-footed position. And I hope that y'all enjoy that this evening. The link is in the chat. Smoking Spaceman, do you need me to give you the link too? I popped it down in the chat, and I didn't know if. Let's see here. I will try that again. Yeah. Smoking Spaceman, I'll put the link out there for you, bud.
I sent it to him on Discord.
Okay,
So
cool.
You should have it.
Yeah. I tried putting it, and I just realized that I don't have the keys to the YouTube. I just have the keys to the Streamlabs, so I couldn't actually put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. So go ahead and put that link out there, Smoking Spaceman, and let's get some operators up here and some judges up here. Ticky Tack, you're looking kind of doggy today, man.
Yeah, I haven't had my perm today, so I don't want to, show off my beauty.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I understand not everybody can wake up every day looking like me, and woe is to all those who don't wake up looking like me, right? So yeah, those are the new chat moves. Ticky Tack, what do you think of the new chat moves, man?
I think it's going to be an insane night. People are going to hop on here with a lot of unexpected takes.
I hope that's the case. And Grid One is giving us the reins tonight, letting it run a little bit wild because he's down playing with Glenn Lawrence down in Florida. They're both spending the weekend on the beach, rubbing suntan lotion on each other. And yeah.
Wow, good job. Wow.
Wow. That's a lot of weirdness.
That there was no denial there, though. Did you notice that, Ticky Tack?
There's nothing to deny. See, the problem is that a denial only is effective if there is something to deny, and there is not. Okay. However, I am a little mad because I after all the trouble I went to secure a Jeep for my adventure down here in Florida, they stuck me in an Audi A5 Sport, which is a nice car, but it's an Audi, and I knew they were going to do that to me. Said this the other day. I knew they were going to screw me, and I did see a Jeep there, and they gave me some story about it having expired tags. So, I'm like, sure.
So
sure.
This is the part of the show where you complain about having an Audi?
Well, it's a rental.
Oh.
So it's not mine. I don't really like Audis that much. This one's not bad. It's a little weird, but it's not terrible. So, but it's I would have liked the Jeep, I think, but whatever.
So Emmett, to answer your question tonight, I am the moderator.
Yeah, Anson is the moderator, and he is controlling the flow of the debates and basically running the show because I don't have enough good enough signal, nor do I have anything, just stuff going on to be able to run the show. And I'll do the best I can. I did bring my stuff, but I'm not even sure the hotel Wi-Fi is going to be strong enough to do a live stream, and run all this stuff. So Anson boldly, bravely, and kind of enthusiastically, which is a little scary, stepped up to fill in. And I'm not sure I haven't made a grave mistake, but we'll see how it goes. And it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be good.
Well, the worst that could happen, Grid, is that I do all of the wrong things and you no longer have a channel this time tomorrow.
That's true. That is true. The worst thing that happened is thermonuclear warfare.
But so Smoking Spaceman is putting the new or the old the new prices for the moves on the screen that we went through earlier. And I expect you, Doomerang, to get up here and debate because you have not debated, and I think you would be excellent at it because I've watched your streams, and I think you would be a hilarious debater. There we go. Thank you, Smoking Spaceman, for putting those moves out there. We need to get some folks up here, and yeah, we can shoot the shit with each other and just sort of chat until we get enough people. But yeah. So Ticky Tack, have you read any interesting books lately?
No, not lately. It's I generally don't read books.
You don't.
It's very rare for me. Yeah.
Oh well, have you listened to any books on the internet?
No.
No.
This is definitely not one of my topics.
Oh, so you're not a reader, huh?
Not too much, unless it's like studies and articles. The only thing interesting is I was looking into the absorption of what is it called? It's hard to explain. Basically, it's I'm researching makeup creams for transdermal transmission of pharmaceuticals.
Yep. I don't know what any of that means, but I'm sure that it is something.
That's me. I'm just a nerd.
Hey Emmett, how you doing, man? You ready to debate? Hey Abe, I'm moderating tonight, so it'll actually be a fair night. So you can come on up since I'm moderating, and you'll likely win because I'm definitely not going to show any favoritism toward you. Kinetic Kel, yes, you need to get up here and debate too. The link is in the chat. Thank you to Smoking Spaceman. Emmett, how are you doing this evening, sir? You are silent.
Well, there is a debate topic that I think is going to come up through this that I would love to talk about, but I don't want to spoil it too much. The only thing I could say is it's going to involve nuclear proliferation.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, well, yeah.
Why would we debate that?
That's because it's hot stuff right now.
It's hot stuff. Well, I mean, nuclear fission is always hot. I mean, they have like giant cooling towers when they're producing all that stuff. It has to be right by the water, generally.
Yeah. You're definitely right about that one.
Yeah, they one of the first nuclear labs in the country was right down the river from me in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's up the river. I live on the same river. But
neat.
Yeah, it's leaked lots of contaminants into the water supply over the years, and I'm downstream from it. So yeah, it's real neat.
Have you ever caught a three-eyed fish?
No, I'm not living in The Simpsons. But maybe one day I'll live in The Simpsons. I've gone bald like Homer, And Grid's got too much weight on him to be Mr. Burns. Is it my imagination, or does Emmett keep getting up here and then popping off?
Yeah, he seems to have problems.
Yeah. All right, Cleaner, I'm moderating tonight, so you get on up here, bud. Join the debate. Emmett, did you figure out your internet yet? Cool.
Nope.
Nuclear prophylactics. Yeah. So we're not talking about AI girlfriends. That would be, I would assume that they'd have like some sort of nuclear powered battery and that they would perform prophylactics.
What about nuclear suppositories?
Yeah. I mean, so an AI girlfriend would do that, right?
Yeah. or what the Democrats would call a girlfriend.
Yeah. You live in Monroe. Oh, that's cool, Alicia. Yeah. Hey, you click that link and get on up here and debate. It's debate night. We got topics we're going to be debating. I don't know where Monroe County is, but yeah, I'm not in Tennessee. I'm right across the state line in Alabama. Yep. I agree. Cleaner nuclear girlfriends would solve so many of the single woman problems. The grand chair of the board is in charge of the Signal Syndicate tonight. So, Patrick, you get on up here and debate, bud. I don't have to recuse myself from your debates anymore. So, Grid gave me his channel, Jake, and that's why I'm the one talking because I'm in charge. So, and you should give me the keys to your channel and just let me run yours too, because I would run it into the black with ferocity. So it's debate night, Signal Syndicate. There's a panel link up there. Yeah, so $5 to enter late if there's an open slot, and late entry is after 10 p.m.
I hear you.
You look at that, Emmett figured it out.
Yeah, finally. I didn't have any problems all week. Just this one, I guess.
Yeah. Well, this is the cursed stream.
How's it going, Anson? How's it going, Tiki Tak?
What's up?
I don't know if I'll stay for the debate. I'm really interested in the Mormon.
You're interested in Mormons?
Yeah, in the Mormon debate.
Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Them Mormon chicks are hot.
I'm also interested in it. But I'm stuck here with you fools.
Yeah. Yeah, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, Clover Tack. That's in 1 hour and 47 minutes. Yeah, here we go. So here's the old moves with the new prices, and here's the new moves. So emotional judgment, where the judge has to judge based on how they feel. That's my favorite one. $10 to force the judges to talk about their feels.
How do you feel today, Anson?
I feel great, man. Hell, I don't know what I'd do if things got any better. What are you talking about? Did you hear something?
No.
No, you didn't hear nothing? Okay, good.
I didn't hear anything.
Well, get up here and talk about Mormonism then, Patrick. That's right. Emotional damage, Duck.
Are you gonna talk to us about Mormonism, Patrick? Like, do you have any experience on the topic?
I used to be a Mormon. I could talk about it.
Oh. You used to be a Mormon?
Yeah.
For how long?
Oh, just a few years, and it was before I reached the ability to deny the existence of God. So,
before, were you 8?
Well, I was I was 10.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't have a choice.
I wasn't far from the mark.
Yeah, we got the erudite Duck on the panel, the esoteric debater himself, the master of mysterious prompts. How are you, sir?
I'm hanging in there, Mr. Anson. How are you?
Man, I'm doing all right. And we got a New York chick on here. New York A lady. The only Mormon I experienced in high school. Oh, look at that. So you experienced him, huh? Did you know him biblically? Is that what you're saying? There we go. We got the board sergeant at arms up here. How you doing, Patrick?
How you doing, Patrick?
Am I talking in?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, great. I'm on my phone right now because I'm currently driving. But I'm doing great. I'm definitely working a lot, I would say. Yeah, it's a great time. You've got a lot of streams coming up. I'm excited for those, and it's good to see everyone on.
Yeah, I'm doing
Patrick, are you going to be able to? Are you going to be able to sneak any debates in between stealing taquitos off the roller, bro?
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Pues hablar
It was.
español.
I was making a joke. Every job's obviously a good job, gainful employment, and all that. I was just making a short rib, wondering if you worked at Circle K or someplace similar, perhaps Quick Trip. One of the best employers in the U.S., by the way.
No, I do HVAC in the South, which is highly lucrative.
Cool, good for you. My brother-in-law did as well,
So
and father-in-law as well.
So I'm going to set the table because there looks like some new people in the chat. So this is a debate night. We're getting people up here slowly but surely, and eventually we will begin the process of having the chat assign moves to people and picking who's going to debate one another and the ways that we will punish the people who are debating or the people judging them. And the point is not to turn it into a circus, but to turn it into an opportunity for people to learn about one another's worldviews and actually have some sort of coherent debate that everybody gets to learn from, right? Right. So for example, one of the new chat moves here, Smoking Spaceman's talking about. So you can force the loser of a debate with $5 from a super chat. You can force them to look up and read the definition of a logical fallacy they used in the debate that they just lost. You see, it's both pleasurable and educational. Would you agree with that, Duck? Would that be a pleasurable and educational experience?
Yeah, if I was on my PC, it would be. If I was on mobile, which I am right now, and I think I might switch over, but I would say it would be painful because I wouldn't know if I disconnected from Streamlabs. So that's pretty brutal. That's pretty bad. That's really bad. That's a setback. That's what that is.
Yeah. So that sounds just like something a liberal would say. Y'all don't listen to him. So Cleaner 409, that's right. It's absolutely no sophistry. This is not made by Jim Bob. That's what he does. All right, cool. We got some peeps up here. I'm eager to see you debate tonight, Patrick. Hey, New York lady, come on, get up here. There's a link in the chat right above you. You can get up here and do some debating too. Now, did you put out your liberal bat signal, Duck, to all your liberal friends to let them know to come out tonight? Because so far we've got 2 against 1 on the liberal side, man. Don't you have like a whole network of liberal people that you eat soy burgers with?
Who, me? I don't think I have friends. If I'm being told correctly, I don't have any friends anywhere that debate all the time.
No kidding.
You're not friends with Dew?
Oh, I like Ditto. He's a cool guy. Hold on, I'm gonna switch to PC. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. So, Smoking Spaceman, I know what the chat moves are. I'll go through them again and explain them all later on. So there's no pressure on you, man. You're doing a good job. Everybody give Smoking Spaceman a round of applause. That guy's a hard worker.
Great job, Smoking Spaceman.
Oh, I'm well-to-do. Okay. Well, I mean, the money ain't going to me. The money's going to Grid, who's more well-to-do than all of us combined. So, but yeah, I appreciate that. I'm glad you think I'm well-to-do. I'm also single, by the way.
Well, we appreciate you, Chairman, for taking time out of your day to generously host a stream that you will not be profiting from. But it's a great stream, what a guy.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
You know, Duck, I'm going to say it. You know, you almost have a beard as beautiful as mine.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
Yep.
I like it.
It's very Bolshevik of you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Who was it? Earlier today, I think Hello Listener and Jason Miranchuk were talking about Slavoj Zizek, speaking of the Bolsheviks.
Yeah.
He's a Hegelian.
Tim
Thought that was
Hale,
funny.
come on up here and debate, bro. The link's in the chat. Or you could even possibly judge, depending on who all comes up here. Cleaner, man, you get on up here too. I seen you in the chat earlier. You're a good judge, man. Yeah, look at that. He's eating his tofu sticks. You know, back when I used to be a vegan, my favorite vegan food was they had some ribs. They tasted just like McDonald's McRibs. Have you had those before, Duck?
Yeah, McRibs that used to come with a little pickle. I think McRibs were their special sandwiches. You can't get those all the time. That come with pickles on them.
Well, I don't know. I was talking about the vegan McRib.
Oh, I haven't heard of the vegan McRib. Who is it? Beyond or Impossible makes steak tips.
Yeah.
Those are really good. They're almost like a flank steak. I don't know if you've ever had a good grilled flank steak. You can chop it up real thin. It's great on tacos and stuff like that. You can eat it plain with maybe some kind of sauce or something, a remoulade or something on top. But yeah, Beyond Beef steak tips are really good. Those ones are yummy. I'm hungry, by the way. Speaking of, I think.
So, New York A lady, I'm not entirely certain if you have a voice because I haven't been convinced that you're not AI yet. So, if you get on the panel and you talk into a microphone, I'll probably be able to determine whether or not you have a voice. But that's really the only way. What do you think, Emmett? Do you think we could be able to tell from chat whether or not someone has a voice?
Nope.
No. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't think that's possible. Yep. I don't even know where I got here. Chairman of the board, love to hear his opinion. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I'm chairman of the board. I don't have opinions. I like there's some things I don't know. Yeah. Have $5 to my name. Okay, cool. Send dollars.
Is there a theme for tonight, Anson?
Yeah, the theme is enriched uranium.
Oh, I don't want to be on more lists than I'm already on.
Oh,
Was Mormonism?
Wait, you have some?
What?
Sorry, did somebody say something?
Yeah, so you have enriched uranium.
I think just talking about it was the joke.
I don't think that's TOS.
GIF. Ha 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 ha.
I don't think that's TOS. Calm down. I think your high soy diet's increased your estrogen count. Just relax.
I don't eat soy that often though. See, that's the thing. You got mung beans, you got garbanzo beans, you got black beans.
Yeah.
I almost said soybeans, but you got pinto beans. Got all kinds of beans.
Yeah, I used to
All kind of beans in there.
I used to eat a whole lot of soy. I really love that stuff. I like go get a whole bunch of edamame and just like eat the whole bag all at once.
Definitely.
You ever just sit and just chow down on a whole bag of edamame?
So this is like when I'm doing high protein, this is sort of bad, but Winco sells frozen edamame, really high protein, and so making like a brown rice and mixing it with edamame, it's like a side, like you eat a side of rice, but this side of rice has 15 grams of protein in it, so that's a good go-to for all that stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Kinetic Kel, get on up here and tell him how he's a soy
Brutal.
boy. You're hilarious, and if you get up here, we might be able to start debating because we'd have the critical mass necessary, right?
Almost, yeah. She said she's going to be at work for 2 hours, selling mutual funds or something. I don't know, giving people loans for old smart cars, used smart cars or something.
Yeah,
I bet Kel would be a great car salesman. I don't mean to tell anyone what to do with their lives, but if we were doing that, I bet Kel could like walk into a car dealership or like an electric scooter shop or something and just, just like, oh, hi, I have energy, and so does the scooter,
Yeah. So while we're waiting on people to come up, Patrick, why don't you tell us what's going on in the world of Orthodoxy this weekend and what the theme is of the liturgy, and what people can expect when they go to liturgy on Sunday morning.
So this week, actually, every jurisdiction will be commemorating their own saints. So if you go to the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia, it will be All Saints of Russia. If you go to the Greek Orthodox Church, you will be getting all of the Athonite saints commemorated. And so that will be, all weekend. That'll be the Saturday Vespers and the Sunday liturgy. That will be the commemoration, all of the jurisdictional saints that apply. If you go to the Orthodox Church of America, you'll probably get guys like St. John Maximovich of San Francisco and Shanghai, stuff like that. It's very good. Pretty good stuff. Last week was All Saints. This week is All Saints of your particular jurisdiction. So that'll be the commemoration. I'm not sure what the readings are as far as, because generally there's like something from Christ's life that you're commemorating this week. We just started the fast for the Apostles' Fast of Peter and Paul. So depending on what jurisdiction you are, if you're old calendar or new calendar, that will be somewhere between 2 weeks if you're on the new calendar, like the Greeks. And if you're on the old calendar, it will be about 3.5 weeks until July the 12th we come off old calendar, guys. So yeah, it'll be, I'm on Duck's diet right now.
Yeah. Cool. You and Duck could be like best friends.
Oh yeah.
So Brian Orlando, you are welcome to come up, click the link, and hit into some of the debates. So there is no real topic tonight for the debates. The answer I gave Duck earlier was kind of a joke. We have different prompts for every debate, and it's sort of a round robin, or even the chat can force a prompt in a debate. So there is no real theme for the evening other than what the chat and the debaters themselves choose. And here's the cost of assigning a debate prompt is $10 this evening. We have it on a bargain basement discount price. And we have a cleaner on board, Cleaner 409. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Mr. Mondragon, click that link and get on up here, bud. Now, stop calling Imperious Kinetic. He comes around when you start asking for him, okay? Yeah. So, how's your day been, Cleaner? You been working in the factory today?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Tried a new restaurant I hadn't tried. It was pretty good. They had they make like this flame broiled burger, and they use hickory. Man. Oh, it was fucking good, man. It had cheddar on it, fresh romaine lettuce, which I'm not a big lettuce fan normally, but it kind of went with the bacon and the hickory smoked meat. It was fucking delicious.
Yeah, that sounds pretty damn good right there. Yeah. All that meat. Wouldn't mind me some meat right now.
When you like there's a way you can tell whenever you eat something and somebody says like it's smoked on hickory or mesquite. Like there's a way you can tell whether it's actually smoked on hickory or mesquite. You know, you get kind of that little tinge of numb on your tongue. You know, and if it's not actually hickory or mesquite, you don't get that. You don't ever get that weird tinge of numbness on your tongue.
The tinge of numbness.
Yeah, it's like a real faint numbness.
Yeah, like eating a pineapple.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like the after effect from when you eat a pine, like 20, 30 seconds in when you eat some pineapple or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's how you kind of know whether or not it's like actually been smoked with hickory or mesquite. It was fucking good, man. It was.
So, Duck, what do you think about John Mondragon and his calling you out here? I mean, are you gonna? Oh, he's here.
Uh-oh. It looks like there's no avoiding it then.
Let's see here. There's a queue. Why is there a queue? That's weird.
Oh, this John. Hey, John. Good to see you, brother.
Hello, my friend. How's it going?
It's good. Yeah. I had a good afternoon after talking to all of you guys. It's very nice.
You didn't talk to us, but it's okay.
Oh, well, that's gaslighting. That's not funny, but okay. Cool. Good to see you,
I
though.
found it funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
I
kind of
gotta-
funny to me.
Okay. Well, when in Rome, I suppose.
Well, when
Oh my
in California.
When in
John,
Rome,
so,
take it the fuck over because they lost. Yeah.
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 So,
I get it.
John, I have a question.
Yes. Go ahead. Ask me anything you want.
If my orange highlighter here has elasticity, if I just slightly bend it, or like for example, I lift it a little higher so the potential energy goes up. Do you think that God is doing this? Are we doing one of those things tonight?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Oh, okay. No worries. No worries. It's good. It's see, that's one of those things to me as someone who's sort of experienced with argumentation and debates. I was an honor student. I did political theory. I did quite a bit of philosophy, a lot of political science. So very competitive environment. It's so freeing to admit that we don't know something. Like that's just one of those things that's so good.
Yeah, it's called humility. That's actually one of the primary motivators of old world thought. Right? We spent a whole stream last night talking about humility, Duck, and being able to not have pride in your own knowledge and pretend like you're God and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So do you think, Anson? Do you think it's a Buddhist mind trick if just for someone to say that I don't believe I have a self, so in the first place, I don't even believe that that I can be humble because who is Fraza Raza? That's not me. Yeah, I call
What's
people.
Fraza
I tell
Raza?
people-
What
I
is
tell
Fraza
people-
Raza?
So
I
calm
tell
down,
people I'm Fraza
calm down. So Duck, will you read this super chat that came in?
Yes. Well, okay. So it says $2 from N-word. Thank you so much for the $2, as well as considering how to censor what I'm guessing is the N slur, and it says NC name change to Duck to Fraza Raza Raza Raza. Fraza
What is
Raza
Fraza
Raza.
Raza? What does Fraza Raza mean?
I believe it's from the Home Alone, Home Alone story. It's a guy who isn't, he's not really in control of his destiny, and seeks to rob a family on Christmas. And his catchphrase is "Fraza Raza Raza Raza." Anytime he gets hurt, he realizes he has to solve that.
I thought it was like woogity boogity.
Right?
It was just some gibberish.
Is that right? I didn't think so. I don't know.
You look like one of the wet bandits. Come to think of it,
Yeah,
so
I
that
put moose
analogy
piss.
was
Anson,
apt.
I don't mean to take too much attention off the panel, which I'm doing right now, but I did put moose piss in my hair, in case Grid was thinking of coming to panel. He'll smell moose piss and he won't think anything is different, and so he's not going to show up.
That's not the way
turns
the
out.
internet works.
So just to control things, because that's my job tonight, I will point out thing one being that we have debates, and as soon as Abe Dinkus gets up here and offers to be one of the judges, we will have enough judges to start the debates. So Abe Dinkus, come on, get up here, bud, because you would be the third judge, and we can go ahead and start getting things underway if you or even Clover Tack if you wanted to, you know. Yeah. Smoking Spaceman's right. Shame Abe. That needs to work. So, John, I haven't seen you in a while, man. I used to watch you and Westford sometimes chat with each other. He hadn't been streaming as much as he used to.
Oh, you were just live. You missed us.
No kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding. That's a shame. I like Westford.
Westford,
He's a good
that's
guy.
the guy. I went on his panel today. He talked to me like I was a dead animal. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I am like a dead animal. Boy doesn't get any higher than he comes in. Boy came into the world as high as he's ever going to be. I'll tell you one thing. I don't think I've ever seen a boy that nasty in the world. That's what he told me, and I was pretty upset about it.
Yeah.
I didn't
that
believe
sucks.
him.
Patrick, you'd like Westford a whole lot.
Why is that?
Yeah, Westford's he's a very smart guy. Very smart. Way smarter than I am. I'm a dummy.
He's kind of a funny Orthodox guy. He's from the South like us, and he's got a lot of the same predilections in terms
I
of
gotta get my coffee.
his sense of humor. You'd like him a whole lot. He's about your age too, Patrick.
Sounds like it. Sounds like a great guy.
Yeah, and he's got all these like pictures of like saints and stuff on his wall.
Icon. Yes,
Yeah.
icon.
Icons, yeah.
Oh my gosh. I swear to God. These people always like to put cords underneath my chair. And I don't even know how they get there.
These people.
Yeah, I would
should
guess it
fire
was
them.
those people that you mentioned.
The new icon of St. Patrick the other day from my godfather.
Oh, you want something who has no clue about debates? Stuff, no judge, no debates. That would be dysenterious. Is that what that word is?
Yeah. So
Dysenterious?
Clover Tech.
Sure.
So Clover Tech, you would basically just channel your inner liberal because they just judge everything's on emotions anyways, and so you would be basically filling the role of the leftist judge on the panel.
So we here to debate. What are we debating?
Well, so that depends on who is chosen for the 1v1 and whether or not we get a third judge, because these are judge debates that aren't judged by the chat. Right now, I think Cleaner, would you be a judge?
Sure.
Yeah, and Ticky Tack, you're going to judge, correct? Yeah, I think that was a yes. So we've got two judges now, and we've got Emmett, Patrick, Duck, and John who are up for debating. So, yeah. As
We
soon
got
as we get a third judge.
Do we have Farm Cat in chat? Maybe she would be a guest judge for a debate or something later. If we could wrangle her
Kissy
into,
Cat?
Yeah, if we could wrangle her into it, I'd love to get her feedback on the arguments and happenings of this noble panel.
Joe, that's not a bad. I'll send her a DM and see if she's available. That's not a bad idea. Oh wait, did she block me already?
Probably not.
Yeah, you're right.
That's not good. That's not a good way to start off. Did she block me?
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I would say the 17 people waiting for debates to start are waiting for either Abe to join because of his hat, or are waiting for Kel because we need more. I think we need one other left-leaning person on panel. if we're gonna do politics tonight, but we don't. I mean,
Yeah, well, there's plenty of things to debate that aren't politics.
Yeah.
Plenty of things.
I'll be right back, Anson.
I mean, if we had enough judges, I would offer to take
Do
a
we seriously
left
hold
side,
Duck as a?
but that would probably not be real good.
You know, ZT, didn't you should get up here and judge. You'd be the perfect female judge. Because you don't want female judges.
Wait, Anson, you're appropriately putting me on the left wing. I'm a left wing guy, right?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you because you're a libertarian, right?
I'm left wing, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody's to the left of me, so.
Yeah, but it's only going to take like one really good right wing arguer to destroy you all. So we're going to need more people from the left.
Actually, he'll take one good left winger to destroy Duck. To be honest,
It'd take a caterpillar to destroy Duck.
Why beard? He'll be done.
I don't know. He's a pretty good debater. I don't know why y'all are underestimating him. Y'all should estimate him.
I have overestimated him in the past, and I will not make that mistake again.
Yeah, well, that's why I said estimate him.
Yeah, I'm not going to overestimate him. That's for sure.
Oh, did we lose somebody?
Emmett, nope. Duck,
No, Duck's here.
nope. Duck's gone.
Raza is Duck.
Oh, is that who? Okay, then whoever else was between him and the far left.
Patrick.
Oh yeah, Patrick. Yeah,
Ah,
that's right. He'll be back.
Yeah, he might be swapping over to his home PC. He said he was on his phone earlier.
Yeah, he was getting home from work. He didn't want to miss the beginning of it. No, it's not too late. We need some more people in here. Would you like to be a guest judge, Jake? We need we need a good strong judge, and you'd be an excellent as somebody who's actually done high quality debates. You have some respect within the panel sphere community, and yeah, come on up, man. Smoking Spaceman, give him another link.
I just have one question for Duck, and that's it.
I don't believe you. I believe there are two questions.
Well, that's presupposing what I have. So how dare you, sir? And if you're going to presuppose I have more than two questions, then what the fuck gender am I?
Whether or not you assume that everyone on this panel is a chimpanzee doesn't necessarily mean that we're all going to like sunlight. All right.
Can I debate?
I'm debating like a fucking leftist.
Can I debate Duck as Jesse Lee Peterson? Can I do that?
If you could actually pull that off, that would be interesting.
Yeah,
I can.
please do so. Just do it.
Right, I gotta put some.
Can you do that Alabama accent though? I mean, because he's a Southern Alabama. I mean, I'm a Northern Alabama guy, right? So he's got that really thick sharecropper twang to his.
Yeah, you gotta like. I think it's easier if like you're from someplace in the South where you've actually been able to hear like a Chinese guy with a really, really hillbilly accent. Like I learned this accent from a Chinese guy. He was like, "Hey y'all, how you doing? Y'all want any beer at this here store?" No, that was a Chinese guy that taught me that shit.
Clartin, do you ever take a pot with a woman in her same bed? Have you ever been in a bed with a woman? Have you?
Is he
Yes
trying
or
to
no?
do an impression of James?
It's a yes or no question. Can you answer the question? Is yes or no? Have you ever been in bed with a woman?
That really sounds like James from James Life Talks.
Did you ever? You won't answer my question. This guy's a beta. Amazing.
It's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good, John.
All right, Frazzle. Can you give me what you call knowledge?
Knowledge.
Yes.
Yeah,
How
I
do
was
we
just-
have knowledge?
How do we have knowledge? So I was just thinking about this. I think there's
I'm
like
sure you were.
two usages for the word knowledge because you asked
What's the
me.
usage? Can you ask me? Can you tell me what usage means? Simple terms.
Yeah. I mean, so something that you would act on, or something that maybe you would want to like you would tell your mom or dad. You would tell your mom or dad.
So
And
you would tell your mama and daddy that you have a usage? Does that?
Yeah, I maybe I would tell them that I have a usage. I might also tell them that like, oh look, like if I learned, if they paid, like my mom pays for me to go to school, and I learn calculus in school. I learn algebra.
You know what, mama?
I learn geometry. I learn all kinds of stuff
know-
actually.
Well, I think that would be
you know mama's
classified as a
love.
lie, Duck. I don't think you could learn calculus.
Yeah. Do you know mama's
Probably not
love?
anymore.
A mama's love
Probably not
is
anymore.
is demonic. A mama's love is demonic. You know that, right?
It could be. It doesn't have to be, I suppose, but
Amazing.
yeah. I mean, it depends what you're actually looking for, what you're trying to achieve. Because it sounds to me like you're trying to achieve a simple definition, where if I have justified belief, if that corresponds to the world, usually I have knowledge. And so
If I justify.
yeah, so okay, so if I say, you know, like it comes, I see a picture, and I'll bring back my highlighter out. If I see a picture of this highlighter and it's orange, and I say I believe I have an orange highlighter, that's true, and it's true in the world. But if I see a picture of the same highlighter and I pull it out of the drawer and it's not orange anymore, it's green, then it wouldn't actually be true that I have an orange highlighter. It would be so even though I'm justified believing it because I saw a picture of an orange highlighter, I wouldn't actually have an orange highlighter. There's no orange highlighter in the world.
How
Are you trying to describe Schrodinger's highlighter?
How would you justify your highlighter?
Hold on.
You have your highlighter.
Hold on. Let me
I don't know, dude.
Let me
That's an R, dude.
let me do some talking here. Y'all relax, calm down. So we've got enough judges up here. We've got Cleaner. Oh wait, what happened to Okay, we got Jake, we got Cleaner, and we got who's the third judge? Ticky Tack. Okay, cool. And so we've got 3 judges, and we've got a libertarian Orthodox board sergeant at arms. We've got a Catholic adjacent conservative Emmett, and we've got a Mr. Westford Orthodox Jim Bob adjacent weirdo John Mondragon. and then we've got Fraza Raza, aka Duck, who is an erudite autistic leftist. And so we've got enough people on here to set up some debates. So chat, it's your job. We got 1v1 debates for $15. So y'all go ahead and
amazing.
Somebody put John Mondragon in a debate with somebody because he's channeling Jesse Lee Peterson right now. So it's $15 to get him up there. So that's all we and we got a record-setting 12 people watching in the chat right now.
If you pay for another man to come up, that's homosexual.
Yeah.
You gay. You gotta keep a dry lip. I keep dry lip because I don't suck dick. You suck dick, but I don't. That's why I have a dry lip. All right, Frazzle Dazzle. That's what they call you in the streets?
Frazzle Razzle? Razza?
Yeah. In the streets.
Frazzle Razzle.
I actually only know duck gang signs. Duck gang. My duck gang signs are like, oh hello, my name is Duck. My name is Duck. My name is Duck. And
I think you're rapping. Is Duck rapping?
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. So they call me They usually call me Duck the OG when I'm out on the streets like that. I think it's like that.
Why not
but I'm
OD?
even-
Why not
I'm
OD? Like the original
OD?
duck. Original
OD?
duck.
I don't even know, dude.
Yeah, OD. OD original duck.
What do you think? Do you think do I look like I would do drugs? Do I look like that?
Look at
Yeah,
that.
Do I look
kind
like
of.
that?
Kind of.
Yeah, a man that gets a tattoo on his bicep, the only reason why you will flex a bicep is for another man. That's gay.
That's true. Curls for the girls,
That
dude.
is true.
Curls for the
Yeah.
girls is
Curls
what my
for the
wrestling
girls.
coach told me back in the day.
Yes. Was he a homosexual?
He wasn't. He wrestled it. He was an Iowa Hawkeye wrestling star.
But that doesn't mean that he's straight,
He
though.
was best coach I've ever had. Crazy dude.
All right, debate me. Amazing. Debate me.
We
What's
gotta
your
wait.
justification for knowledge? What's your justification for knowledge?
I think you justify statements about knowledge. So I don't think it's
How?
possible
How
to
would you
justify
justify
knowledge
a statement
right away.
for knowledge?
Um,
What would you consider knowledge to be?
I don't know. Those are hard questions to
Yeah, you
answer.
can-
Should knowledge
you could
be true?
justify
Is knowledge true or is it false?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah,
You don't know.
depends, I think it depends.
Amazing.
I think. But yeah.
Yeah,
Depends on what?
y'all wanna debate justified true belief?
Justified. I
He
don't.
can't even answer one question
That would
on
be
what knowledge
interesting.
is. He can't
Yeah.
even answer.
Yeah.
He doesn't know.
Or what's better to have, knowledge or wisdom or something
Oh,
of that nature?
yeah, that's a good
Right?
one.
Like which side would be best for somebody to obtain?
Yeah, we were talking about that last night, Cleaner.
Yup.
So what's
still
better?
haven't-
Knowledge?
I
or
still
wisdom?
haven't got to obliterate a religious person with my moral construct.
Knowledge or intelligence? Let's do that one. Knowledge or intelligence?
Knowledge and intelligence. All right.
Because
can
I
do
think
that.
there's a difference between those two.
Amazing. I can do it.
Amazing.
Well, wisdom's better than knowledge and intelligence.
Yeah, I think wisdom would be like the overall umbrella of both of those. That's why I was like, I think wisdom's like the way I
How would you
describe
come-
intelligence would be like problem solving and adjusting to situations. Knowledge is like when you get taught something, you know the knowledge. So there's a difference between the knowledge and the intellect of obtaining things, you know. But that's how I would define it. I don't know about you guys.
I can get behind that.
Yeah.
But that duck guy, the
I don't know
frazzle
where Doug
razzle,
went out.
he frazzle razzled out of here quickly.
I just have my camera off.
Yeah, we're still in a holding pattern. I'm gonna wait until about 9 o'clock, and then I'll start assigning 1v1s if the chat doesn't make a move, so we can get the show on the road a little bit. But again, we've got discounted prices this evening for the dumpster fire of a panel that Grid has put me in charge of, graciously trusting me to not egregiously violate TOS.
Oh, this channel's gonna get banned. I already know.
Even though I've
He got
already
kicked so fast. Yes.
even though I've
He's a
already
homosexual. That's
invited
fine.
Imperious to come up and debate. So yeah,
Oh,
it'll
boy.
be fun. Imperious, what y'all don't know is that Imperious is actually my little brother.
Yeah. Okay.
What's interesting is I think that's the most Latino I've ever heard Jake Var sound.
The most Latino? What was that? How was
Yeah.
that sounding?
Like a Latino.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. I totally did that by accident, Grid.
I understand. It's
I've
okay.
never even heard that guy ever come across as Latino to me.
For reals. Yeah, I know. That's what they tell me.
Do you have some Spanish heritage, Jake?
Which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. My roots come from Mexico.
Yeah, you can tell
Yeah, so
in
give over
better.
I'm in Texas.
Give over
So you're-
California to me
So you're Aztec?
and Jake.
Yeah. You know what's funny? There's a big difference between Hispanics in Texas and the Hispanics in California, as we saw with the riots and shit.
Oh, yeah, I know.
It's like a
The
huge
Hispanics in
nightmare.
Texas try to kick the illegals out.
Yeah, that's what we do over here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although they're in Cali, they accept
We
them
get
with
here.
fucking open arms, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, I know. I've got a lot of Hispanic friends. And the ones that like fought to get here, like they're like, nah, kick them the fuck out.
Kick them the fuck out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know plenty of them, bro, that have been here. legally and been here for years. And yeah, they don't like that these people cut in line.
Yeah, it's ruining shit for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow,
Yeah, I agree.
Amazing.
So did you get any kind of deportation threat, Jake?
Not to my knowledge, man. I need to check my mail. Maybe I did.
So one little known fact about Jake is that he has special lighting to make him look white. He's actually really tan.
fuck.
I don't know what lighting, bro. I have no idea what you're talking about, but yeah, probably. I am tan though. I'm not as white as it looks.
So we've got a 1v1 selected from CloverTac at the discounted $15 rate. Thank you, CloverTac. Dragon v Duck. Let's go. I agree. We should.
Do I have to do it as Jordan Lee Peterson or?
Well, you can. You can do it however you want. Here's the format for the new people who are unaware. There is a 1 minute opening statement from each. Depending upon who takes the affirmative and who takes the negative, we will discuss which topic y'all are debating when we both have y'all both up there. And there will be 5 minutes for the actual debate. We have 3 judges, Ticky Tack, Cleaner, and Jake, who will determine who the winner and loser is. I suggest that you take notes and give feedback because that's how I do it, and I'm the best judge that's ever been on this show.
Hey, John, can I just ask before we start? Are we first? I've got 2 questions. One, are we friends?
I wouldn't consider us friends. I really have never talked to you. I mean, like I would consider Jake and I friends because we
okay, that's fine. You're good. And you're not going
like Jake and I, we would consider each other friends.
Yeah.
Are you going
no,
why? I was just curious.
No, I said I would consider Jake to be a friend of mine because like we communicate often.
Yeah.
We are friends and everything like that. But I mean, the only interaction I've had with you is just telling you to shut the fuck up on Jordan. On
hey! We're all not tone policing. I don't really care about that. You can say that as much as you want. All right, I'm gonna start kicking people off the stream, and we're gonna pick a debate topic.
Oh.
Emmett, you're the last one. Let's see here. Well, I don't see you in. Oh, yeah, there you are. Okay. So we've got a lefty and a righty, and yeah. So what do y'all hankering to argue about?
You were going to give us the topic.
No. That's not how this works. I don't assign the prompts. The chat can assign a prompt. If y'all don't figure something out in the next 2 or 3 minutes, then I'll get to quick to assigning. But y'all can argue about whatever y'all want.
Okay.
John, also just FYI, if you want to check your resolution, your camera is really laggy for me.
I have really bad internet.
If you want to turn it down to
camera.
240p or whatever. Be cool too.
I don't know how to do that. Oh, here's the settings.
Well, his voice isn't chopping up, and that's all that really matters for the sake of the debate.
Okay.
What is it? 240? You said?
Whatever. I think that's the lowest that StreamYard accepts is 240p. But I mean,
I'm not on StreamYard right now.
It's Streamlabs. Yeah, you can click the little caret, but click caret beside the video. And you can change your resolution quality from 1080p down. If you want to.
Give me a carrot.
Yeah, to the on the very bottom it says stop video. To the right of that there's a triangle, and you can click the triangle and it'll give you options for your camera. So Duck, I know that you're capable of arguing both sides of issues. And you're generally a good debater, and you prefer to take the left side position. So how about we talk about anything going on in the news currently? I don't know. I mean, Richard Simmons seems to be pretty popular. How do y'all feel about Richard Simmons?
I don't know who that is.
Pioneering pioneering, and I think like Elon Musk says, you can do one thing that solves a big problem, or you can solve a small problem for a lot of people. That's who Richard Simmons was and is.
Yeah, Richard Simmons is the GOAT.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still don't know who that is.
That's okay. He was probably the single funniest gay man of the last century.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how's about we do the topic of and I don't know why it did that.
Oops.
There we go. All right. So how about we do the topic of Iran and Israel and what's going on with that? We'd have to be careful not to anger the TOS, but that's a very important topic and something's going on right now. How do you feel about the U.S. involvement in a war in Iran?
Do I start off?
Yeah, either one of y'all just tell me how y'all feel. I got to see if y'all disagree.
I feel very horrible about it. I don't think we should be getting involved in anything like that. We have too many problems here at home to deal with. How are we supposed to, and as Jordan Peterson would say, how are we unable to make our bed and then go out and figure out problems for the rest of the world?
Yeah, I don't really want to argue the opposite side with John. No offense, or on Grid's channel.
No, it's fine.
Offense.
It's fine.
But yeah, I'm against a formal conflict and against most military operations in Iran.
Okay, cool. So y'all actually agree on that. So how do y'all feel about school choice?
School choice?
School
Public
choice, yeah.
school.
Allowing
choice?
Yeah,
I went
allowing
to-
people not to be forced to go to a school, compulsory and free education, right? Like the compulsory aspect of it. How do you feel about children being forced to go to specific schools because they're born and live in a specific area?
I would be against it.
Yeah.
I don't see why would be any necessary reason why we should why we should force our children to go to a certain school or anything like that. I think we should have the option to homeschool or put our children or have our children learn whatever their parents want them to learn.
Yeah. So
reason
if anybody in the chat is sufficiently aggravated that I haven't selected a topic for them yet, you can assign a debate prompt for the discounted price of $10. But I will continue annoying you until you assign a debate prompt. So here we go. And yeah. So y'all agree on that then?
No, I don't think. I think public schools have the zoning for a reason. It's also not like an ironclad law, but for a lot of people, for most people, you go to the school where you're zoned. And it's I think it's a good thing that you have zoning for. I think it's a good thing that you have zoning for public schools and all that kind of stuff too.
Yeah. So
why would that be?
Yeah. So y'all disagree on this. Hold on. So we can debate on this, right? So let's tie down the prompt nice and neat. So school choice is a net positive for children.
And I'm yeah. So when you say school choice, you mean public school choice, right?
Well, no, I mean like you can take your child out of the public school system and take the tax dollars with the child and use it on whatever education the parent sees fit for that child.
Yeah, if we're talking about the whole kit and caboodle, then I'm 100% against that.
So would you be able to argue that school choice is a net positive, John?
No, I disagree with that. Yeah, I disagree
Oh wow!
with that.
So y'all are both okay. Y'all are both fascist. I didn't expect that. So, yeah, we'll go to the next one then. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, you are pretty left.
Well, no, I believe that. No, I believe that we should be able to put our kids into whatever school we want them to be in to learn whatever we want them to learn. And the government has no say in what that is.
So you're for school choice then?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So you can argue that school choice is a positive for children then?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, cool. So we're going to do the school choice debate then.
Let's go. This is a good one, man. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. This will be good.
All right. So you will have 1 minute. I'm going to set a timer, and let me get my timer up real quick. All right. All right. And y'all ready? John, you're taking the affirmative, so you go first. You'll have 1 minute to make your opening statement starting now.
Okay. I believe that everyone should have the free choice to indoctrinate, strong word, I know, indoctrinate any child who they give birth to whatever doctrine they want to, for them to grow up as, and nobody can say any otherwise. I would like to know why that's wrong.
Is that it? You got 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
So
No,
yeah,
that's fine. That's it.
Okay, cool. All right, judges, make sure you're paying attention. I'm going to reset this timer and go duck.
Yeah, so I have 4 educators in my family, including a high school football coach at one of the best schools in their conference, a speech pathologist who teaches kids with learning disabilities how to speak and express themselves. And I also went to 2 Catholic schools. So just like a lot of people, I went to a public university, I went to public schools, and the foundational right of Americans, as we see education, is universal access. So it means everybody gets a fair shot. Now, districting and zoning for schools means that schools can adapt to what's going on while maintaining the highest standards possible, as well as they can make sure they hire and are accommodating students with all different types of needs, including special education plans, including gifted programs. Those are critical for national security and American success and making American families strong and healthy. It's absolutely right that you should be able to go to a charter school, but charter schools have to compete. It's absolutely right that if you want, you can go to a private school. Private schools have to compete.
All right, your time's up. Time's up.
Period.
Time's up. Time's up. All right, so I'm going to reset the timer to 5 minutes, and then y'all just get to go at it. Now, I'm going to remind the chat that you have moves that you can make, and you are capable of extending this debate, and all those moves are in the chat. If you want to extend it, it's $2 per minute, and also you can put in money to force the judges to either judge based solely on the opening. It's a summary judgment is $5. You can also make the judges judge based on their emotions of the argument and explain their emotional judgment for $10, or judge based on the fallacies used for $10, and the judges would have to do that. Those are new moves that have been added today. And so if y'all are ready, I'm going to start right now.
So John, I just want to clarify, you said in your opening statement, indoctrination. So I went to 2 Catholic schools. While I was at public school, I also was part of the Association for Christian Athletes. So I just, to be good faith and also clarify, when you say indoctrination for kids, are we just talking about having faith represented, or am I totally misconstruing what you meant there?
No, you're just misconstruing. I mean, by indoctrination is what we indoctrinate our children to learn. I'm presupposing your subjects that you are going to oppose on my children. And what if I just don't believe in it? And what if I don't want them to actually know what you are indoctrinating them to? Do I have the choice to say, I don't want you to learn this, and therefore I'm taking you out of this school?
I understand what you're saying. So, if let's just imagine I'm the bad guy, and I'm part of the Westboro Baptist Church. So I say, thank God for IEDs, and God hates, whatever, FAGs, whatever. There's all kinds of cases where parents are
What's an IED, as in like the military term?
yeah, so I'm a like a fundamental extremist or something, and so I don't want my kid to learn about chemistry, or I'm an abusive parent, and it's possible, or derelict parent, and so why is it bad that if it's also consistent with an education to be in a safe space, to also have sort of topics that are generally constituted as knowledge? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I never said I didn't want my children to learn about chemistry.
But do you see why I'm confused? Because you said indoctrinated in the beginning, and what it seems to me is that you want parents to have the right to actually indoctrinate kids versus intending. I'm still not sure if you use the right word, or if you use the right word and are actually meaning what you told us. Does that make sense? Can you kind of close the gap for me?
What would you consider as indoctrination?
Well, if we're talking about fascism and not education, indoctrination.
I'm not talking about fascism. We're talking about education. We're talking about education, not fascism.
Coercion into a belief system. Yeah, coercion into a belief
system.
System.
All right, coercion into a belief system. I can be okay with that term.
So how is it indoctrination?
What if I don't want that though?
Yeah, but if one of
how is it not?
Because if I have a yellow highlighter, and I need to know about yellow highlighters to get a job, to do anything and be successful, then how is taking away education solving whatever problem you're actually talking about? I don't mean to cast a doubt. I just don't. It's not clear to me that you know what you're talking about.
No, I just. What if I don't want my children to learn about yellow highlighters?
Well, that's great, because in school you learn to socialize. In school, in public school, or in private school, you can maybe go to a military academy where you learn physical education differently.
What about homeschool?
You can learn all of these things in athletics and all this. Yeah, you have the right to homeschool, but that doesn't take away someone else's right to have their kids having access to what a complete education would be. Right? That was my original argument.
I'm not taking that right away from anybody else.
I do appreciate that.
But I'm not taking that right. I'm not taking that right away from anyone else. I'm just taking that right away from my children.
That's not what access.
I want them to be.
No, because if you have fundamentalist religious nuts taking their kids out of school because they saw something on the internet, that is not a bigger fact than the efficacy of both public and private education in the United States. You're not closing the gap. You're just telling me what you want to do. And so I don't understand how can you clarify where...
That's what I want to do.
No, here's your platform. Where in my opening statement did I not provide you optionality with the current system of the United States, which is what I talked about? I gave you one example of a state-level education system.
I want them to know. How is that not wrong? If I want my children to learn exactly what I want them to know, to be indoctrinated to what I believe what they should know.
How is that wrong? You don't have the right to tell your kids to live in a cardboard box and to
then who does? Who does have that right?
Worship a false idol for the rest of their life.
Who has that right?
That's what you're suggesting.
Who has that right to tell my children?
Because in practice,
to live in that box.
No, in practice, okay, there's a word called praxis, which means that reality is the action that you act out. And what you're telling me, oh, this idea is fine, but the idea is actually this action of parents taking away.
All right, your time is up. That was a beautiful 5 minutes. I want to thank both John Mondragon and Duck the Frazzaraza for participating in that debate. And I will go ahead and start bringing everybody up. And we'll get the judgment from our fine panel of judges, and we've added Mr. Cassell here. Thank you for coming up. And so are the judges ready to be judgmental? We shall start with Cleaner 409, sir. Are you ready to pass judgment on Frazzaraza and John Mondragon?
Yeah. So I had 2 points for the openings for each of them. Duck could have gotten another point, but he didn't finish with the third point he was making in time. 4 points for John during the arguments and 2 points for Duck during the arguments. Has anyone called for fallacy list?
No, nobody has
Okay.
made
That's it
any
then.
chat moves for either the emotional judgment or the summary judgment or the logical fallacy judgment.
Okay, that's it then. John got this one 6 points over Duck with 4 points.
All right, cool. Ticky Tack, you got anything you want to say to these fine gentlemen?
I don't think I have that much to say. I think it comes down to the nuance of what school choice is, and I feel like that Duck actually struggled to define or understand what it actually is. It seemed like towards the end, it just seems like he didn't really understand the idea of John's argument that he's not forcing any general group of people into a school. He's just talking about his own individual kids, and every parent has their own right. So that's why I'm swinging it to John.
All right, and last but not least, straight from the other side of the border, Jake.
I'll tell you this. I think Duck did a lot well than I thought here. John talked about the public school system to where he wants free choice to pick whatever school he wants. Duck did insinuate that, hey, well, there's other choices here, whether it's private, charter schools, or et cetera, right? Like different options there. But obviously, school choice is a matter of which school you choose within the public school system. But I think John kind of missed that as well. Look, at the end of the day, I think Duck was a lot more well-spoken. He was a little bit more aggressive. I'm going to give the W to Duck, surely on the fact that Duck at least had a lot more jabs going forward. I'm going to go with Duck here in that situation. I think he was the better, more convincing debater anyways. I don't agree with the guy, though, but however, I think he was the more convincing one.
You know, I'm the moderator, so I'm not gonna pass judgment as much as I want to because it's so pleasurable to judge other people. But I will like to thank the judge. Is there anybody else who's debating who wants to give some constructive compliments to either one of the debaters? Nobody. Well, that's the first. There's usually so many people trying to talk over each other, we can't get them to shut up, and now they're not doing it. I'm so disappointed. Duck, I really appreciate you.
Well, Duck still hasn't even told me why I should put my kids in public school. Like if I have the ability to choose what my children learn and what my children are going to do with their lives.
That's the thing about the way that this works.
Abuse. I did tell you.
You each get about 5 minutes to make your cases and do the debate.
I appreciate the judges and everything. I just don't feel that you guys heard me talking about how there's plenty of cases where indoctrination, as John was talking about, is about sort of fundamental extremism and abuse.
No, it's not.
I'm not saying there's.
We are all indoctrinated.
Wait, no, because give me a second. Give me a second, because Anson has a different opinion on this.
You're misconstruing what I'm talking about, dude.
No, because Anson has a totally different opinion as a libertarian. I know he does.
I'm not a libertarian.
Really quick, Doug.
Okay,
I used to be. Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, and so saying that there is a right to choose doesn't always mean that there's a right to unilaterally or universally choose. And that was your argument in the debate, was that, well, I can say it's indoctrination, and therefore my rights as a parent, being a parent,
are we all indoctrinated to know what 1 plus 1
the
is?
law says. So, like,
are we
why?
all indoctrinated
So
to know
based on
what
your
we know?
based on your argument, you could also say that I don't want to indoctrinate my child to not be abused. That's a
but I'm saying, what if I want my children to be indoctrinated to what I want them to know? What if I want my children to be indoctrinated to what I want them to know and to use that for their own good?
See, now this is.
I'm not saying indoctrination is bad.
This is the arguing that I was really looking for. This is beautiful. Duck, you get to stay because Ticky Tack, even though he voted against you, he really likes having you up here. So thank you, Ticky Tack, for that $20 donation. And I'm going to take this moment now that we've had our first debate to remind everybody that they can also, participate a little bit. And I'm gonna do what Grid does. And if you get your feelings hurt by anything that's going on here today,
everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so that's what you do if you get in your fee-fees, everybody. So we've got our first debate underway, and yeah, it's going pretty damn good. So I'm gonna get that move list back up here and share that so that everybody can see the moves and know that it costs $15 to assign another 1v1. And anybody up here is fair game. We got Board Sergeant at Arms, who's a ortho bro libertarian. We've got Emmett, who's a right wing conservative Christian. We've got Cassell. I think you're a lefty, right, Cassell?
Yeah, just like a moderate lib.
Yeah, so he's a commie. And we got Fraza Raza, who's also a lefty, and John Mondragon, who I don't know what he is. I think he's just confused. He's got a teal background for some reason. If you pick teal as your background, I don't know what the deal is there, but.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm no offense to Jake, but I've seen Jake debate. I'm glad he's not debating with us tonight.
Why?
He's brutal.
So can I give a bit of constructive criticism to Duck here?
You can't even tell me. You can't even tell me why it's wrong for me to choose what my children are indoctrinated by. You can't tell me that. What if I want my children indoctrinated by the spaghetti monster?
Person.
What's wrong with that? Oh,
there's nothing wrong with the flying spaghetti monster. If you have a 15 or 16-year-old asking you about absurdity for the first time, they've never heard an abstract idea before.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong with it, dude.
Because you're not going to have a 14 or 15-year-old asking you about absurdity if they didn't go to a public school. No.
How?
You're not.
How? Tell me how.
So, John, in case you didn't know,
how do you learn about abstract ideas? You just naturally wake up one day and you can think in abstract? Or how far out in left field do you have to be to just like randomly, yeah, my spine's a little curved, all this other stuff, but today's Sunday, today's Monday, I'm just going to ask about the flying spaghetti monster and his perfect pasta.
I see an opportunity for education here, but it's not happening.
It's not that weird of an idea.
Democracy is not that weird. A real opportunity for education.
Democracy is a normal idea, and a democratic idea is setting everyone up for economic
consider
participation.
Something to be normal. How is it normal? How is democracy normal?
I don't know. Fucking figure it out or get the fuck out. It's that simple, bitch.
That's all you gotta say is just figure it out? What the fuck?
I don't give a fuck. Welcome to America, bitch. What the fuck do you think it is?
What if I want to move my children somewhere where there is no more democracy?
Go for it. I love Iran.
Okay?
45% of people in Iran have a secondary education or higher. They have a college degree. 45% of people over the age of 25 in Iran.
But you aren't telling me what's wrong with it.
In Iran, it's a public fucking education system too. In Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia is a public education system. The United States is a public education system.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Just 1 second.
I want them to learn.
Right. Just 1 second. Duck. Okay, this was a problem you had during the 5-minute quickie that y'all were going at it, right? When he said, I have the right to say that my kids should or shouldn't learn this and take them out of that school, he's telling you that you're arguing the should. So what you're needing to do right now is give him a reason for why it should be the way that you're saying. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're allowed to, right? That was, I didn't get to this, but you're allowed to not go to a public school. I got pulled from a public school to go to a private school for 4 years of my K through 12.
Yeah.
But you can't pull your kid from school because you're like, oh, they're not learning how to buy and sell methamphetamine. That's not.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
I
You
think
actually
both of you
can.
guys missed the point.
you can pull them out for whatever reason you want because that's the right you have right now. Your should claim should be speaking to what you want to be happening or what you're saying should happening, like giving justification for what should be happening in your worldview, not using is or current event. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Like
I
Doug,
mean, I'll have to re-watch the tape back and figure out what I did exactly wrong.
I can tell you.
Hey,
I can
Doug,
tell you right now.
Doug,
hold on.
Can I give you an
Guys,
example of that though? When it comes to school choice, like for example, we have like teachers doing the rainbow flags, the BLM, kind of very political within the teacher systems and stuff. Does John have the right? And we're not talking about subjects because you brought up chemistry during that exchange. But if John says, you know what, I don't like the teacher promoting LGBTQ to my child, wouldn't he have the right to take his child out and put him into a school that's not going to do that, right? Like that's kind of the crux of where John, he didn't use that example, but I would have used it.
Well, I think that they also missed the point that a huge part of the debate was, is it right for someone who thinks that their children aren't being educated by the system the way they want them educated, to not only pull them out of that public school that their tax dollars pay for, but also to withhold those tax dollars from the schools? Because why would you give somebody money when you disagree with what the way they're doing their job?
Yeah, that's another good point right there. Yeah.
Neither of you guys addressed that, by the way. I can't believe that you guys, that either of you actually made it through, because you were so wrapped up in spaghetti monster bullshit that that you didn't address the actual point.
I didn't bring up the spaghetti monster. I'll just say that I thought it was a good question, to give John his credit. The spaghetti monster was a really good question, but I don't see how that had to do with the debate. If someone feels otherwise, then you can tell me. But if I won't believe it unless you can prove it.
What the spaghetti monster is.
Hey, you guys.
The ontology of spaghetti monster. And I don't want to give, like what Grid over here said, I don't want to give tax dollars to someone who's not providing theology to the spaghetti monster. What is wrong with that?
Yeah. It sounds to me like what it actually sounds to me like is like you don't want to be a participant in the political system or society, and so then don't be. But too bad. If you have kids in the United States, your kids are going to be part of the United States. That's what the United. That's
a ridiculous take.
Can my kids still be a good participant in the United States, knowing that the spaghetti monster is God?
So
yeah, that guy did a lawsuit.
There's actually
he's fucking awesome. He's funny as shit.
There's actually a totally different way of looking at this. So I'm actually opposed to school choice because it perpetuates the system of the government having the right to take our money for education in the first place, and just shifts people who receive the entitlement of the funds that are stolen from other people, and basically props up. It props up a system where the parents. It basically turns it from a fascist socialist system where there are large entities that provide the education, and turns it into an entitlement welfare type system that gives money to the parents. So I don't view that as any more moral or just.
I don't have a problem with giving my tax dollars to a school project or my tax dollars to the school if they are indoctrinating my children the way I perceive that they should be indoctrinated. If they aren't, then therefore do I have the right to pull them out and say, hey, fuck you guys?
Yeah. So
no, you don't. You don't get to make a choice for your kids about school by telling people to fuck themselves.
I don't get to make the choice for my kids?
No, you don't. Deal with it, right? Or have them take it away.
You're both arguing about rights with education. Duck, I heard you earlier. You said that you actually said specifically people have a right to an education. And then, John, you had said, as a parent, you have the right to indoctrinate your children. I'm assuming from this conversation alone, you have fundamentally different paradigms for your moral outlook. What are rights and where do they come from? How do you justify rights, both of you?
Through force.
Yeah. So the definition of a right is a liberty which is enforced through law and force.
Absent of duty.
Yeah, so civic duty and obligation typically is owed back to a society when people adopt that sort of way of thinking. It's a little bit contractualist. Like it's sort
Do I
of like
have a
saying
right?
like
Do
it's a
I have an
handshake agreement.
obligation?
Is
Do
the
I have
old
an
way of saying it.
obligation for my children to be educated?
Well, yeah, so in general, like a statement a parent would make is like, well, I hope my kids work at Boeing or join the NBA or they have, who knows, they work at Circle K and they're happy. A parent can say any of those things, and any of those things likely require education up through, grade 12. Grade 12 is what we say. And so that's sort of procedural.
Wait, you need to go to school in order for you to
don't
play
like
basketball. You need to go to school in order to play basketball.
So if
Probably.
you want these guys to stop talking about this and debate another topic one-on-one, it costs $15 for a new one-on-one debate, and we have Tim Hale, the J6 himself, on the panel tonight. Thank you, Tim Hale, and Clovertac just showed up as well. We have new moves. We can do a judge debate where the judges get on here and debate topics. There are no judges kicked. That's more for entertainment purposes. If you want to punish a judge, that's $20. You can force judges to judge arguments based on emotion. The emotional judgment is a $10 add-on.
Hey, Anson, real quick. Patrick, our star boy, I think, is in the chat saying, I want to kidnap kids. Patrick, why don't you explain to everyone how I want to kidnap kids?
Yeah, that's a little...
Dude, that's weird. That's weird.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Stop.
I don't even know why you would bring that bullshit up. That's kind of fucked up.
You can't even tell me why it's wrong for me to have my own children to be indoctrinated. Why I want them to be indoctrinated in a certain thing. If I want my children to only know how to read, how to do math, and to know the theology of the spaghetti monster, what is wrong with that?
So I'm gonna steel man Patrick's comment, even though it's super TOS. So from the perspective of someone who because I actually agree with it.
How is that kidnapping? In what public school do your kids not go back to your parents?
When you're taking someone's children,
don't use that word. Don't use the word.
When you're taking someone's children against their will and forcing them to believe things that you may not want your children to believe, then you are essentially doing what that TOS word said that is implied by the TOS word.
Duck,
Right.
it's taking
yeah,
absurd.
because if
like
John
taxation
wants
is
to
not really,
if John wants to abuse his kids and says I control my kids if they don't know education, sending them to school
let's not stop talking about.
Well, then get the comments out of
the
chat.
abuse of-
Patrick won't even speak up. He's just over
chat,
there
dude,
typing away.
debate me. Dude,
He's
debate
typing
me.
away.
Stop looking at your damn chat. Stop looking at your chat and debate me about it, okay? Stay focused here, bro.
You haven't said anything.
Or actually, why don't both of you calm down a little bit, follow the format of the show, and when the debates are called, you get to actually go at it and debate. And for now, we'll just have a chat.
Take money out of your pockets and buy it.
So if anybody wants to debate, it's $15. And if no one picks a debate within, say, the next 5 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and pick another 1v1. So if someone in the chat wants to preempt that, I'm really, in a hankering to get Tim Hale and Cassell into a debate, because I think that might be interesting based on Cassell's prior performance and Tim Hale's sense of humor. So
I would like to debate somebody who can give me an argument.
I definitely want a rematch with Dragon and Duck. That's
yeah,
for sure,
that would be good. Yeah.
Yeah.
If someone in the chat wants to do a rematch, that'd be good too. So we'll give them a few more minutes. Yeah, let's bring the temperature down a little bit, guys, because that debate's over with. Let's not beat a dead horse, And let's watch the TOS stuff. Grib was right. We don't need to be saying certain words. like Mustache Man or any of that. Patrick, did you figure out your microphone yet? Patrick's been having trouble with his microphone, Duck. That's why he hasn't been talking. And I don't think he's figured it out yet.
Which one's Patrick?
Board Sergeant at Arms.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
Hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
There you go.
Yeah, so the first person to mention taking people's kids was.
Hey, whoa, Patrick, we're not talking about that anymore, bro.
Well, the first people to bring that up was in VoIP. Duck. I'm just saying, it wasn't me. That was that individual making those claims about in response to John, stating that yes, we can do whatever we want with someone's offspring.
Nobody said that. You're making
Right.
you misheard. You misheard or
on.
misinterpreted because no one you
we're
misheard
not-
and you're making stuff up.
And
no
we're
one
not
said we can do whatever.
And we're not talking about this anymore because Grid actually popped up and said that this conversation is persona non grata. So this is not something we're discussing anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who brought it up. We just want to kill that conversation right now because we don't want it to affect the channel. All right.
Yeah.
A future take, not this time, but in the future, a less incendiary framing of this could be the nature of the compulsory education system in the first place, which was mimicked, largely borrowed from the Prussian education model. So maybe that could be something to ruminate.
How Tim, how thanks for speaking up, by the way, but how could we say the same exact thing and remove some of the sort of rhetoric, or like where would you drop maybe me and Anson into that conversation? Like maybe you were talking to me, Anson, and Jake or something. Where would you drop us in to understand what you mean by compulsory education, and sort of what you think of as a society might be?
Well, I don't want to abuse the charity of the moderator or the host. I was saying in the future, the conversation could be framed like that. I don't want to keep. I don't know. Do I have permission to keep talking about this?
Well, yeah, we're talking about compulsory education. Is
Let me draw some lines here. Now, you can, in specific light, talk about
that typing, by the way.
specific.
Typing's pretty loud. Sorry, Grid.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not typing. So
Or somebody is.
there is in certain and Cleaner and Cleaner probably knows this as well because he I know he's read TOS, but it's largely contextual. Although what's happened is, guys, is AI. YouTube uses AI to figure out who is saying what, and they don't have the nuance. They don't have the contextual notions. So when you say something like abuse and then something else, the AI can flag that, and you get enough of those flags, and it hurts your channel. And the tonality and the passion behind this, which is admirable, it's just not appropriate right now. And plus, a couple of you guys, and you know who you are, have a history of going too far. You don't mean to, I don't think, but you do. And this isn't the venue for this. This is supposed to be fun. This is supposed to be brutal and within limits. And it's mostly supposed to be debating and talking about, how, the modern education system is in a very specific, talking about the modern education system in a specific light. It's just not a subject that we need to deal with tonight, especially the direction it was going. So if you want to talk about how compulsory education harms children and does not do what it was designed to do, which it does exactly what it was designed to do when J.D. Rockefeller searched the world over to institute that system. If you want to talk about that, or you want to debate that, great. But let's be very careful of the word combinations that you use, because again, most of the stuff that's going on with YouTube now is AI driven, and they give zero clucks about your intent when you say something.
Yeah.
So
I can agree with that.
just to clarify, guys, I'm not picking on anybody. Just clarify.
Yeah, I've had really good.
And
I'll just say
my
I've
only
had.
argument-
I'll just mention this. I've had really good experiences with teachers and stuff. I mentioned I have teachers in my family, and so I'm very open-minded. Like I
So
said,
I think
went
we
to private
passed the
school
time
and all
window,
that stuff.
Anderson.
Yeah, we did. I was not going to interrupt Grid when he was talking. So,
Right.
yeah, how about we do Cassell and Tim Hale, and if the chat wants to pop in with any of the other moves that are available to do any add-ons, forcing prompts or whatnot, but we'll go ahead and get those two on the screen and let them have a nice conversation with one another, a nice polite blood sport debate.
Never heard of those.
I take Cassell off by accident. I did, didn't I? No. There we go. And cleaner. All right. So, gentlemen, is there anything in particular that is really driving y'all to want to talk about tonight? Something that has got your panties all in a twist, something that you're really interested in? Cassell, is there something in the news that's gotten your liberal temperament fired up a little bit?
Trying to think if there's anything in particular. I mean, I love this current administration, so what could I complain about?
Yeah, I mean they are great. I mean, except for the fact that Trump hasn't done what he's needed to do. But aside from that,
yeah, well, it is interesting what's going on foreign policy wise lately. There's a lot of kind of factions within that party that are starting to split up there. So
that's a good topic. Tim, do you would you agree that the neocons have taken over the Republican Party again under Trump?
Hey, sorry, I had a phone call. I apologize. Yeah. You said what was that? The neocons?
Have the neocons taken over the Republican Party again under Trump?
I don't think they were ever out of it. Okay. I think Trump has always been the insurgent in the party. I mean, I'm not a Republican, so I think it's easy for me to be motherfucker. Hold on.
Yep, here we go.
Sorry, I think look, there's a paleocon resurgence, or you want to say populist, whatever, but ultimately I think that the GOP has been captured by the neocons, and I don't think that changed. If you recall, I'm sure you both do, Trump had an uphill battle with a Republican Congress in his first term. They failed to really do anything that he really needed. And so, and I think you pretty much have a similar, for fuck's sake, I think you have a similar thing right now where, okay, Republicans were able to win both houses, and what are they doing with it? Jack shit. It's incredibly difficult for him to ratify, his platform. And it's because all these Republicans are dragging their asses. And there's
so I want to get to a debate prompt, right? That's why I asked that question. So, Cassell, is there anything that he just said that you disagree with?
Yeah, I could argue the other side. I think for as much as you believe neocons are still, well, I don't know, and you tell me, Tim, but if you think neocons are still in control or have never left the party, I think that's kind of two separate things. But I think at the end of the day, it's still Trump's party. So I wouldn't say that neocons have anything to do with Trump's decision making. I still think he's the head of it.
So here's the prompt then. Who has more power in the Republican Party, the neocons or Trump?
I would say Trump.
I would say we have to quantify power.
Power is the ability to pass laws and enact their will.
I'd say the establishment still has a stranglehold because, again, with the tripartite system we have, Trump could be extremely popular, but it's not going to, unless there's real force within the legislature, it doesn't matter. So, I mean, yeah.
So you're saying that the establishment is still in, that's different than the neocons. So would you agree, Cassell, that Trump is not in charge, but the establishment is in charge?
No, I would still say Trump's in charge.
Okay, cool. So Cassell will argue that Trump is in charge of the Republican Party and the country, and Tim will argue that the establishment is in charge of the Republican Party and the country. Sound good?
Good for me.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to set a timer then for, let's see here, 1 minute. And for the sake of this, Tim, you're going to be taking the affirmative position that Trump is in charge. I mean, that the establishment is in charge, okay? So you will go first, my friend. Are you ready?
Sure.
Okay, time starts now.
All right. So without squabbling too much over semantics, I will say that Trump is in charge of the executive branch. But in terms of the establishment, there are a lot of different ways we could approach it. If we look at the executive branch as what it's supposed to be, which is a unitary position, that is to say, when the executive branch was founded, it was the president, Washington, and Vice President Adams. What we now have is a bureaucracy or an administrative state that often needs to be dragged kicking and screaming to actually execute the will of the commander in chief and the head of the executive department. And then, of course, you have the uphill battle from the judiciary, which is often trying to block pretty much everything within Trump's, within his agenda. And then, of course, with the legislative branch, you have, of course, it's a bicameral system, but in both houses of the Congress, I think you have clear attempts, like with Tom Tillis in the Senate. You have people who are trying to block his agenda and making it very clear, the Mitch McConnell types, that they're going to be, even if it's by a few votes.
All right, your time is up. And Cassell, are you ready for your minute?
Let's do it.
All right, go.
So I think Trump is still in charge. Through all those points Tim brought up, I think that at the end of the day, he's the one with the most popularity in the party, the most power in the party. And if you get in his way, he can use that power against you and change the party dynamics. So while there is bureaucracy still involved with legislation and passing laws, we've seen in the past, in the first term of Trump, if he does not like you for getting in his way, he will primary you, set up a primary challenge, remove you, or try as much as he can. And we've seen how much that has worked. And I think that just shows how much power he really has in spite of the neocons. Overall, I think as you've seen, especially with foreign policy, the decisions lie with him. If he wants something done, whether it's to supply Israel with weapons, to help them bomb Iran, whatever it is, that's one of the most important jobs we have for the president of the United States. And I think that's also—
All right, your time is up. Stop talking. Save it for the debate. All right, we have 5 minutes on the timer. And I just want to remind everybody that for the small price of, let's see, I think it's $2, you can extend you can extend the debate by a minute. So y'all go ahead and get some money in there to extend this debate, because it's going to be a good one. And there's also chat moves for emotional judgment or fallacy judgment by the judges for $10 a piece. So y'all can play in there. All right, y'all. 5 minutes is on the clock. Let's go.
All right. So when it comes to power, I guess my contention would not be, of course, that the president, as the chief executive or the commander in chief, that he can execute foreign policy. But when I think of power and I think of the party system and I think of the tripartite branch system, I think about his ability to actually exert influence over those things. right? And so when I see that he acts, even though he's, as you said, and I agree, extremely popular, he has to constantly act as an insurgent within his own party and basically leverage the power he has with the movement. It's always an uphill battle. And so when I see how the other branches act, I would think that his power should be really judged based on his ability to leverage that against the other two branches. And that's where my contention is. If he was a more powerful president, I think that he'd be able to get his agenda through with a lot less effort. And that's where I stand on that.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree. I think with the judiciary, the conservatives control the Supreme Court. I know that not every time he's going to get all the conservatives, as we've seen, but a majority of the time they will rule in favor of Trump. I think that when it comes to the legislative branch, there's really not much he has to do. I mean, if you look at the House Majority Leader, he is always backing whatever Trump wants. Trump rarely has to tell him what to say at this point. They're pretty much lockstep. And I don't see any opposition within his own party other than a few more, I guess you could call them moderate Republican senators. But at the end of the day, they still have enough of a majority there that they're not going to stop and get in his way. I mean, even with this bill that he's trying to pass, that is pretty unpopular from a voter standpoint, and even within his own party, there's nothing telling me that they're going to deny passage of this bill. And I would guarantee that Trump doesn't even have to put in much effort to get them to come to a consensus on that. I think if there was more of a consensus, with the talk in DC about it not passing, then I'd feel a little bit different. But there's no indication that this is not going to pass. And I think that just shows the power Trump has, because the bill itself, you can argue about it, but it looks pretty bad.
So when it comes to the popularity thing, I feel so. I don't want to say I feel. It seems I'm trying to peg this down. So on the one hand, I think we both agree Trump is very popular with the party. Yet at the same time, you say that his bill that he wants to pass is unpopular. Is that with the nation as a whole or with the movement?
So based on, and that's the nation as the whole. So that's going to include Democrats, independents. But I think within his base, it doesn't matter if something is unpopular as a whole. I mean, Trump's favorables are unpopular as a nation as a whole. As long as he has control of the party and the people back him in his own party, I don't think it matters too much. I think when we talk about popularity, it has to stick with the Republican voters and the Republican Party, at least when I talk about it.
Okay, so, well, actually, so let me ask you this: if members of Congress, I mean, we can speculate about how this bill is going to turn out. But in terms of something that's substantive, the appointment of Ed Martin to the U.S. Attorney's Office recently was blocked by the Republicans in the Senate, especially Tom Tillis, McConnell, and a few others. So if he's not able to get his appointments through that he wants, how is that an ability of him to exert his influence within the legislative branch?
I don't think those appointments, and again, there are people who he's appointed before in his first term and again in this term that have been rejected from his party before based on, I mean, we saw what happened with Matt Gaetz earlier. There are going to be extreme examples like that when you have big personalities who just aren't going to get through a congressional vote. I don't think that has anything to do with how he's trying to manage the country as a whole. So I think those are just kind of small things at the end of the day. I don't really see those as being ways that the party's really bucking him. If anything, the Republicans can say, see, we're not totally lockstep with Trump. We've blocked his whatever one appointment or two appointments in the past, and they can kind of use that as an excuse to kind of show that they're not 100% behind everything he does. But at the end of the day, when it comes to legislation, I can't think of a single big bill that they haven't backed him on in the past.
So I think this is actually kind of important. You mentioned little things or little people or little appointments. Those actually matter, because in the point that I had mentioned about the bureaucracy, these are the people that are going to be staffed to actually execute his will within his own branch, actually, like in terms of the Justice Department. So when I think of the people that have been appointed, you have people like Kash Patel, who are
5 minutes are up.
working.
Stop talking. That was beautiful. That was actually a really good debate, y'all. I'm very appreciative that y'all did that. I'm going to pull everybody else up here, and we're going to have a nice little chat about who the loser is.
I'm sure I'll be shocked.
Patrick, I don't know which one of those is you and which one isn't you. So you're going to have to tell me by talking. I think you're the... is that you, Patrick? Okay. So we've got a debate that was bought next, but we have to judge this one first. And that was a pretty good debate, Cassell. I was impressed with your chops there. You're holding your own against a notorious J6er. So congratulations. The judges are up. I'm gonna let Jake talk because he's a notorious Kamala fan, and so he's going to be biased against Tim. So go ahead and go ahead, Jake. You're muted.
Hold on. Can you hear me? Everything's good. Yeah, this one was actually a really good debate. Very interesting topic. Cassell chose Trump to go in it. He did mention the big beautiful bill, and he said, "Well, this is a really bad bill, so therefore, Trump's so in charge that he's able to influence the neocons in order to back him up." You also conceded that the way Tim was saying that that it's the neocons that kind of have this influence. You actually had an agreement. It was a really close debate there. I think where I lost it with Cassell, that it was so close, is that Cassell did concede, at least to a degree, with Tim, to where Tim didn't actually budge during that debate at all. But it was really close. With that being said, I have to give the win to Tim on that one. But it was a really close one, man. That one was really enjoyable.
All right, so you gave that one to Tim then?
Yeah, I'm going to give that one to Tim.
All right, cool.
Really close.
Yeah. So how about you, Cleaner? What say you, man?
So Cassell was arguing that Trump has the power, and Tim was arguing that
I don't know why it does
What's
that,
happening?
y'all. Yeah, we got kicked. Streamlabs does that every once in a while. It randomly
Might be the one doing that because when my my phone turns off, it seems to you guys seem to do it. It seems to happen every time my phone screen shuts off.
Yeah.
So I'll try and keep it active.
All right.
There's got to be a better way.
So
well, as soon as I get on, can log in, I'll do it.
So when they it was within the first 45 seconds of the 5-minute meet of the conversation, Cassell conceded that the parties, the people in the parties, the House, the Senate, legislation, all that, have actually refuted some of his bills.
Yeah, that was another one.
And so they do have some power, and that kind of negates his prompt, which concedes his prompt. So I would say in this case, because of that and only that,
Funny meeting you all here like this again.
Right.
it's like we keep coming back. Yeah, so
Oh, how I wish I could quit you.
just on that, I would give it to Tim. Other than that, throughout the rest of the back and forth, I had them actually each at 8 points, other than the conceit, which I would consider a loss in this one.
Yeah, that's what broke the camel's back for me too. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're talking about camels now. Y'all keep this PG, okay? So we got Ticky Tack. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I think the back and forth was really good. I think there was valid points on both sides. I would just say what probably swayed over into Tim's side is that he came off a lot more knowledgeable of like the people involved and the bills involved. Where Cassell, it seemed like you were kind of bringing up a little bit of like vague statements of like what bills are getting passed or what bills may not have been get passed for what reasons. So I think just a critique on both sides is to be able to actually like establish your points better with bringing up examples of certain bills and why they get passed through, why they don't, in order to kind of like describe the power dynamic that's going on right now. But I think just in general, Tim did have better knowledge of the subject. So that's why I'm giving it to him.
All right, very good. And
Sorry.
yeah, so we've got technical issues, but the important part is that we have a judgment by all three judges. It is unified 3-0. Tim Hale has won that debate, which is good because the next debate that was purchased also includes Tim, thanks to the Raging Patriot, who bought along with that an extension of time for that debate. So it'll be an extra long debate. I want to give Cassell some other feedback. If there's anybody else here who has some constructive compliments for him about that specific exchange, please provide that to him in the most complimentary fashion possible. Remember, he is a liberal, so he's very sensitive.
Yeah, because Jason, or sorry, Cassell. The only thing I would, I thought you won the debate personally, not just because I'm on the left and because I'm going
That's
up
the only
against
reason. You know
Tim
it,
and I
bro.
are
You
debating,
know it.
but I think like just being in terms of like the speaking component, being able to say things like, well, institutions are fighting against Trump, which shows that Trump does have executive authority. Like, just like that little stuff might have been a little more clear for the judges and stuff, and for the audience as well. But yeah, I thought you did really well. I thought it was a good debate, Tim. I think you stated your points clearly as well, and all this other stuff. So.
Yeah, and Chaotic Truth, you are more than welcome to come up here and join the debate as well. We're after 10 o'clock, so somebody will need to pay the $5 late ticket fee, and have you join that way. If anybody in the chat wants to be gracious enough to do that, I would really appreciate that. Personally, because I'm a big fan of having Urkel on the panel, and you are definitely Urkel. So,
What was Urkel's alter ego? The one that's
Stefan
all like
Stefan Urkel. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, he's Stefan Urkel.
That's what I was gonna say. That's chronic truth for you.
Yep, chronic truth. I like that. That's a better name for him instead of chaotic truth.
Sorry,
chronic,
my bad. Chaotic.
No, chronic truth sounds better.
Chaotic, my bad.
Yeah,
I got his name wrong. Chaotic Truth. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anybody else who has anything to say to Cassell that would help him in the future? Because I think he's an excellent debater. He needs more passion. He needs more fire. He needs more emotional appeal. Typically, the liberals lean heavily on the emotional stuff, and you seem to be more logical than most liberals. So I would lean more into your natural inclinations that make you defective as a liberal in the first place. That'll probably help you in your debates.
Appreciate it.
Don't listen to Duck.
No, I think the mistake I make, and it's just being new to the space, is a little bit too much of agreeableness at first. But I think going into it next time, just be more hardlined on my positions and go for it from there. But no, I appreciate all the feedback on that, and also for Tim, good debate. But yeah, thanks.
Where can we find you if we wanted to find you somewhere? Do you stream from somewhere? Do you have like a Teletubbies like fan club that you run on YouTube or something?
I used to stream more. Sometimes you can find me I'm on Twitter. Mostly you can see me tweet. But Castle Guard 23, CASSELL Guard 23. If you want to follow me there. and I'll post whenever I stream. But kind of infrequent lately, so I'm hoping to get back into it more this summer.
Cassell, let me give you a
Cassell
compliment.
Guard, bro?
Yeah, Castle Guard. Yeah.
I think one thing you did well was that you kept in mind the power dynamics. It's like the part where you had mentioned like Trump trying to primary people or threaten people. I think that was actually a good focus. I would just say next time, I tried to keep a holistic view of the complexity of the government, the different branches, and the different enumerated powers and things like that. So, but I think good job, man.
Thanks,
All
I
right.
appreciate it.
Yeah, very good job.
Yeah, remove yourself or I will be forced to remove you.
Wait, isn't he debating Duck?
No.
Oh.
Duck is debating against Tim. Cassell
my
is
bad.
leaving.
Oh,
Bye,
my
bye,
bad.
Cassell.
Sorry, Cassell. I tried
All
to save
good.
you, bro.
See ya.
All right. So we will get the next operators on stage. Oh, why is Mondragon up here? All right, Duck, Tim, this debate has been extended in time. So y'all are debating a little bit longer, so y'all can work that into your planning. We are doing what is it? Prompts right now. So is there anything that y'all want to argue about?
No. I don't like arguing.
I gotta find Cassell. There we go.
How about we continue where we left off on J6 last week? Because I thought we were going to maybe do that on Wednesday, but the discussion went a different direction.
That was an interesting topic. Yeah, I recall that one.
What was that topic?
Whether January 6th was an insurrection.
Oh, that's been played out. How about whether or not the riots in California were an insurrection?
That's
well,
what
okay. So correction, I think it was comparative. So I think Grid had said, and you can ask Grid if he's still there. I think
I remember the debate. I'm playing coy. So how's about we do that again? Are you all right with that, or do y'all want to try something different? Because that one's already been played.
Well, part of the reason I did want to get into it is because there was, again, I understand the format here. I'm more used to more drawn out, long form debates, and there was a lot that I felt didn't get into. That's why I was able to. I was basically willing to grant pretty much half of his premises just so I could get to some other stuff. But there's a lot there that I don't think most people have heard. So.
Yeah. If I remember, we left off. I was being a leftist, and my entire point was that my whole thing was that it was difficult given just like information about on like social media and stuff like that January 6th was not an insurrection attempt. It was difficult for me to believe that.
Okay, so wait, so did you say you were basing that off social media?
Yeah, so social media, sort of the context for the debates, and or the context for the protests, given that Trump and conspiracy websites had posted incorrect information about Trump losing that election or winning that election when he lost. And it appeared that's what people were responding to. And then you see the Capitol raided, and there's $30 million of damage. There's injuries to federal officers. There's, 16, just as a private citizen, there's 1,600 people arrested. Like all that stuff would make me have a hard time as a citizen, not thinking that, well, what people went out and did was attempt an insurrection.
So
Okay.
hold on. I'm trying to find a prompt here, right? So y'all are going back and forth, which is good, but I want to nail something down. So how about this prompt? The January 6th insurrectionists did not receive enough punishment.
I mean, I don't really want to argue about that.
You don't want to argue about that?
No,
okay.
yeah, that's not really how I see justice. I think there's probably J6 protesters and other people in jail who had due process but didn't really have a full chance to tell their side of the story or to fill judges and juries during sentencing in on sort of the context for how and why they did something wrong. So that's sort of my stance on justice, but I would feel really awful saying people would either get off completely scot-free, or on the other side, I'd feel worse saying that, well, yeah, we should have sent people to jail for longer.
So
how about well, I mean, I could just continue off what he said. I did want to address the social media thing he had said. There were a few points there, but maybe the framing could be something along the lines of the prosecutions of January 6th defendants were justified, or perhaps that the justice system was not abused relative to other riots or what have you. I just wanted to get points across about the insurrection thing, because I feel like a lot of the time when people debate about this, as you had mentioned, actually, it's usually based around semantics alone, but not the context. So what Duck is doing is he's trying to provide context for, at least within his perspective, why it's different. Those are the things I wanted to address, because I think actually it's not true. So, like, for instance, the 1,600 people arrested, the vast majority were arrested for picketing or protesting. They were arrested for literally walking on the grounds. Over the 1,600, only a couple hundred had any sort of, say, felonious charges, whether it be violence or anything like that. In terms of injuries, most of the injuries to the Capitol Police were things like COVID that they reported, or it was because they actually injured themselves because they maced themselves because they were too stupid to avoid the backdraft from their own deployment. They wouldn't listen to their own chain of command, and they actually ended up getting sprayed in the face by themselves. So in terms of what you had said about social media coverage, I do think that's important, but I think it's important because it's actually demonstrative of why January 6th was not an insurrection, because of the way it was covered differently from these other riots. I'm not suggesting, like I addressed last time, that, say, what's happening in California is an insurrection. I think there's seditious activity in terms of blocking law enforcement. But
yeah, I wouldn't say that. See, I wouldn't like, I don't know, because I'm just a normal citizen, normal dude, but I wouldn't say there's sedition. It appears that, in fact, Californians are quite behind their both the mayor of Los Angeles, other mayors who have been involved in the last 12 months in Trump or 6 months in Trump protests, as well as Governor Newsom. People appear to be backing, if that's helpful or whatever, appear to be backing elected representatives.
So maybe a good. I want to get a debate prompt here. So maybe a good debate prompt is related to the definition of sedition as it relates to the political process. So
that's a little closer, I think.
Is the prosecution of sedition inherently political?
No, I mean, I think that once you have, it's political in the sense that if you're like way outside and you're watching the United States, maybe you say that. But I think if you're in the United States, and we're talking about the U.S. or we're talking about anywhere, if there's a sedition charge, it's usually because there's a procedural or legal justification for that. And so it's sort of grounded on that sort of shared foundation. I don't think that sedition. Sedition's usually pretty obvious by the time we hear about it.
Yeah, okay. Maybe a better prompt is that the United States justice system is a rules-based order.
You have to say that again.
Is the United States justice system a rules-based order? It's not an order of men, but an order of laws, because that's basically what you're arguing.
Yeah, I don't totally understand the question. I think the United States is the Constitution is a living document. There's usually fairly boring and clear-cut cases in terms of local and municipal, state level laws. And so it's based on rules, and I don't think interpretation plays as much of a role as people often think on sort of the macro level. But there are cases definitely where there's there's interpretation.
So you're saying that it would be outliers in general, but outliers exist, but in general, the United States justice system is a rules-based order. Would you disagree with that, Tim?
I wouldn't disagree with that statement. It's just there's wiggle room here. Like in terms of what he said about, like I would disagree that interpretation is not that big a deal. It is a rules-based order. It's a constitutional system, of course, but we also operate under common law, not the civil law of a lot of other countries. So interpretation is actually super important because that's basically how a lot of higher level decisions are made. That's why we have a Supreme Court in the first place.
And I'm going to take this moment to remind the chat that if they want to force a debate prompt, it costs only $10 so that we can stop this process, and y'all can come from the chat and tell them what they will be debating so that we can get this horse on the chariot.
Do you want to? I don't want to. If chat doesn't want that one, or if Tim isn't interested, I don't want to do it. But that would be an interesting conversation, since it's longer form too. But.
Well, y'all seem to agree on it though. Is the problem, because y'all both think that we have a rules based order. So I thought there would be some disagreement there.
I think Tim said there's this common law component where it does matter, sort of culturally how people understand what a lot of the most important laws are about. And so it sounded like, I could be accused of undermining that a little bit, but it doesn't matter that, I don't know.
Well, Doug,
I don't want to.
Just to be clear, common law isn't just about like a cultural relative sort of thing. Common law.
Wait, Ticky Tack with the W. Debate topic is MAGA fascist. One of y'all figure out who's going to take the affirmative, and one of y'all figure out who's going to take the negative.
I guess I would take the negative on that. I mean, I guess I would have to.
Yeah, I'd say affirmative. MAGA's. I'd argue affirmative. I've said MAGA's based on hatred in the past, but I'll just change that to MAGA's fascist.
Cool. So is MAGA fascist? And MAGA is fascist is the position that Duck will take, and MAGA is not fascist is the position that Tim Hale will take. Are there any questions before I start the timer? This debate will go for 7.5 minutes based on the additional purchase of time. So you'll have 1 minute for intros and then 7.5 minutes to actually debate. Are you ready, gentlemen? Okay, so Duck, you will take the affirmative, so you go first. I am starting the timer now.
Yep, so I'm arguing in the affirmative, MAGA is fascist. The first major context is that Donald Trump sits down in a room, he makes the decision himself as well as with the people that will support those decisions. And those decisions are in many cases against the Constitution and not in an ordinary way. We're seeing multiple Supreme Court rulings. We're seeing detainees this term, people that were arrested because of the Trump administration being forced by judges to be released. And Trump is still standing behind those decisions. He's about to announce or trying to plan a almost global stage war with Iran, while he has not discussed the diplomatic demands, which most people would agree would be in the national interest. So why not talk about diplomacy? Why not talk about the normal constitutional processes? MAGA is fascist. These are just two examples. I'd be more than happy to bring up more examples. And yes, Donald Trump is at the head of MAGA. Don't have any doubts about that.
All right, and Tim, are you ready?
Yeah.
Go.
So I hate to play this card again. It's not an appeal to authority, but yeah, I've majored in history, and fascism is an actual it's an actual ideology. And while it's a little complex and it's not always very apparent, what people label as fascism today is pretty much just mean or a bully or something like that. And I feel, Duck, that that's pretty much what this is right now. Is Trump is mean or a bully or belligerent, therefore fascism. But that's not really what fascism is. So maybe I should have, because I probably could have predicted this happening. Maybe I should have, asked that we quantify what fascism is. So first off, you said Trump makes decisions. Well, yeah, he's the president, and the executive is a unitary thing. The president says jump, the rest of the executive department is supposed to say how high. He's not necessarily required to consult with anyone. The president, even if you look at Hamilton's writings or the Federalist Papers, presidents are supposed to be these energetic figures. That's how things get done.
All right, time is up for the intros. Y'all have 7.5 minutes to debate and go back and forth. Are you ready, gentlemen? I want to also take this moment to remind everyone that you can still make moves related to the judgment of this debate, where you do a summary judgment and have the judges only judge on the specifics of the opening statements. You can do an emotional judgment where they judge on how they feel about the debate, or a fallacy judgment where they judge based on a specific logical fallacy or series of logical fallacies used in the arguments of the debaters. So y'all feel free to make those chat moves. And oh, wait, I just removed the wrong person. Yep. All right.
Wow.
Yeah.
You good? You good, Tim? I can hear and see you still.
No, I'm just being a dick.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to remove myself, and y'all go ahead and start now.
Yeah, so I mean, so the thing is, Duck, I could concede everything that you've already said. I could grant all of the things at least from your perspective, what you think about Trump or MAGA or whatever. It wouldn't prove that MAGA is fascist. It wouldn't, like you could say again, you said that the Supreme Court has overruled some of his decisions or something like that. Okay, that happens in every presidency. You could say, well, he's against the Constitution. I mean, even if he was, I don't grant that. But even if I do grant it, it doesn't make him fascist. That doesn't mean anything. And the fact that he is being belligerent towards Iran, that every president before him after World War II has been belligerent towards other countries. That's not an indication of fascism. It's not evidence of fascism.
I disagree. I disagree because I feel like what you're asking us to consider is that the evidence of disinformation, which is coming from Trump's political motion, perhaps starting back in 2008, where a problem was identified, an ideological problem was identified, in that the Christian right at that time was not capable of generating enough force and power to win elections. And so what happened was you first got the birther movement, and when that failed, you had disinformation websites popping up, and people were no longer asked to consider what the world outside of their front door was like. Now, in this case, like I mentioned, we have aircraft and drones meant to bomb targets, meant to send heat-seeking missiles to targets, spying on Americans, demonstrating peacefully. And you have these, and so when we see the U.S. military stepping foot on U.S. soil, and additionally, when you see, like I mentioned in my opening statement, things that I don't want undermined, like people being detained illegally, and you see courts saying this, it's not just, and it doesn't appear as if there's any recognition from the White House that there's opposition in the first place. That, by definition, is fascism.
No, that by definition, that's not fascism. Fascism is a unique ideology that arose after World War I in very specific circumstances, specific circumstances, and with actual positions on things. Fascism rose out of a branch of socialism, as well as things like syncretism. And you probably know this, being on the left or whatever, but fascism is not just authoritarianism or militarism or xenophobia or anything like that. It's a specific thing, right? So I mean, this is like saying that the Babylonians were fascist because they were brutal to their neighbors or whatever. You know, you're mentioning things like the Christian right. Fascism has actually had issues with Christianity in the past. The birther thing, I think that's just a non sequitur. I think it's a red herring. Disinformation, every government historically has probably had disinformation. These are not unique. And so the issue I'm having here, it would be like you saying, okay, Trump is a communist. Well, I mean, okay, if we were to agree that Trump and communists were against, let's say, degenerate behavior, right? Like, let's say Stalin didn't like this thing, Trump also didn't like this thing. It doesn't mean Trump is a Stalinist. There are unique qualifiers for what counts as fascism. And I think you're falling into this post World War II trap where any belligerent or authoritarian or even militaristic government or society or figure is fascist. And that is kind of like a post hoc Stalinist argument. It's not, there's none of these things you're mentioning are inherently fascist. You can apply them to probably the vast majority of rulers and governments through human history. That doesn't make it fascist.
Okay, so can I respond to that so far?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so my response to that is if we look at the black shirts in Italy, where Mussolini himself wrote the doctrine of fascism, often taught in top universities as the authoritative source to define what fascism as an ideology is, we can look to the United States and we can see the MAGA movement popularizing sayings like White Lives Matter, like Blue Lives Matter. We can see people like Tom Homan elevating an agency that people politically disagree with while they may not know or have opinions about the people themselves serving. And we can see a similar motion in 2025 moving towards social media as well as news outlets. And again, on Trump's own social media website, where it appears you have a controlled narrative that is about these specific groups. And my point being is that in the past, you have not needed a guy like Donald Trump to tell you to support police officers or first responders. You have not needed a person like Donald Trump to tell you that a white life matters or that any life matters. And so MAGA is fascist because, again, the part that I'm not getting past is that we do have material injustices that people are justified being outraged at, alongside controlled information being distributed, which appears like propaganda that fascists released as far back as the 1910s and 1920s.
Okay, but again, you're making a reference to. It's funny because like we were almost there. Like you had referenced Mussolini. We could probably get into Gentile and a few other things, but we're not. We're doubling back to Trump supports injustice or whatever, and that's not inherent to fascism. It's just kind of like it's like a non sequitur. It's a red herring, and it's like, okay, you'd mentioned ICE. It's just like that was founded in 2003. I mean, it's just like, was every president since 2003 a fascist? I mean, if you want to argue Bush is a fascist, Obama's a fascist, and Biden's a fascist as well, because they had those things. It's just like these are just you're trying to identify things you don't like, group it with Trump, and then just call it fascist. And like, that's fine. You can disagree with all those things, and you could even say that they're morally reprehensible, and you could even say that they're bad things in the first place, that they're the most un-American thing in the world.
So can I ask you a question?
Fascism is a holistic ideology. Again, you have the corporate state, you have the relationship in terms of like the origins with syncretism, and things like that. Excuse me. It's like, again, you could make a lot of these arguments based off of other totalitarian regimes or any authoritarian regime, any autocratic regime. You get what I'm saying?
I may understand. My response is that Donald Trump is a person who stole from kids' cancer charities. He's also a person who sued the government to pay his legal expenses. And he's also a person who has had an infatuation with the media and being the center of attention for a long time. And I think the skepticism for me, why I do think that the Trump administration isn't totally disanalogous. In some way, it is analogous to Mussolini. is because Trump has said what he wanted to do. He's said as much that the law of the land doesn't matter, and if he's president, none of it's going to matter. And so when we hear and see someone who is unethical, who is willing to lie to people, who's willing to say rotten and mean and untrue things about people, for example, being one of the leading voices of the birther movement. And forget Hillary's emails for a second, but just think about Donald Trump leading the charge on the birther movement, and some around that time stealing from a kid's cancer charity. You see this, and then you see a Predator drone, something that's meant to, hold a, several 100-pound ordnance guided by GPS satellite. It is not a small surveillance drone that many police departments, such as the county of LA, uses, but you see a Predator drone spying on people and people being sent to another country. So Trump's building these relationships based on dishonesty, which is something he's done in the past, and this is exactly what Mussolini would have done as well.
Hitler drank water. Trump also drinks water. Therefore, again, like this is so again, like the whole you could claim he's unethical. Okay, you could claim he steals from kids. Okay, but this is not something unique to fascism. Okay, for instance, you mentioned like he has an obsession with the media. Well, I mean, the media was basically in the pocket of every administration beforehand. Like, for instance, when they covered up Biden's mental decline, does that make Biden a fascist? No, he's a neoliberal, right? I mean, the thing about fascism, again, is that it had core doctrines and were really like, okay, if I was you and I wanted to claim Trump as a fascist, I would focus on the fact that maybe fascism endorsed autarky, the idea of economic self-sufficiency. Or if I wanted to claim that MAGA was fascist, I would argue that basically something like that in terms of rebuilding national honor, because fascism was inherently obsessed with the past. But instead we're kind of ignoring this, even broader, right? Let's just get to the basics. Fascism is a socialist ideology, not in socialism in the sense that most people on the left would endorse it. You'd probably call it a far right ideology, and that's fair. That's teams. I mean, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the left right paradigm to begin with. But fascism arose out of Italian socialism and radical ideologies. It has elements of reactionary ideas, but it is also revolutionary. And so, there are a lot of things to fascism, National Socialism, and these, let's say, fringe ideologies that died out with World War II were really escaping what fascism actually is. And again, a lot of these things you're claiming Trump is, I could apply it to any communist regime, any dictator.
I don't agree. I don't agree, because Trump is in the United States, and so something unique that I think Raging Patriot is mentioning in chat, but it doesn't matter. Something that applies uniquely to Donald Trump is familiar with the law. He has lawyers that specialize in constitutional law. He has a whole team of White House advisors. He could ask for democratic mobilization to get what he wants, but he hasn't done that. And so again, Trump is someone who has shown that he's willing to circumvent honesty, and instead of being honest, he keeps people asking. He has people ask, not democratically, about Hillary's emails, about Biden's competence. This is the definition of fascism, where there is no self, there is only the state. And for Donald Trump, if Donald Trump is a fascist, he is saying the only message that exists is Donald Trump's message. And so, you ask a question why someone as smart as Donald Trump, who has as advisors from the DOD, doesn't talk about the leading crises in the world, except in a way that the narrative makes sense and serves him, whether or not that reflects reality. And not just this, but he hires people that are not administrators, but instead do the same exact thing. They repeat the same political talking points. This alone would not be fascism without the injustices that I've already mentioned. Now, in a democracy, people get to talk about those injustices. In a democratic process, people should have an opinion about that, and we should see a little bit more of a localized effect where you can imagine that in different places there's different ways that opposition political parties and people who see this as injustice can have a way to speak back. I don't believe that Donald Trump is going for that, and we can evidence this. We can evidence the fact that Donald Trump is not a Democrat and is indeed a fascist by him advertising in 2025 that he can sit at his desk and sign executive orders, he can deploy the military on US soil, and he believes he can circumvent Congress to go to war. These are all things that a fascist would do, and taken as a whole, I can't see it any other way.
So again, this is just going to keep going back. So I mean, again, I can grant everything you're saying about Trump because the executive orders thing. I'm not the biggest fan of executive orders, but Trump is not the first person to use executive orders. Biden was using executive orders to do all kinds of stuff. Every president has actually used executive orders, and several have abused the process. The idea of circumventing this or that, again, these are not intrinsic to fascism itself. The idea, oh, well, we should be able to talk about this. I mean, we're talking about this right now. So, I mean, it's not like there aren't conversations happening. If, Trump is not engaged in the kind of jackbooted totalitarianism that you suggest, but even if he was, it would just make him an autocrat or an authoritarian. It wouldn't make him a fascist. We're kind of skipping past the fact that fascism has its ideological roots in socialism. It was a National Socialist ideology, not in the sense of German National Socialism, but in the idea that fascists rejected internationalism that the Marxists and the communists endorsed after World War I.
Tim, we can disagree about this as well, because I don't believe in the United States. I'll say two things. In the United States, one, it's not historically accurate, and two, it's not actually strategically how any Democratic politician should operate.
I've got a minute. 1 minute left.
To pin the national interest and national platform onto something that people do not have optionality to say otherwise about. And so look at the rise of new media and how even his White House press secretary feeds this machine of disinformation. And if you don't believe it's disinformation, it's a focus on a single issue, which is what MAGA and Donald Trump wants, which is, in my view, again, this is a hateful narrative based on ignorance about immigration, about other nations, and about anything which isn't Donald Trump and which isn't about anything that MAGA is going to spawn in the future. This is all fascist. Yeah.
When that brain dead fish face Karine Jean-Pierre was lying every day about Biden's competence.
All right, gentlemen, that was it. Stop. Good job. Really appreciate it. That was beautiful. Let's see who stuck around. All right, we got a bunch of people here. There was a whole lot going on there, and I'm appreciative of that debate. And I'm ready to hear some judgments. But there were some moves played during that debate, and I want to personally thank the people who paid to extend. Tiki Tack, who picked the debate, and then paid to extend it. And then the Raging Patriot, who then also paid to extend it. That's why it was so long. And finally, Cleaner 409, who wanted to punish the judges by saying that y'all need to cite the fallacies that you used to make your judgment. And $2 from the Raging Patriot. This just came in. Duck, let me see. Trump is your king daddy. Now bow to him now. Yes. So he's your king.
My back hurts. My back hurts a little bit too much to bow at this moment. I apologize.
Well, I for one am not a bowing type to Trump because he is not a king. I'm more of like the hop on his back and ride him into the sunset kind of guy. So
Well, that's what the sword is for. So,
judges, are you ready to judge? And please have your fallacy ready that you used, fallacy or fallacies that you used to make your judgment. And we will start with Cleaner since he decided to make this about fallacies.
All right. Yeah, this was long, so I thought it would be more interesting for us to judge this off of fallacies because the way you guys were going back and forth, there were a lot of good points that were being refuted constantly, and sometimes things just took a little too long to come out. So it's a lot easier to just kind of go off of the fallacies that were happening. There was an argument from fallacy by Tim Hale in the beginning-ish. There was holy shit. I'm going to go through Hale's first because it's a shorter list. There was a modal fallacy, confusing necessity with sufficiency. During one of Duck's arguments, he was arguing that something was sufficient evidence, and Hale had mischaracterized it as being a necessity argument. There's a nirvana fallacy where solutions to problems are rejected because they're not perfect. That was, again, within like the first 3 minutes. And then, so that was Tim Hale's list. So let's go through Duck's list. There's a base rate fallacy, making a probability judgment based on conditional probabilities without taking into account the effect of using the effect of prior probabilities. So basically saying that because this one part looks to be true or we have sufficient evidence for it, that means that this other part is true as well. But that's not necessarily the way things go all the time. You have to take into account all parts of the probabilities in order to fully understand them. 2 times circular reasoning, 2 times an every and all fallacy, 11 times fallacies of ambiguity, 6 false analogies, 6 false causes, 4 false equivalences, and 1 non sequitur. So I give this one to Tim Hale.
All right. So Tim with the W from Cleaner and a class on debate from Cleaner. As well. Yeah, that was pretty awesome, Cleaner. I really appreciate that. Yeah. So Jake, since you're uppity with using your words now, you go ahead and you do your judgment.
Yeah. As far as the fallacies goes, I saw quite a bit of them. Of course, Duck had mentioned about how Donald Trump is going in there and deporting illegal immigrants. This is nothing new to Donald Trump. This is something that Barack Obama, in fact, has deported much more illegal immigrants than Donald Trump. He's comparing something as the issues that we have over there in the LA riots, which we see in today's news outlets, and he's trying to associate that with Donald Trump as being a fascist. Another thing, he compared Donald Trump to Mussolini. This is a man that deleted hundreds of thousands of people, and he wants to compare that to Donald Trump, who has not, from my knowledge, deleted anybody, as far as I know. Another thing that he said that in his opening statement, he said that fascism is basically, and he used an example that Trump and his team is against the Constitution. Which was kind of his analogy there. Fucking Tim with the epic comeback. He says, I believe that you're just kind of a guy that says that Trump bullies people and you don't like it. Therefore, that's what fascism is. And Duck actually proved that later in the debate by saying that in one of his explanations that Trump is mean. He literally said that Trump is a mean person, pretty much submitting to Tim's opening statement of what he believes that is. You did state that, Duck. I was paying very close attention to that. You did mention that slightly. That was a deduct as well, going to the opening statements. So yeah, there was a lot of things there. I can go on. I wrote a lot of notes on this. But I will say that this was a complete blowout on this. Tim absolutely dominated this debate by far. It wasn't even close. Tim with the W on that one. Not even close.
Chairman, you muted.
Yeah.
I think I was supposed to go anyway, so I'll hop on in here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would say I would dumb this down to 2 fallacies: an appeal to emotion and false equivalence, which Tim demonstrated multiple times over in Duck's argument. And he was able to do that by essentially conceding a lot of like what Duck was saying and still trying to get him to justify how that correlates to Trump being a fascist or MAGA being a fascist. And I found it kind of interesting that Tim also, for a short period of time, started making arguments for you, Duck. He actually was like, hey, if I was in your position, I'd make arguments of,
no, he didn't.
fascism typically are like oligarchies, is rebuild national honor, obsessed with the past and things like that. And
No, I didn't. I brought up Mussolini and the black shirts.
yeah, it's about
Thanks,
fallacies
Doc. I
alone.
appreciate you.
I would have to give the win to Tim.
All right, so it's a rout, the second rout in a row for Tim. He had 3-0 last time. He's got 3-0 this time.
He's dominating.
And I'm going to open up the rest of the panel to provide constructive compliments to either one of the debaters. If y'all want to hop in and say something something nice to somebody, or something mean to somebody, or something, you know, irrelevant that's related tangentially to nothing.
Good job, Doug.
Okay.
That was a fun time.
Like,
Yeah, good job, Tim. Good job.
I think the really critical one here was whenever Tim pointed out the argument that Duck started with, which in his opening, you know, he started with, well, I believe, you know, that, or I don't like Trump, right, or something to that effect. And I mean, that was just like Tim called it right there and was like, that's it. And yeah, so without evidence to proving that he's being fascist, right, you can't say he's a fascist. And so Tim gave the definition of fascism after that. And Duck didn't refute the definition or give his own or anything like that. So it wasn't necessarily a conceit of the definition, but he didn't argue it, so it is a conceit. And
no, because Cleaner, should I have said it with evidence? Sorry, should I have said it explicitly? Because the definition of fascism, according to Benito Mussolini, is that there is no self, right? The individual doesn't exist. There's actually no truth or history without a person being attached to a state. So you use the term individual and person, and it captures a metaphysical reality of what fascism is.
Right, but you weren't able to performatively explain how any of that was true, and that's the problem. All right,
yeah,
so
that's fair.
You've got, like, you have to be able to give that evidence that shows, okay, this is what I'm saying is going on. This shows that it's true. A lot of your arguments were constructed around things that were around fascism, but could also be of other elements of government or types of governments, right? And so they weren't like, that's why you got the necessity fallacies, so many of them, because you were putting more necessity on those.
It was a really
smaller...
long list of necessity fallacies. It was a really
and it's because you were not making the connection for people to how those made it fascism.
Yeah, you couldn't demonstrate to us how Trump was actually being fascist. You were just giving us, you were just demonstrating what it was.
Yeah, so the low-hanging fruit, Duck, could have been just to demonstrate that the entire U.S. government is a fascist system, and by proxy, because Trump is the leader of the fascist system.
That's not what I wanted to argue, though. I wanted to argue that there are,
but that would be a kill shot.
Yeah, well, the words I used was that it's not disanalogous. And so if you think it's analogous in either Bayesian, to Cleaner's point, in either a Bayesian or sort of a linear, straight probability that Trump's acting as a fascist, I would have counted that as an idea W, both an idea and sort of history narrative telling W.
Yeah, but you still couldn't demonstrate that through Trump's administration, though.
Yeah, and you let him you let him railroad his definition of fascism. Like he started in his opening with fascism definition, and you could have done the same thing too in your opening, and y'all could have argued about that definition more and kind of
100%.
nailed that down.
Yeah, but it wasn't a praxis argument though, Anson. I wasn't trying to, and this I'll have to review the tapes obviously, but I wasn't arguing that like Trump is going out and doing fascism. I'm arguing what Trump did. If we get around it with the idea is it could be the MAGA movement could be construed as a fascist movement, even if it's accidental. That doesn't matter. I don't know if that makes sense. That you can't just say it's an action.
I think I understand what you're saying, and I think you would probably do better with this type of argument, like whether or not it's fascist or he's fascist, right? Or he presents fascist views to us. He makes it look like he's fascist. I think the better way to phrase that would be in more of a correlate factor than a causative factor. Because the causative factor is what scored you so many false causes, because you were saying, well, this is something that's fascist, but the truth is that actually applied, because like the economic thing you were talking about actually applied to like 6 different types of government. So that's not necessarily fascist, right? But if you're able to say, I think this is one of the correlates and it adds to fascism, and then this is another one that adds to it and another one that adds to it, and you're able to like build the list of strong correlates in your belief, that would be a better argument maybe.
So I'm going to go ahead and move things along a little bit. Grid is on the panel tonight. You can pay $150 to have him debate someone, pick the topic, and pick who he's debating. Anybody on the panel is fair game, $150. And Grid will appear on his own channel that he is not moderating, that I am moderating. Duck, where do we find you, Duck? Because people need to log in to your stream and watch your channel, because you have good content, and I enjoy watching your content.
I am located at trumpsbabyback bitch.ig. It's the internet domain for iguanas. Yeah, I'm here, so.
I love it. That's great.
Cool. Thanks for having me on, Cleaner. Thanks for that. Was a really cool judging prompt. Grid take. I don't know whose idea that was, but that was cool. Thanks to all the judges, and yeah, Tim, really great talking to you. John, great to debate with you, and Anson, obviously, thanks for hosting tonight.
Yeah. All right, man. Peace.
Thanks for the debate. Thanks for the
Take
debate,
care, Duck. Have a good night.
Keep in touch with yourself.
He's actually, I got to give Duck kudos on one thing. He's actually doing a lot better about bringing his points, landing the plane, so to speak, bringing his points to a conclusion quick enough that, and making enough points in his arguments that he gives his opponent something to actually fight with, or fight against. He's doing really good about that now. Well, a lot better, I would say, at least.
Grid is letting us know that his internet has been working out. That's good to know, Grid.
Make sure you feed it lots of protein and electrolytes, because plants aren't the only thing that need electrolytes.
Yeah, feed it some Brondo. So yeah, we've got no debate on the table. So we need somebody in the chat to throw in 15 clams, the discounted price for debates, because this is the discount version of Signal Syndicate, because I'm in charge. And so I set the prices at a lower price because I'm screwing the man. Not literally, though. I'm not gay. So, yeah. Y'all check out those prompts. And anybody have anything they want to talk about in the meantime until the chat comes along and, pays 15 clams for another debate?
That was, yeah. I actually thought that was a really entertaining one. There was a lot of good back and forth there. Tim made a lot of really good points that were good refutations, because they were solid and grounded, and they weren't speaking from a position of 100% necessity. They were speaking from a position of refutation. did really good at showing a good defensive strategy there.
I appreciate that, Cleaner.
How many grid ones do we have?
Oh my,
not enough.
Grid 3.
Grid 3, yeah.
Grid's going to debate himself tonight.
Grid on grid violence.
The thing about debating fascism or claims about it, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who knows this, and I think Duck knows it as well, but the thing is that it's such an amorphous term post World War II. Like I said, it's kind of a post hoc slur. And that's why, in terms of like the Nirvana thing, like in terms of, I didn't want to necessarily force him to face an idealistic or like perfect definition. But the problem is that it's the water is so muddied about what it actually even is that it could basically mean anything. And so in terms of non-specificity, that's why I kind of, in the beginning, right from the start, I wanted to nail down what it actually meant. And I like, and yeah, I don't remember who said it, but I did try to offer alternatives for an alternative argument for how, in terms of like economics and autarky, self-sufficiency, reverence of the past, things like that, to try to like, like kind of get to the root of what it actually is, because it's a historical movement too. So like there's a lot there. I've studied history. I mean, granted, 20th century history is not my forte specifically. I prefer other eras of history, but knowing just how much of fascism applies to pretty much anything, and it's too much vagueness. Here's the thing too. I hate when people just call everyone they don't agree with a communist as well, because there's an ideological, a historical, there's a lot to it. So I agree. I like his passion though. I don't think Duck's a bad guy. I want to. Next time, I want to get a real solid foundation for what we're actually talking about.
Yeah, Tim. The thing is, I don't call anybody that disagrees with me. I don't call them a socialist or whatever it is. I call them a homo. That's what I like to use. Oh, you're just a homo.
As one does.
As one does. I think that's where people need to do. Just call them a homo.
Yeah,
that's a good plan.
That's what Jesse Lee Peterson would say. Jesse Lee Peterson would just be like, "Yo, mama, you gay."
He's right there.
Well, I actually have to get up early tomorrow for this event, and I want to say that I appreciate everyone coming out tonight and hanging out. And I'm not going to interrupt you guys' fun. I'm gonna dive off. I'm gonna try and the reason the show keeps diving off is because my phone will go to sleep, or the internet will go to sleep, or something will go to sleep, and then and I've also been trying to get set up, so that's why the internet keeps messing up. I'm going to try and leave it on. I got to get some sleep though. I've got to get up early.
Grid, what event are you waking up for?
Oh yeah, so Glenn, myself, and I think RP Thor's daughter are sitting down tomorrow with Gia McCool and her brother, and I can never remember his name. And we're gonna have it's kind of like a meet and greet event. They're anticipating about maybe 200-300 people there.
Wow!
It is it's if you happen to be in the area, it's at the Margaritaville Hotel in Fort Myers, Florida. Swing on by if you happen to be in the area, and I'll be there. So it's kind of along the lines of the same thing that Andrew Wilson did with where he got the Wes Watson footage, right? Where these people are come out, and it's originally, I think I was supposed to do a presentation, but they've had some, as with any of these things, I think they've had some cancellations and some things had to be moved around and that sort of thing. So now, rather than give a kind of a presentation and monologue and that sort of thing, it looks like what's going to happen is it's going to be a Q&A session. Again, a lot like the now infamous Wes Watson, Andrew Wilson video. Only I don't think they invited Wes Watson. I'm not sure he's out of jail. And
I heard about that.
Bummer.
Yeah, he beat up a guy.
Yeah, well, just another felon. But at any rate, yeah, it's going to be a good time. I don't know how long this is going to go tomorrow. It sounds like now it's going to start early, so I'm going to get some sleep, or at least try to. And if the problem is, I don't know how to give anybody the ability to log in, or to keep the if basically if my account drops off, it nukes it, and I don't know how so I'm not really sure how to make this happen, but I'm going to leave the laptop up. It's got internet from 2 different sources, so hopefully if it does go down, it'll stay up. But
well, you should be able to just pull up the browsing tab for the stream from Streamlabs, and then turn your hibernation mode for your laptop off, and just lock it. Just lock the laptop, and it should just leave it in sitting status.
Yeah, I don't have hibernate. I actually had to go. The other thing I was doing is that I left my charger for my actual laptop back in Tennessee. So I actually went and bought a new laptop, and I've been setting it up this whole time just to do this. So
We'll see if it has something that says like a sleep mode or
a
reduction in power mode for when you've been absent for 10 minutes or something. Because some of them will turn off your Wi-Fi or other things when you haven't been doing something for 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's we're going to look at that right now. But so let's see. Power mode's fine. No timeouts. No.
Cool.
Never put the device go to sleep. It is plugged into the wall. It's a brand new one, so there's nothing really done with it.
Well, it should be good then.
Yeah. The screen should go off, but I don't think that's going to cause any problems because it's just the display. So hopefully hopefully the internet at least attempts to stay cool. And
so
I could tell you a workaround to use later on when we've got time tomorrow or something.
Yeah, sure. Anson, you've been doing a great job. Actually, I've been trying to listen while I was messing around with this stuff. Obviously, I had to have the podcast running on my phone. So the debates have been good tonight, and we'll see how it goes. You guys have a great rest of your evening, and I will try and I'll try and keep this stuff going as long as the internet will hold up. So,
all right. Appreciate it, Grid.
Good luck tomorrow.
Have a great night.
Godspeed, noble voyager.
All right. So, y'all, we got some people left.
15.
We got John Mondragon, Clover Tack, Emmett, Board Sergeant at Arms, and Tim Hale on the table for a debate. So unless we have someone from the chat in the next 2 minutes assign a debate or play one of the other beautiful moves that we have available, I'm going to unilaterally make a decision about who gets to debate. And it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be a really ugly debate. It's going to be so ugly. I might be so aggravated that I'll pick the prompt too. Chat, don't make me do it because it's going to be so degenerate, so disgustingly vile and degenerate that you're going to have to say all the Hail Marys at church on Sunday. All of them.
That's a lot of Hail Marys.
I already have to do that.
Tonight has been pretty good so far.
Oh, yeah. It's been a lot of fun. I really wanted that rematch on Mondragon and Duck, but Tim had to eliminate Duck, unfortunately.
Oh,
absolutely demolished him. and he had to eliminate the guy. But yeah,
I feel like Duck is good. Like he does know some of his like political theory and all of that stuff. But when it comes down to like metaphysical debates, he folds. He doesn't have a position for anything.
I think
like
he's
that.
weak when it comes to like basic like politics types of things. That's where I think his weakness is.
Yeah.
But I think he's good at the theology of nuance of stuff. Like I think he's good at that, but as far as
There's,
politics,
like,
I think he's
the-
kind of weak.
Yeah, I've noticed like there's the ideas of things, and then there's the thing itself and how it's
Yeah.
applied. So like like with the Mom Dragon, like the reason I asked, he was saying parents have a right to do this, and then Duck was saying people have a right to an education, and so you're both talking about rights. That's an interesting discussion, and I think ultimately your ideological framework is how you're going to see that. So I wanted him to flesh out where he and I just remembered I never answered his question. He was asking me about compulsory education, and the Prussians instituted that in the 1700s. That's where I was getting something I was talking about earlier about a future debate prompt, but he left, so I didn't get to tell him what I was talking. I think he was going to ask me where compulsory education starts or something, but now I guess it's too late to tell
All
him.
right. So the
Save it for next time.
chat has not done their duty and selected a 1v1 debate. Shame on you, chat. Shame, shame, shame. So now Clover Tack and the board sergeant at arms get to debate a topic and see where that goes because you know the bearded folk are superior. So everybody else
is that the
well, I'm gonna head out, guys. I gotta go. I gotta get ready for bed. Gotta get up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. But thanks for having me on, Jake. Take care, bro. I'll talk to you later. Thanks, Anson. It's good seeing you guys. Everyone have a wonderful night.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming up.
Take it easy.
You too, guys.
All right, Clover, Patrick, y'all ready?
Sure. Yeah.
Patrick,
Ray's I'll ever be.
Is your volume working, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm ready then.
All right. I will actually increase your volume just a scotch. All right.
ZD Den is wanting a price check, it looks like, out there.
A price check?
Looks like.
How much to reincarnate Duck with Alex? So if you want to get Alex up, it'll be $5. If you want to get Duck back, it'll be $20. So a total of $25 to get both Duck and Alex onto the panel. To answer your question, ZT Den, $25, and
then
all of your Alex Duck dreams will come true. And I will show that on the screen here. So Revive Fallen is at the chairman of the board discounted price of $20. And a late ticket, which is what Alex would be, is $5. So that's $25 total. So Clover Tack.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and then a 1v1 is 15. That's right, Smoking Spaceman. Patrick, y'all like firearms, right?
Obviously.
I'm not particularly interested in firearms, but I agree with the Second Amendment, I suppose.
Yeah, that's close enough. Unless we go in, you should be interested in firearms, but you know.
Yeah. So, which firearm is better for home defense? A shotgun, or a pistol?
Oh, shotgun.
Patrick, do you have an opinion on this?
Gun for sure is better.
Okay. Now, if you were going to use a less lethal round, what is your choice for less lethal round? A rubber slug or a beanbag?
Rubber slug.
Patrick, do you have an opinion on this?
I don't have an opinion.
Oh, come on, man. This is I'm making it simple for you. Okay. I'm trying to do a gun topic because Clover's up here.
The question.
Okay. We don't have to.
Yeah, I know. Which SKS was better, the original Russian or the Chinese?
Original Russian.
There's not going to be any disagreement. Oh my God. Are you staunch Second Amendment, or do you have any buts, Patrick?
I'm pretty totally open regarding this.
Okay.
Should the Second Amendment include nuclear weapons?
Oh. I can debate that either way, actually.
Patrick, do you have an opinion on that?
It would be a goofy debate, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion either way, I guess.
But can you debate it?
I think I would have to debate in the affirmative that it does allow for nuclear weapons.
Awesome. I can go against that. Let's have some fun.
All right. So this is 1 minute openings. If you need a minute to think about this for a second, because that's a left field debate out of the inner recesses of the folds of my frontal lobe. So y'all go ahead and take a minute, and I'll put the chat moves up while y'all are thinking about your arguments. Okay, chat. If y'all want to add some time, it's $2 a minute. I didn't actually put that one on the chat moves list. That's an L for me. But there's other options here where you can make the judges do an emotional judgment. You can make them do a fallacy judgment. You can make the loser read a logical fallacy so they can learn why they suck at debating. You can also do a dead horse whip right now where you force. Oh, look at this. We have a super chat. Bring Duck back up, bring up Alex, and then have a 1v1.
Whoa.
Oh, very good. Thank you, ZT Din. Alex, please report to the stage. Duck, please come back, and we will have you all up for the next debate. So, I've given y'all some time to think about the use of nuclear weapons or the ownership of nuclear weapons as being included in the framers' intent of the Second Amendment. Do we understand the debate prompt? Any questions about the debate prompt before we get started?
Are nukes covered under the Second Amendment, correct?
Yep.
Gotcha. Simple enough.
All right, cool. Patrick, you're taking the affirmative. Clover, you're taking the negative. Patrick, you will go first. The timer is starting now.
So the principles regarding the Second Amendment and a lot of the principles laid out by the framers were that post-Enlightenment principles that each man owns himself, he owns his property, and that he's expected to defend that property as Americans did when the country was founded. Each man took up his own rifle and fought in the Revolution and fought multiple wars after that, Minuteman style. And so in regards to that, they were fighting using whatever means they had necessary. Even looking early on at early founding fathers, I believe it was James Madison, when pirates were attacking ships, and they said, "Hey, are we allowed to put cannons on our ships?" And he was like, "What are you guys talking about? Of course you can put cannons on your boats and shoot back at the pirates." I think it's equally expected that if they are fighting, if you have bushwhacks fighting the strongest military in the world, and they're doing so, that those ideals would be protected to be able to actually fight and uphold the right.
All right, that's it. Stop talking. You're done.
Okay.
Clover, are you ready?
Yeah, let's go. So my opponent brings up protection, which another word for protection, of course, is defense. And when we look at a nuke is far more an offensive weapon and also an indiscriminate offensive weapon than a defensive weapon. And so the founders originally, when they put in the right to keep and bear arms, they were talking more about controlled arms rather than indiscriminate mass damage. Even the idea, the cannons that my opponent brings up fire a single projectile cannonball that can be targeted at a very specific target. So at the end of the day, and I will concede any time I have left, that's where I'll hang my hat, that nukes are not covered under the Second Amendment.
All right. So you left about 12 seconds on the clock there, Clover.
I'm good
There's
with that.
nothing wrong with that if you made the points you wanted to make. So I'm resetting the clock now to 5 minutes. And y'all will both have a spirited back and forth. And I'm looking forward to that. And go.
So, Patrick, where do you stand on the idea? I want you to elaborate a little more on this idea of protection, because you started out with that, and everybody has the right to, protect themselves. Is the word defend synonymous with protection in the sense in which you were talking about?
Somewhat. I think that basically you would have a right to defend yourself, and so even in the case of governments, as our country was founded on, you have a right to defend yourself against any sort of tyranny. The Constitution even says we have a right to do that, and so I think that even having the threat available, they should fear us more than we fear them. Therefore, having even the ability to deter is a defense in itself. And I would elaborate on your opening that it shall not be infringed is stated in the Second Amendment.
But how do you see it in the context of arms, when the Second Amendment says the right to keep and bear arms? So is there truly a way you can bear a nuclear weapon? Is that something that, you're just going to tote around willy-nilly? Somebody else could get a hold of that. And then look at the indiscriminate damage that could be caused by, some type of negligence. We're not talking about one life, right? We're talking about many, multiple, thousands, hundreds of thousands, who knows? And then you've got the aftermath, right? Once you fire a cannonball, once you fire a bullet, that's gone. You're never going to get it back. True, it's gone. But the residual effects of a nuclear weapon can last for, days, weeks, months, years, decades even.
The arms, the verbiage you're talking about, we use that all the time, nuclear armament. And nukes nowadays, you can actually fire nukes out of cannon barrels. You can fire much smaller nukes that only target things maybe as large as a baseball field, or even smaller, even the size of like a 2,000 square feet, for example. You can fire things that are handheld, et cetera, and so on, that are much smaller. Rather than affecting like entire city blocks, for example, with nuclear bombs or even regular bombs. So it can be done on a much smaller scale than maybe you're thinking about it being done. And even then, every single explosion causes nuclear radiation because it all disturbs the particles of like atoms and everything that makes up matter. So every single one does that. It maybe nukes do that more, but even when you look at nukes, you look at Chernobyl, it's now like a wildlife sanctuary. And so, yeah, okay, maybe it does do those things, but you can do it on a smaller scale. And even if you do it on a smaller scale, it doesn't cause as much damage as I think you're saying it causes.
Well, it's the fact that it's causing. I didn't quantify the residual damage that was there. Once the defensive issue is complete, once the threat is contained, once the threat is put down, I don't think the founders ever envisioned such a thing as you just conceded and admitted to, that you have air contamination, soil contamination, a passerby a week later could be coming through the area, right? And they succumb to some type of radiation poisoning, some type of sickness because of the fallout that just happened because you decided to defend your home, let's say, or your, Hatfield and McCoy type situation, right? With some type of even a small, as you pointed out, even a small nuclear warhead, nuclear device.
Well, and I wouldn't say I even conceded that. I actually said that Chernobyl's a wildlife haven, and if you look at the cities we bombed in Japan, they're actually inhabited now and are rebuilt to some extent.
And so I think that the
Well,
fallout.
that would whoa. Let me stop you just a minute, and because that brings up this other issue that those are that way because they're not dirty, right? And if we're talking about if you want to rely on just this open-ended everything applies for the Second Amendment in nukes, and you're saying, oh, shall not be infringed. You brought that up. Said shall not be infringed. Well, without some type of regulations on the cleanness of the nuclear warhead, how that nuclear warhead is designed and is it made from somebody's home, right? That's going to dictate what that does. So you trying to correlate these massively researched scientific, nuclear weapons that are available nowadays to militaries, governments, those sorts of things. They are highly regulated.
All right. Time's up. What are y'all doing? Y'all went. Y'all doing good debating there. A big fan of that. That was good debate. Thank y'all very much.
I feel dirty. I need a shower now. Fuck.
Great. I appreciate that a lot.
All right. So we're gonna go to the judges to pass their judgment, and that was an explosive debate. Lots of points were made. Lots of things were said, and feelings were hurt.
Can you hurt your own feelings?
Ticky Tack, do you have anything that you want to say about this debate? A judgment, perhaps?
Yeah, I think both sides need to educate themselves a little more on how nuclear arms work. But from that, I would say that Patrick actually justified his points a little bit more especially when he was bringing up the examples of being able to have like much smaller nuclear arms, even though I don't think that's true. To have something as targeted as small as like a 2,000 square foot area, or even the claim that just explosives in general causes like this radiation that would be harmful to others. But plain in ignorance, Clover didn't call that out. So even on those points, I would have to give it to Patrick.
Oh wow, that was actually kind of a surprise. Ticky Tack, you're usually not so adventurous. Okay. And were you paying attention, Jake, or did you have a siesta there?
No, I was paying attention to a bit. Actually, this is probably the closest debate there. I will say Ticky Tack has a point there that as far as the small arms argument that Border mentioned, I've never heard of that at all. However, Tack did say that there would probably be some type of repercussions to that as far as like an aftermath of, like, for example, defending a household. He said protection would equal defense, right? So when I was kind of listening into this debate, it was very close. I don't know the full on facts of these types of situations that they were speaking about when it comes to the nukes. However, I would probably have to give it slightly to Clover Tack because I think Clover Tack had a little bit better counter arguments to those to his claims than vice versa. So I'll give Clover Tack that W there.
Split decision. Whoa.
Split decision at this point.
Yeah.
Well, that's exciting.
So I thought Patrick bringing up something that a lot of people really don't know about was pretty interesting. He brought up the smaller uses of nuclear arms. And I'm guessing nobody here has ever heard of the W-54 warhead.
Well, that would be a tactical nuke or whatever, wouldn't it?
Well, that's the thing, though. You didn't specify tactical, thermo, or warhead. So it kind of left it open, and Patrick got to take advantage of that.
Right.
And since he brought that up, I thought it was really a key point there because that specific nuclear arm only had the equivalent yield of 10 tons of TNT. So it would actually hit less than 100 square meter area, which would mean that you could get pretty precise with it when you're talking about trying to take out just like one house of bad guys or something, you know, or
Really?
a smaller area. Yeah, it was actually.
I didn't even know that
smaller.
existed. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people don't know about all the arms that have actually existed that took advantage of nuclear effects.
What's that called?
But,
What's the name of that?
That one was the W-54. There's been a
Davy
number of
Crockett.
them over the years.
What?
But it was really, really close, and this was a really good one. I liked it a lot. I had
Yeah, it was.
Clover at 8 points, and I had Patrick at 9. And the reason I had him at 9 was because he brought up the historical reference of smaller arms being capable of being used. So,
wow,
I think Patrick got it this time, believe it or not, on the arms topic. We all thought Clover would have got this one.
Ooh, I'm happy. I'm happy with this one. Believe me.
That was pretty good. Yeah, I
That
just
was
looked it up right
brutal.
now. The W-54.
It was
Yeah.
brutal having to argue that.
But I do agree with Clover Tech more.
Yeah, so do I actually, to be honest. But
Post debate, I concede everything, right? Like,
let's do it that way.
yeah.
Yeah, no, those crazy Ruskies even came up with nuclear hand grenades at some point that would only take out it was like a 20 by 20 square foot area. I mean, they came up with all kinds of shit to use depleted uranium and plutonium and things like that in.
All right, so we've had two judgments so far. Wait, have we had all three judges go?
Yeah, it was split decision. Patrick got it.
Oh,
Patrick
Patrick. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Pay attention, Anson.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get Duck back over here since ZT didn't paid for him to be over here.
Oh crap! He
I
done
thought
run
you were
off.
watching Corn or something.
Yeah.
RUNNOFT.
Yeah. So, Clover, tell everybody where to find you because I'm on your Discord and you've got some cool stuff going on your channel too, where you look at what is it, kittens? You like
mostly
specialize in kittens.
Mostly
lots of cat videos.
mostly Rice Krispie recipes. I think is mostly what I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah.
He does hyper realistic Rice Krispie art, most of it in the shape of pew pews.
That's true. Yeah, very true. So yeah, I do.
Cool.
I do gun stuff. So if you're into that, check it out. Yeah, the Discord's pretty cool. So jump on that too, and it's fun as always. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you, Clover. That was a great debate, and I know I'm sorry to put you in the negative position on that.
Oh, I volunteered. I volunteered, man. I don't mind. Let's have some fun. You know.
It sucks that it was 5 minutes because it was that close. It's really hard to judge within that 5 minute frame, but that's what makes it interesting, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So, yep.
What made it hard to judge is the fact that they brought in nukes into the equation. Like nobody fucking owns nukes. Seriously, let's.
Well, that was the debate, Alex.
Oh, that's not actually
nukes.
true. That's not actually true, Alex. There are people that own some of the older.
Can you go
just
down to the local? Can you go
whether
down to the local Walmart
I do
and
or
buy a
not
nuke?
is not something I'm going to dox myself
You
on
can't
because
go
I'm
to
not
the
a
local-
fucking moron.
You
all
can't.
right?
You can't
But-
go to the local Walmart and buy handgun or handgun ammunition. So what's your fucking point?
Yeah,
You
like
actually can. You
No,
actually
you
can.
No,
No, you
not
can't.
anymore.
not all of them.
Isn't that,
You sure
isn't that
can.
based on states? Isn't that
It
Yeah,
really
it's
is
not
based
all
on
of them.
states.
Most of the
Okay,
Walmarts, you haven't
so-
been able to buy a handgun in decades.
But I can
In
tell
the
you right
last
now,
couple of years, they pulled handgun ammunition.
Yeah, but no one's been able to go down to the local Walmart to buy a fucking nuke. So your point is fucking moot.
that doesn't
I'm
mean
sorry.
anything. That
It
doesn't
does mean a
necessarily
lot.
mean anything.
It does mean a lot.
No,
Yes.
it doesn't. Just because
Yes.
you can't buy
Yes.
something doesn't mean someone can't own it. I'll give you a perfect example of this. All right,
Okay,
I can
go
go
ahead.
down to the historical VA museum, the Veterans Museum, right? And there's a guy that actually submitted a W-54 munition that he had taken from a war a long fucking time ago, and his son is the one that owns it. It is
Now, does that cleaner? Does that fall under a destructive device?
It is. It is a destructive device. It's
What
not
is it
a.
exactly?
It's not a. It's not counted as a.
But you can own destructive devices.
A bomb. But yeah, you can own
Okay.
a destructive device.
Is it a live
It's still
bomb?
nuclear. Yeah, it's a live one.
Yeah.
It's still nuclear.
I call bullshit. No fucking way.
No,
Come on.
it is.
All right.
It's
All right.
it's placed
I call
inside of a
bullshit.
case.
So everybody relax.
Yeah, I'm down. Bye.
Clover Tack,
Alex,
thank you
save it
so
for the
much
debate.
thank you so much for coming up, man. I really appreciate you. You're going to get a W eventually, I promise.
Y'all be good.
And as of right now, there are let's see, Tim Hale, Alex Kirsch, Board Sergeant at Arms are all operators ready to debate. And ZT Din, it doesn't look like Duck is coming back. He hopped over to a different panel, and I tried to get him off of that panel and back over here, but he's stubborn. He's stubborn as a duck. So
It is what it is.
He's a quack, yeah.
Yeah. So ZT Din, you're going to
just give her another option for the extra money.
Yeah, you have exactly $20 credit, and you've bought to have Alex Kirsch come up and do a 1v1. You can pick someone else for Kirsch to 1v1 with, and then spend that $20 for another 1v1 after that, and still have $5 left over, or pick any of the other of the many moves available. But I can't make Duck come back. I even went over to Sarah's channel and paid $20 to have him booted, and Sarah refused.
What? Why?
So, yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's what happened there. So just go ahead and pick something else that you want to do, and until you decide what you want to do with your $20 credit and who you want to do the 1v1 with Kirsch, we're going to have a nice gentlemanly chat that isn't over emotional, that is based on logic and reason and calmness and touchy feely stuff, and we're all going to sing Kumbaya.
Yeah. When did you last cry, Anson? When was your last cry?
I think I was watching Die Hard last week.
Nice.
That's not a movie worth crying over. Homeward Bound's a movie worth crying over.
Homeward Bound? Fuck. That's so old, bro. That's
Come
so
on.
old.
I was watching Outlaw Josie Wales about 2 weeks ago, and I cried at the beginning of that movie.
That's a good movie, though. Outlaw Josie Wales is a great movie. It's a classic.
I cry every time I finish watching Law Abiding Citizen when I realize the good guy loses.
The good guy did lose. The good
Outlaw
guy did
Josie
fucking lose.
Wells is based on a book that was written by George Wallace's chief political director.
That's what it's his speechwriter, right? It's the guy who write his speeches.
Yeah, the guy that wrote all the racist speeches for George Wallace wrote that.
That's a great movie, though.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It is a great movie. I mean, like, let's be honest. Like Clint Eastwood. There's a lot.
Oh
of
no,
great
I
movies in
wasn't
films.
digging it. I was saying that because it made it cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. What made it cooler?
That George Wallace's homeboy was the one that wrote it. Oh look,
Oh, there
it's
he is.
Duck.
Oh,
Duck.
there's Duck.
You're
There's
back.
the Duck.
Yeah, I was talking to a Mormon dude on Sarah's show, so glad you guys asked me to come back.
Did Sarah finally boot you out, bro? And
No, no, I don't know. Some lunatic in the audience paid to kick me from the show.
yeah, that was Anson.
Support Sarah.
I understand. I get it because like I'll pop on like Sarah's panel and like within 2 minutes, like, hey, kick this guy. I'm like, all right, I don't give a shit.
That's
Keep
weird.
sending-
Yeah.
no,
that's
keep
weird.
sending
They
money to
usually
Sarah.
like
That's
lefties.
fine. I don't
Yeah,
give a shit.
it was an Andrew Wilson night, so there was a lot of Crucible people in the audience, but Andrew had left, so there weren't a lot of people doing like the the 07 bro, you know, it's cool when people give money and support and stuff. Just derails useful conversations, but whatever.
I got you.
It's all fun.
Well, for some reason, Duck, for some reason they want us to debate one another, so
Well, they're
Okay.
both like progressive, like homosexuals.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they would debate
Oh,
on.
Dude, you're what are you talking about, dude? You got a fucking Trump flag in the background. What is wrong with you?
How does that make me a homosexual,
He's
bro?
awesome. That's what's wrong with
What
him.
the
He's
hell?
awesome.
What the fuck? What's going on here?
I'm gonna have to agree.
He's
Trump-
a fucking simp. He's a fucking simp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I agree, but we're gonna get to the.
You don't know what a
debate
woman is,
part.
but okay, Alex.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's always the argument people.
Sure, yeah.
that's
okay,
the
Alex.
argument everyone always goes to. It's like, oh,
yeah,
what's
but
a
you
woman?
can't fucking refute it, Alex. That's the funny part.
Sure can.
Okay, Alex.
So I'm not in a rush. I'm chilling tonight. So if we're up now, cool. We'll see if this is the shortest reboot of a panel ever.
All right. So I'm gonna review the chat moves. Now we've got currently no prompt has been assigned. So someone in the chat, if they want to, can assign a prompt. If anybody wants to make any of the other moves, the instructions have been posted plenty of times in the chat this evening, thanks to Smoking Spaceman, the best mod probably on the Panelverse. That dude is freaking awesome. And yeah, so let's have this debate, shall we, gentlemen?
Sure.
What kind of commie are each of you? Like, I kind of got the feel for Duck's, dysfunction. What about you, Kirsch?
I'm not a commie.
Okay, so you're in denial. Okay, so you're
no, I didn't say that. I'm not in denial of anything. I'm not a commie whatsoever.
okay. So do you think that people should vote?
Yes.
Okay, so do you agree with Marx that capitalism is the start of communism? It's the thing that naturally leads to communism?
No, I never said any of that.
Oh, okay. I agree with that. So that's why I assume that if anybody's capitalist, then they're probably communist.
No, I'm a firm believer in responsible capitalism. If that's what you're asking.
No. All right. So what about you, Duck? What do you think? What do you want to debate about?
I don't know. I was a Marxist. I loved Marx, and I'll just say this because I wasn't like super political and like about it. I just liked learning. But I had a CCCP shirt I got in Europe. I loved Marx in college. But I also loved Sam Huntington and a lot of Jared Diamond was a cool guy. He was a sociologist and archaeologist who wrote about political histories.
Sociology. There's some debate prompts that have been made up related to non-political issues that might do y'all some good. And I think I put some together related to sociology. Let me pull those up real quick. Those are the sex ones. So y'all don't want to debate about sex. Let's see here. Are schools too soft on bad behavior?
Schools too soft on bad behavior? I don't think I have an opinion. I would have an
That's
opinion.
kind of a vague term, honestly.
Yeah.
Because,
What
like,
about then? We'll try this one. Does the internet make our brains lazy?
It sure does.
The internet, it can have the opposite effect too. You have a creator website like we're on LinkedIn or whatever it is right now. We're on YouTube right now, and there's like Blogspot websites and stuff like that. So I don't think so. I think the internet makes us more creative and industrious.
Yeah. So more industrious. Yeah, got it. Okay, so you don't think it makes our brains lazy? You think that you're buying into the whole transhumanism thing where it's an asset to us. So you don't buy into the transhumanism, Alex, based on your position, correct?
The fuck does transhumanism even mean? I'm like,
okay, cool. So you haven't been indoctrinated yet, so you're still normal. So we'll do this debate then.
Okay.
So the internet making brains lazy. Duck is taking the negative. Kirsch, you're taking the affirmative that it is making the brains lazy.
Sure.
And that's good stuff. I like that.
We're going straight up, Mr. Kirsch. This should be fun.
Y'all understand the prompt? Any questions?
1 minute intros and then 5 minute back and forth.
Right. I'll stay up here for the 1 minute intros, tell y'all when your minute's up, and then I'll pop down and y'all have 5 minutes. And yeah, that'll be how that works. So Kirsch, since you're taking
just call me Alex. Just call me Alex.
Yeah, Mr. Alex, sir. Since you're taking the affirmative, you will have 1 minute to state your case that The internet is making our brains lazy starting now.
So essentially, the reason why I say that the internet makes us lazy is because people make their decisions and they actually vote based upon what they read on the internet without actually doing any actual research based upon it. People are actually like utilizing the internet to actually like make their decisions for them. They're actually using the internet to actually make things easier for them. People are essentially becoming lazier over time. They're not actually taking the time to actually go out and do things, and they're not taking the time to actually learn things outside of the internet. Whatever they read on social media, whether it's Twitter or /X or Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, that's what they make their determination upon without actually doing any initial research. Now you yield the rest of my time.
All right, Mr. McDuffin stuff.
Cool. Yeah. So I don't think the internet makes people lazier. The internet, like anything else, is a tool and it has a story. And that story is about human productivity. The first generation of the internet, it helped people communicate more seamlessly and actually communicate differently. You could send a message in a matter of seconds instead of hours. As the internet grew, you began to be able to display all kinds of new information, do things like sharing information. We should consider this as a way to inspire people to go out and create. And if you look at the rapid rise of Facebook and MySpace, that's also true. So not only did that generation of the internet lead to the Arab Spring, but also things like eBay, e-commerce, all this other stuff. Finally, the third generation, which is also referenced in this book, Empathic Civilization, talks about sharing, which is another form of industry. So we're still doing service and foundational economy, but the internet doesn't make you lazy, it makes you more industrious. That's it.
So I've got 5 minutes on the timer. If anybody wants to pay for any of the additional options here, you can do an emotional judgment where the judge is based on how they feel about the argument. You can do a fallacy judgment where the judges have to spotlight a specific logical fallacy that factored into their decision. You could even do a loser lesson for $5 where you make the loser read a logical fallacy that they did during the debate so that they can use it as a learning opportunity and shame them just a little bit for not being a good debater.
Shame is
a beautiful thing. That's right. All right. If y'all are, ready, I'm going to start the timer now.
Well,
all right, so I would like to start by saying that the prompt itself was, does the internet does it make people lazier? And so this is a positive claim. It's not a normative claim. And so when people ask deep questions about something like pornography or online gaming, it doesn't matter if you like it or not. The fact that people can do something on the internet means that the internet makes people more productive. It doesn't mean that production is good, and that was what the topic of the debate was about.
Okay, so what's your argument essentially?
So my argument is it's impossible to deny that when people could be sitting at home sleeping, watching network television, or reading the radio, instead we can consume vastly more information, gigabytes more. We can both be creators as well as consumers of media and information using the internet, and that information is often about things like manufacturing and production or sustainability, justice, ethics. And so the internet has to be seen as industrious and probably, I'm not going to talk about norms, but it definitely makes us more productive. Like, it's crazy.
Okay, so let's talk about that real quick. Okay, you talk about like justice. You talk about like education, things like that. Okay, what's the most common like social media apps that people use nowadays?
TikTok, Instagram, Facebook.
Okay, what's the most common thing you see on like TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, and things like that? What if you think it's talking about like like philosophy? Is it talking about like economics? Is it talking about things like that, or is it just like talking about like what's the spiciest topic out there? This stuff that kind of tends to make people dumber, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, so I would concede that some of the stuff I see I don't understand, or I think I might personally have the opinion it's dumb. But when I was that age, I was maybe running up to Guitar Center or walking around Walmart, going for a hike, going to the gym. people still do that stuff, and the fact that they post it online doesn't mean that they're less productive. It's just like, hey, this is what a lot of young people do when they're getting a first job or something. Like, cool.
Well, I'll break it down to like this, okay? When it comes down to, like, for example, a geopolitical issue or something that actually affects, like, for example, the United States, whether it's like the stock market or like jobs, unemployment, do you think that like people actually take the time to actually read like what's happening on the second page, or you see what the first page actually indicates and then just click on the first page and make the determination based upon that?
Yeah, definitely. I think I would say that, political crises have been made worse because of the internet, for sure. But that's still not saying the internet causes those things, right? We use so much energy. Like, like I could say China and the US both use 50 million barrels of oil a day. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but it captures sort of why we see both maybe lazy content and other sort of nonsense.
Well, we see lazy content is because we accept it. It's because we allow this stuff to continue. It's like that's why you have like people like watching the whatever podcast so often. It's because people are drawn to stuff like this. They, instead of actually like taking the time to learn about actual issues that actually affect us, people watch the whatever podcast and they learn about like, people having dating advice, and that's what people are drawn to. Why do you think reality TV is so popular? It's because people are tuned into it because like their brains are being rotted away by this. I mean, would you agree that's actually happening?
I mean, I think I think you're bringing it up in a way which isn't like being too judgmental of anyone, which is awesome. My problem with saying like, oh, there's these thoughts on whatever people say is that like, look, if someone on that curated panel has an interesting experience or something to talk about, most people would show up for something like that, right? Like the show's it's a talk show. It's not a monster truck rally or something like that. And so sort of the main point that I'm getting at is that, the reason that like shows like whatever are still the internet being productive is you can bring people from all around the world. You can broadcast it to tens of thousands of people. It's not your place to say what people go out and do with it. It might be your place to say, well, this is why I'm curating this type of content in the first place. But it is industrious though. It's productive. You win.
I wouldn't say it's really productive because the thing is like if I was to watch, 6 hours of the whatever podcast, all I'm gonna learn about like is like how one person like how they date essentially, but I'm not gonna learn anything about the fucking world essentially, like pardon my language essentially. But the thing is like if I would much rather people actually watch stuff that actually affects them, like whether it's talking about like the geopolitics of this country over here that might actually affect our country, because people need to understand there are things that happen, like for example, the volcano that took place in Reykjavik in Iceland. People don't understand why that has a drastic impact on our society. But the thing is, people don't care about these things. But the second that something happens regarding like, oh my God, this girl does OnlyFans, let's talk about that for 6 hours. It's not that important for us to talk about. But the thing is, the internet has made it to where people focus on these things essentially instead of actually worrying about like, why is it that the volcano in Reykjavik, Iceland actually affects our society?
But Alex,
because we've allowed this to happen.
Saying that there's like a person who's now flying their freak card, or saying that like someone has an online persona named like King Kong or something like this, like those types of judgments, they're not about the productivity, and I think they even undermine sort of that issues that exist about like risk or about just humans not getting along and being able to talk about it someplace. That happens on the internet. OnlyFans creators don't go on the internet and say like, well, the reason I'm doing this is so you're not like a fair, charitable political participant. They're doing it to make money, maybe because they enjoy having an audience. Those are all really good things. And so being able to take those lessons and just say, well, yeah, this is industrious is what the debate is about. And that's my core argument.
Well, the thing is, like, I have no problem with the sex work industry, but the fact of the matter is it's like we are so drawn to stuff like this because it draws controversy, even though it has no direct impact on our lives. Something that might actually happen across the world, like especially like in places like Iceland or places like Ukraine, have a direct impact on our lives. But because our country focuses on the wrong things is because we are drawn to this whole internet culture of like, oh my God, yes, let's focus on like these really unimportant things essentially instead of what actually affects us, because that's what gets the most clicks essentially. The internet draws us away from what's actually important. And if, instead of actually people actually taking the time to research the topics, we are so drawn to was like completely unimportant. That's what my issue is, and that's why it makes us dumber. It makes us lazier. And let alone the fact that
okay, so I have one point. I have one point I got to make to this because I have to respond to this. Okay, I have to respond to this because I would say just know one story. Like
No,
story
you don't get to respond to it because that is the end, my friends. That is the end.
I wanted to talk about PayPal. Yeah, what's up?
Y'all keep on talking though, but the debate's over.
Yeah. So I would just wanted to say like if you know if you're talking about the internet sucking, the story of PayPal is the story of people saying that how we manage our money isn't only inconvenient, but it can also be slightly exploitative. And so even something like the internet, even if you don't think of like a crypto revolution or something, but you just think, well, I can actually consider where my money comes from and how I send it, what I pay for and stuff, and that has to be a moral or ethical decision as well. Like that's an example of the internet being a good thing, in my view.
All right, so the debate is over, and I've got the chat moves up. If someone wants to buy another debate, they're more than welcome to. They're $15 a piece. For 1v1s, you can assign a prompt for $10 or assign a debater's position and force them to debate an affirmative or negative for $10. Lots of other options here. I've gone through a few times tonight. The judges are y'all ready to render a decision? Jake, you go first, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to break this down. Both as far as this debate goes, I'm kind of divided. I think Alex brings up some good points that I agree with. So does Duck actually. However, I'm going to judge it based off of how they exchange with each other. Alex, your opening statement's basically saying that the internet's so convenient that it's made people super fucking lazy, which I can agree to. I can agree to a degree to that. But Duck's argument is the internet's a tool. For example, instant messaging, it inspires people to create. Duck actually brought up points saying eBay is a good example, e-commerce, Amazon. It makes people entrepreneurs, right? So Duck basically explains that the internet has actually empowered people more so than making them lazier. So this is the crutch of the argument, right? Alex brings up TikTok, that it's making people more dumber, that people read headlines and they focus more on the whatever podcast more so than politics. He also, Alex also, and this was the kicker for me. Alex stated that, well, the whatever podcast is similar to reality TV, which reality TV predates the internet. So that's kind of like a unfair comparison on his point. But Duck did stick more to the point there, and I deducted points for Alex for comparing it to reality TV. Since reality TV doesn't have anything to do with the internet or making people lazy, you can make an argument that, well, maybe people were already lazy and watching TV in the first place. So Alex was saying, I won't learn anything from whatever. People need to focus more on politics. This is basically his thing. But he didn't really address any of the points from Duck. But Duck was stating a lot of good, positive things about that. He mentioned OnlyFans, where he said, well, I'm paraphrasing, by the way, Alex. I mean, Duck. But OnlyFans sluts do make money on the internet, and that's a good thing. That was something that Duck said. This is some type of productivity from women. Alex did say that he has no problem with this. Alex agreed that this is a good thing, basically bowing down to Duck's point in the first place that fucking slut women showing their buttholes on the internet is a positive thing. Alex concedes to that. At the end of the day, I gotta give the fucking W in a blowout to Duck. Duck fucking with a big W. This is a complete blowout. Sorry,
You're just
Alex, I broke it down, bro.
All right,
next judge. Duck destroyed you, bro. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I'm actually okay with it. It's okay.
Okay, Duck destroyed you on that one. I'm sorry.
Ticky tack, what you got, bro? Ticky tack. Make a judgment.
Yeah. So I think Alex, I think you focus a little bit too much on the content of like geopolitics, and maybe you should describe more of like why it is important that people should be involved in geopolitics in order to justify those particular claims, other than just saying like people should. Duck, on the other hand, was definitely looking at the utility of the internet and provided a lot of really good examples on how it's used as a tool. The only critique I would give to Duck is to try to compare it to like before we had the internet, and like what people are doing more a little bit more, because like no matter what direction you can go, if you compare it to what we did in the past, well, we also had degenerate content. We had like Howard Stern, we had MTV, we had Comedy Central, all these kind of things that just are spewing out stupid content. And then we were also getting content that was very filtered on a political line to only very few like mainstream media and newspaper outlets. Whereas with the internet, there's now more availability on this type of information. In a way, I think the topic is already somewhat biased towards like, the internet is not making you lazy. But generally, just with a lot of examples that Duck gave, I do give it to Duck.
Fair enough.
All right. And Cleaner, what you got, bro?
I have one question, and it doesn't really affect my judgment. My judgment's already sealed either way. But Duck, when he made a statement and you said, I believe it was like this. Well, I really think that was eloquently put, because you didn't show any judgment. Were you being sarcastic, or was that a joke? Or
No, I thought Alex was making a moral point that people can have about pornographers, while also not, like the whatever show, like what that is that guy's a pornographer. But he wasn't saying like, let's
But
go
he also
stop
supports
him.
sex work. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, like it's very strange. You hop on a plane, fly 3,000 miles, and build an audience of men who want to look at tits. Very strange.
well,
No
I thought
offense.
that was, and I don't know if you intended it this way or not. I'm just approaching it in the context of the argument that was presented there. But I thought that was a masterful way to completely derail and not answer someone's question, and at the same time make them not pay attention to the fact that you didn't fucking answer it because you gave them a compliment, and you just went right on with your side, man. And you got one more point than Alex because of that, and that's why I wanted to point that out. It was real close though. You guys were like neck and neck, but I mean that right there was just like the deciding factor. Was just when you did that, it was like that was complete derailment, and then you continued on with what you were doing, and he never came back around to it.
All right. So we have a 3-0 judgment in favor of Duck, which I never thought I'd see on this.
Yeah, it's a first.
And Alex, I disagree. I thought that your argument was better, but that's just because I'm biased towards commies, and
That's the only reason, Alex.
Wait. How am I?
It's not because you actually made a good argument.
Well, how am I a commie though? That's what.
Not
I'm
you,
actually
bro.
working.
Duck.
Okay.
Duck is the commie, not
Well,
you.
I guess I have another comment more for Alex. If you're going to be arguing this position again, I think it would be good to exploit maybe like the short attention span that the social media is causing. Because I know even just on like job sites, there are a lot of like Gen Zs coming up that just don't know how to function correctly without constantly being on their phone, or they're not able to take directions well because of their short attention spans.
Well, if I could real quick though, actually, ticky-tack. Like here's the reason why I brought up like Reykjavik is like because they're actually like the volcano that actually took place. It actually had a drastic effect upon people all across the country. But the thing is, people don't really give a shit about that stuff until it actually affects them, essentially. But the thing is, like I could definitely say the short attention span is because our mindset is so we have like the attention span of goldfish, essentially. If it's not something that actually grasps our attention after like 20 seconds, we changed the channel essentially. I mean, I definitely could have made a better argument. I'm not mad about it though. So
yeah, I would even say with the TV argument, people do that with television too. If it doesn't catch their attention, they just switch to the next channel. It's kind of like the same correlation there, even with the internet. The internet's the attention whore, similar to TV. So that's why, for me, like I wish Duck would have really honed in on that on you, but he didn't do that. Kind of a missed opportunity for Duck, to be honest. But I think Duck had more, like a lot more examples with the eBay, the Amazon, even with the OnlyFans. Even though I disagree with that, I think that's a net negative on that. But nevertheless, you didn't push back on that, Alex, and so you actually conceded to that.
You're just mad at me for some reason. That's all.
All right.
That's all it is.
No, Alex, you're just a
mad at
shitty debater, bro. That's all you are. You're just a shitty debater.
So I'm going to say this. So Smoking Spaceman has put the link to Alec Kirsch's channel in the chat. So please go out there and subscribe to Alex Kirsch, because he makes content and he's a champ and a pro for coming up here and debating. It's not easy to do this because there's more people watching than there are debating. And so I tip my hat to you for doing that. And very appreciative. And if you have any last words you want to say before you make your gracious exit, we would love to hear what you have to say.
Nels, I'm just thankful for the opportunity, and thank you for the $40 to somebody contribute to me and Duck. Duck, I appreciate the opportunity. I think that was actually a very good debate, essentially. And yeah, that's all there is to it. Take care.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Have a good one, Alex. Really nice talking.
Always.
Yeah.
Could I offer some critiques as well?
Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
So I think so first off, I do agree that Duck won. I think he sealed it right in the beginning when he really just made the argument about connectivity. So similar to how the interstate highway system increased productivity just by increasing connectivity, he made that argument with the internet, and that actually I think was a pretty foolproof thing. Now he didn't say the word connectivity, but he basically made that argument, and that was really good. But I would say in terms of both debaters made a lot of claims about how they feel, and so I think that those aren't the best arguments how they feel. But I think Duck showed a greater grasp of the overall situation. I would give one. I would say to Alex, you kept using terms like, and again, I'm not trying. I actually wrote it down. You said people are getting lazier over time. So there's the issue of correlation and causation. You never actually demonstrated that the internet caused it, and there's no time frame for when you think this actually begins. The second thing, after people are getting lazier over time, which is an assertion without proof, the second thing you said was people are drawn to this. And so there's the question of human nature. Is the internet a cause, or is it playing into something that was already there? And then a third thing, I think you could have had a moral argument if the debate was really phrased as, is the internet accelerating degeneracy versus laziness? That might have been an argument. But as was already pointed out by Jake, you already conceded that you don't actually even care about that. So I think
No, I was going to say, Alex, another thing that Duck brought up, just to give you advice, Duck brought up the Amazon situation, which is a good correlation here, because when you look at people going out to like Walmart, etc., they're ordering more stuff off the internet more than ever, right? More people will just order shit. So it's a convenience. When your argument was, well, it wasn't your argument, but I'm just, paraphrasing it. Convenience makes people lazy. I think that is true. Convenience does. Calculators have made people stupider when it comes to math, right? GPS has made people dumber when it comes to navigating their environment. Like in other words, all that help on the internet has made people essentially, to the debate prompt, dumber, which you could have used. Amazon's a good example of that. That people are less likely to go out, socialize, etc., or go out and get their resources rather than ordering it off the internet. That I think you could have focused on with Duck. I'm just saying, like, if I was in that debate or in your position, if I was arguing that, I would have honed on that.
So as a bunch of libs too, y'all could have done the whole like social emotional intelligence aspect of people being separated by technology and not being all touchy feely like they're supposed to be, and hugging trees out in the wild like y'all are supposed to do, right?
Hugging trees. Where's the technology for hugging trees? Come on, dude.
Yeah, exactly, right. So people are stuck in front of screens instead of going to orgies and stuff,
Well,
right?
it'd be kind of hypocritical for me to say, "Oh, we shouldn't use technology." Here we are using technology, though. I mean, come on, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, that is true too. That's a good point, Alex.
That actually wouldn't have been hypocritical for you though, Alex, because you have to use it to get your voice out, right? So I mean, it's a necessity to be able to be heard in this era. So just because you're using it because it's a necessity doesn't mean that you can't say that, we shouldn't be depending on it so heavily or whatnot,
Well, I can honestly say, let's be honest though, not talking about the debate. Essentially, if our technology fucking ceased right now, the entire country would go to shit. It's not even close. I'm not being hyperbolic, because what else do we need? Everything that we utilize today relies upon the internet and technology. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah. I to some extent, yeah.
No, there is no extent. I mean, let's think about it. Gas won't get pumped, farms won't get harvested. Stuff won't get ordered on the internet. People
they
won't
did
be able
all
to
that before the internet, Alex.
Right, but I think the point that he's making isn't.
Wait. Do you think
saying
actually
is the dependency?
The dependency's gone up. It's more convenient.
It really has.
Yeah, but they were pumping gas prior before the internet.
There's a lot of things we were doing before the internet, but do you think we could? No. But do you think we could? Okay, if the internet shut down right now, how do you think a society would go, Jake?
No, I agree with you, Alex. I'm saying
10% functionality at best.
But
10% functionality.
But Alex,
that's how it would go.
It wouldn't go to shit, Alex. That's the thing.
It would go to shit.
I would argue that it would, because think about how many tractors exist out there that need to be on the internet in order to function. If the internet shuts off, the computer shuts down.
Think about planes that would fall out of the sky.
Plants? What'd you
say?
Planes.
Oh, planes. My bad.
Planes. Their autopilot depends extensively on being able to reference the IFF point or the NRSA points or whatever it is all over the globe.
Yeah,
I think what he's saying though, there is a certain level of I don't know if I'd say necessity, but extremely strong correlative that would say if technology died off overnight, if somebody EMP'd the entire United States, we would be less than 10% functional, and it would take us a long time to be able to
adjust, right?
Get back up. I'm not even saying adjusting, because I don't think that. I'm going to have to go with him here. I think that there has been a dependency that has been created upon technology and technological uses, to the point where a lot of the old ways of doing things, you can go back to the farms, agriculture, right? A lot of the old technologies aren't even on the fucking farms anymore. So if the new tech stopped, that farm shuts down. Those crops perish. I mean, you're fucked. You're done.
Now,
and that's
cleaner.
just one aspect.
Yeah, cleaner. I totally agree with you on that. However, I am saying that I think humans have adjusted to the point of thousands of years before the internet that we can readjust and actually get back into society without that technology. I don't think it will. Well, when I said go to shit,
I don't know, man.
Hold on, wait. So we're gonna move the show along. Okay, so
before me and Cleaner start debating this, but yeah,
Alex, you go ahead and drop yourself off, buddy. And thanks for being here, man.
Have a good one, Alex.
Take care.
And we've got, in terms of possible debaters, Tim Hale, and we've got Duck, and we have, let's see, the board sergeant at arms. And I think those three are the only available. So we really only need one more paid for 1v1. And then we'll be able to have the final round, right? So $15 from anybody in the chat, and we'll get really close to the end. Or if not, in about 20 minutes or so, I'll just pick the two, and we'll do it or whatever. But there's other moves here as well for tonight. They're discounted prices. You can do a judge debate if you want to. Make two judges debate for $20. That would be fun. There's a dead horse whip where the next two debates have the same exact prompt. That's my favorite, actually, because
Anson, who came up with all these, by the way?
I did.
Was you okay? All right, I was just wondering. Interesting.
Yeah. So you can do a summary judgment on a debate, and that's where you have the judge only judge the opening statements for their count of who won. You could do a crippled operator for $10. That's where you remove the opening statement from one of the debaters where they don't get to make an opening statement, basically just hobbling them from the start. And yeah, those are all options basically out there. But yeah, we just need that 1v1 now, guys. $15, and we will see the results of who is in the finals.
The choice is yours.
Yeah. Anyone want to go halvesies with me for a Cleaner versus Anson debate? Paige, I am not a judge tonight. I am the host moderator. So I am not on the chopping block for this evening. Much like Grid is usually, I am off the table.
Yeah, I think she knows that.
Yeah.
I think she wanted to see two of the quote unquote judges going at it.
Yeah.
I think when
But how much theoretically, Anson? How much would that cost?
How much would what cost?
Like Anson versus Cleaner or myself or whatever. Like, how much would that cost? Just theoretically.
I'm not a good debater. Like, I don't want to disappoint. The last time I debated, I did horrible. That was against that fat guy. What was his name?
Ben Thorpe.
No,
Ben
not
Thorpe?
Ben Thorpe. No,
Albert.
Yeah, the Spurgy fat guy that was on here. Grid's buddy. I don't remember what his name is. Spurgy fat guy. He called me a Nazi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. He just wasn't. He wasn't a very memorable character, so it's really hard for me to remember who you're talking about.
Spurgy Fat's
I remember it, but I just.
Fatty McFatso.
I think it's 20 for two of the judges to go at it, isn't it?
Yeah, 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jake would be really good to debate against Cleaner. I'd like to see that. Jake's a really good debater.
I don't think I am, bro. I really don't. How much for Grid versus Jake?
Grid's not on the stream. Grid's sleeping.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, he's still on the panel, isn't he? Oh, yeah.
To keep it open. Yeah.
Keep it open. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Streamlabs is a terrible software system.
I don't know why Grid uses it, bro.
How are we going to stop the stream after this is all over?
Yeah.
All that has to happen is if Anson boots Grid, it will boot him from the link, and then it should shut it down.
Anson, you have the power to do that, right?
Yeah, Tiki Tac should too.
24-hour stream. Let's go.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, I can do that.
What does the stream say? Shill, 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 shill.
Or Anson, maybe you should just call Grid and wake him up if it doesn't work, and just have him fucking just kill out the stream. That could be an idea. Like just wake his ass up. Fuck it.
Grid's never given me his phone number. The best I could do was a Discord call.
Oh. Yeah, I don't have Grid's number. I have Glenn's number. Maybe I'll call. Is Glenn and Grid
be funny as hell.
in the same hotel in the same?
Yeah,
room,
they are.
maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll just call Glenn and have him wake up.
The event they're doing is that at the hotel? I don't remember if he said that earlier.
Yeah, he did. He said it earlier. It's at the hotel.
Oh.
And
I thought so.
Admiral Gibbs is the name of the Fatty McFatso that I was talking about.
Okay.
Oh, I've never heard of him.
He's in the Twitch panel libosphere.
Gotcha.
He's an interesting character. He seems like he's on I don't know, cocaina or something like that, like 99% of the time.
Yeah.
Because he talks like faster than Destiny, which I didn't know was possible. But he makes a lot of good points though when he's arguing. He does.
Yeah. Like in terms of judging, like I usually judge, and my rubric that I have, like he ticked off more boxes in his 1 minute opening statement than some people do entire debates. Right? I mean, it was like every single word that came out of his mouth was some sort of rhetorical trick. It was beautiful. But yeah, I don't like that guy.
Fucking brilliant. Can't stand the motherfucker.
Yeah, I hate smart people. That's it. So, yeah, it doesn't look like the chat's going to cooperate with $15.
I think Tim and Board are the only ones that haven't debated each other, right?
No, I'm bored.
Oh wait, they did.
Board
Yeah.
chairman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see. How many debates have you had, Patrick? You just had one?
Just had one.
Yeah. And Tim, how many have you had? You've had two, right?
Tonight, yeah, 2, I think.
Duck's had a bunch.
Yeah, Duck's had a lot.
Yeah.
I think he had 3. Duck.
Yeah. So the next debate, if the chat doesn't pick, I'm going to put Board Sergeant at Arms against Tim Hale, and see how that goes.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, if y'all don't want to pick somebody, then that means Duck's going to make it into the semifinals, and make it into the championship round.
DuckTales.
And we don't want Duck to win. So come on, guys. Put him up against any one of these guys.
Duck can totally win.
I believe in myself. I think I'm on the upswing, baby.
Yeah.
You gotta know I'm always in it.
Have you ever read The Little Engine That Could? Have you ever read that book, Duck?
I haven't. What
You
is
should.
that one about?
The Little Engine That Could.
No.
It's a really awesome book, and you just reminded me of it with what you said.
Wasn't the little engine like retarded or something?
No.
I'm
It was supposed to be like.
I'm kidding. It's a jab.
It was supposed to be like a representation of a kid learning the mentality of perseverance, right?
Yeah.
He kept saying, "I think I can. I think I can. I can get there. I think I can." You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jake, show some respect, Jake. It's R-slurred locomotive.
Sorry. Arsler locomotive. Yeah, there you go. Got it.
Oh, you can't say retarded train?
Oh, Lindsay thinks that she can fix you, Jake.
Oh shit! I thought I was muted.
We will see. No. You can change the world, but you ain't changing me. All right.
Yeah, the little engine that could. Isn't that Mark Twain poem about was that Engine Joe or whatever his name was?
No, that was Engine Joe. You know what's really funny about that statement? Like, women and men always get this topic so misunderstood. Men are always like, "There's nothing wrong with me." Women are like, "I can fix you."
Yeah, dude.
It's like for real. Like we're like, dude, I'm doing my thing. I'm out here making money. I'm doing my job. I'm learning. I'm doing good at it. I can provide for a good lady. Lady comes along and goes, "Don't worry. I can fix everything about you." And it's like, wait a minute. I'm already a good dude. You want to turn me into something else? What the fuck?
And cleaner,
You know?
before you know it, you gain fucking 40 pounds and you're more of a simp. Next thing you know, you're voting for Kamala Harris, bro. That's
Fuck
what
that. That
is.
ain't happening. That ain't
That's what
happening.
it is,
No.
bro.
Chat 3 minutes. Nope. 3 minutes to pick the 1v1, and then I'm gonna select who the final 2 are that y'all can buy the 1v1 for. And there's all these other chat moves you can do. I'd hate to take your power from you, but that's my job as the chairman.
Chat empowerment.
Yeah, and there's a lot of broads in the chat tonight too. Y'all need to get your man or whoever it is that's providing for you to pony up some dough.
Yeah. How much is it for a 1v1 again?
$15.
15 big smackaroos, 15 bones, 15 tenderonis.
I
That's
get the point.
15 tiers of a man's hard work life, or woman.
I think I got
or
it.
any gender.
Spaceman, I like that Sisyphus reference. Good job.
Yeah, that syphilis reference was really cool.
All right, giggity
That's an accusation. I do not drink. Those are mistruths.
Let's go. We got one smart person in chat. Well, I think Lindsay, because she wanted some airtime for your buddy duck, and then we see Beth coming out for your buddy duck. It's all of it. It's all
Let's
of
make it happen.
Duck versus
Duck, you need to earn your final.
Patrick.
Oh,
All right.
shit. You'd have to earn this meal to.
You got to earn it,
go up
Duck.
against him another time. Patrick.
Tim's gonna be the main event, bro.
Patrick O'Toolahan. Patrick O'Toolahan.
Thank you, Jake, for the 1v1 purchase. Yeah, let's fucking go. All right.
Second, let me get 1 second, and I'll be right back. Just like literally 15 seconds.
Yep. Yep. He's 15. Are you counting, Duck? I think this is going to be a rage quit.
Yeah. It is. It can. We can be charitable, and if he drops, it's a Wi-Fi issue. Must be a Wi-Fi issue.
Yeah, I don't know. So what's that tattoo of on your arm right there? It looks like a rose with words.
Yeah, it says know thyself. So I used to work at a brewery in Arizona, one of the bigger breweries in the state. And one night after work, we had a beer, and someone was like, "Oh, there's a tattoo expo in Mesa tonight." And I said, "Oh, there's a tattoo expo. Well, I have a tattoo. Let's go to the tattoo expo." And when I came home, I had 2 tattoos.
So Powder Dusty, you gave $5. So if you want to assign that to a chat move, you can add some time, change a screen name, or teach one of the losers a lesson, or even do summary judgment if you so desire. Summary judgment is where we judge their debate solely on their opening statement and not upon the actual substance of their subsequent argument. You can even do a late ticket and buy somebody up if you want to, but I prefer the loser lesson where they have to read a logical fallacy that they committed during their debate to shame them.
I'm back, just so you guys know. I'm sorry about that.
All right.
We all Gucci. We are Gucci.
So, what do y'all want to debate? I mean, Patrick's a conservative libertarian, and I have no idea what Duck is, but it's to the left of most people. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Patrick's been a cool sport. I've been talking all night, debating all night. So, I mean, if he's got a topic in mind, I'm happy to weigh in and see if it's something that we could argue about. Anything.
No, I think I duck on everything.
Cool.
So I get to pick the topic, is what y'all are saying?
You can throw up some suggestions, sure.
Yeah. All right. So, are foot fetishes more common than we think?
Let's Duck has a suggestion. And Let's Duck. I mean, I think they are more common than we think, but yeah.
I mean, I would normally say I don't have like a strong opinion about a foot fetish, but no, I don't think foot fetishes. I don't think foot fetishes or any fetishes are more common than we think.
How common do you think they are?
I wouldn't know. I bet. I mean, I'm sure somebody did the math, but.
Okay, well, how about this one? Which is better, standing sex or bed sex?
I don't want to debate that one.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine.
Better.
I think both is the answer, but doesn't matter. Right.
I want that one. I want that topic.
You want that? Okay. We'll do a different one since Duck's not happy about it. And I'm actually very passionate about this one because I have strong opinions on the subject.
Yeah.
Here we go. Should foot fetish be shamed?
What are you trying to tell us here, Anson?
No.
No, you shouldn't shame a foot fetish. What about any fetish? Should any fetish be shamed?
Some fetishes probably should be pathologized, but I wouldn't say that they should be. I wouldn't say that they should be shamed.
Some fetishes should be shamed, and people should be exiled for them.
So Patrick, you are of the opinion that we should shame fetishes?
We should. This is like very different from maybe what we would normally talk about in this regard, but definitely some people should be, because you understand what kind of society that I would strive for. Definitely people should be exiled for certain behaviors, and potentially their fetishes would be one of those behaviors that they should be exiled for.
All right. So name a fetish that you think someone should be exiled for.
If they enjoy PDF files.
No, we're not doing that one. That's not going to happen on YouTube. There's no way. That's not going to happen. Think of a different one.
That's the primary.
Okay, what about should thrumples be shamed?
What is a thruple?
It's where you're in a relationship. Like if I had two chicks, we were, together all at once.
I don't know if I would say shamed.
In like a relationship.
The reason I have a problem with the shame word is
say like a thruple with two cousins, where like you had, two cousins and you were like in a relationship with both of them.
That would be
not your cousins.
Yeah, that would still be incest.
No,
that would still be participating in incest.
No, because you would be with both of them, but they wouldn't be with each other.
But then that's not then you're not in a monogamous relationship. You're facilitating something which is still like incest.
No, they're not doing anything. So you're saying that's worthy of shame?
I think shame is a tactic, but it's worth I would say an inquiry or a moral inquiry if someone is going to be very public about something that maybe even should be public. I don't understand totally why. I don't know. I don't have that strong of an opinion about it, I guess.
I think we could get deeper into this, because it seems like you maybe have a problem with people shaming people or exiling people for certain behaviors, which would, for me, be talking about freedom of association. And so maybe we could talk about that and things related to that.
All right, guys, y'all are killing me here. Y'all are making this way harder than it needs to be. Okay, so yeah, I don't want to use that word though. The I word with the cest, I think that's close to TOS too. So we're not going to use that.
I want to talk about freedom of association now that we're on it. So if you have something related to freedom of association, I would love to talk.
Okay, what about your freedom to associate with a sex bot? Should marrying a sex bot be shamed?
I guess. I don't. That's a weird prompt, Anson. I don't know.
People marry all kinds of stupid stuff. There's stupid people. Should those people be shamed?
Sure. They should be shamed.
Should you be shamed for marrying a sex bot?
I don't know if we should exile them, but they should be shamed for that.
Legally, it would be the same thing as
not legally.
Information.
Not legally.
We typically don't shame people for doing legal things.
Yeah, we do. All the time.
Well, some people, yeah, okay, so when I'm a millennial, so people were really hateful of marijuana when I was growing up. But it wasn't everyone, right? You also had the Tommy Chong counterculture.
Right. Yeah. So you're gonna. Yeah, I understand. You're gonna argue from the leftist. People do what feels good kind of position, right? So sex bots
Yeah.
are up for marriage without shame?
Were you debating a Mormon before you came, Duck?
Yeah.
What'd you debate him on?
So we had a very brief, interesting conversation. It was about whether, like, okay, so Mormons endorsed polygamy, and in some senses said that you can only really be like saved if you have a polygamous relationship. And my point was all of what you're saying is bullshit, but also, it's weird because Christians and people like, no offense, but Crucible fans will say, well, this is so damning for Mormonism, but they won't look at the same facts about, like, there's a recency bias because we know polygamy happened in the 1800s. So if you see Mormons being bad in 1800, that's really bad. But is it the same thing from an epistemic or from an opinion standpoint that it's like, well, Christians aren't shamed even though Christians had slaves. Christians committed all kinds of crimes. Christians abused animals. All this stuff just because it was 2,000 years ago. Does that make
abolitionist movement?
Shame? It does. I don't know if that makes sense, but.
All right, so we're no closer to a prompt because you're being kind of squirrely there, Trump's baby. So I don't know, man. I mean, do you not want to take a affirmative or a negative position on shame? How do you feel about shame? Is shame a good tool for use in stopping bad behavior?
No.
Patrick, is shame a good tool to use for stopping bad behavior?
Shame and exile are both good tools for stopping bad behavior.
So we will use the prompt that shame is an effective tool for stopping bad behavior. Patrick is on the affirmative, Duck is on the negative. Does that sound good?
That's fine.
Duck?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. Then I will remind y'all, think about what y'all are going to say for a second. And I'll remind everybody about the possible moves that they can make. Y'all can make judge moves now where you, decide to make the judges do an emotional judgment where they judge the debate on emotions, a fallacy judgment where you make the judges judge this debate on what kind of logical fallacies were used and name a logical fallacy in their judgment that they use for their decision. You can do a $5 loser lesson where you make the loser of the debate decide to, read a logical fallacy that they used. Let's see. Summary judgment where the judges can only judge on the opening statements. You can also do a dead horse whip where you make this debate and the next debate the same topic. So have y'all got y'all's thoughts together?
I think I'm ready. I don't know.
The prompt very specifically is.
Do you mind before
Yeah.
the opening statements? Do you mind putting it in chat and pinning it on the screen for us? Thanks.
Okay. Shame is not. What did I say, Patrick?
Shame.
What?
You made an affirmative statement. You said shame is useful for something.
Shame is useful for stopping negative behavior.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Patrick is the positive.
Of course.
And Duck is the negative. All right. I will pin that as requested into the screen. And it's going to take a minute because, Grid uses this budget software for some reason.
It's because it's because Elgato or Logitech or someone makes it. I think Grid's he's a big time supporter of the Fortune 100s and Fortune 500s. He loves them.
Shame is useful for stopping negative behaviors. Patrick is the positive. Duck is the negative. All right, and I will set the timer. It's already set for 1 minute. Patrick, you start because you are the positive position, and go.
Well, I hate being in a positive position, but
ultimately the community, from a lot of points of view, especially anybody that agrees with democracy, would say that essentially the popular opinion is the opinion that matters. Therefore, if the culture and the society and the people therefore agree that a certain behavior is right and a certain behavior is wrong, then a certain behavior should be ostracized and a certain behavior should not be ostracized. So certain behaviors are accepted and celebrated, and certain behaviors are not celebrated and are in fact ostracized. Therefore, those people are shamed, those people are exiled, those people are disallowed or disaffected from the community. Those things can take place in a multitude of ways. If we have somebody living in the cul-de-sac, for example, that we know steals other people's lawnmowers or weed eaters or whatever, then we probably don't let that guy borrow our items. We probably don't let that guy do et cetera and so on.
All right, stop. Your time is up. Hold those thoughts for the actual debate. Duck, your minute starts now.
So it's a great point about people stealing lawnmowers. Shame isn't an effective tool. We've seen this with antinatalism movements where women were shamed out of for not wanting to have kids. And guess what? In 2025, women decide to have a kid in the same way that they've always decided. If you need another example, look at the birther movement. The birther movement against Barack Obama. What are Democrats doing today? We're supporting. Our last president was Biden before Donald Trump. Democrats still support Kamala Harris. She's not the president, but Democrats support her. Democrats still take to the streets, not just the LA protests and the No Kings protests, but before that. Using shame and saying that someone supports a president who's not from another country, you're so stupid, you're so ignorant, you're so foolish, can be applied to almost anything, and people still have the freedom to decide. That's ultimately what a democracy is also about. Is that we're able to understand
All right,
behavioral
your
patterns.
minute is up, and I'm setting it for 5 minutes. If anybody in the chat wants to add any time, it's $2 per minute. And gentlemen, ready, set, go.
Are you saying that you're against popular democracy and popular culture by not allowing people to shame other people for doing things that are against those things?
No, so if we look at democracy, it has populist movements, it has majoritarian, it has minority movements. Some people even argue it as group-based movements, but at the core of all those things, people are ultimately deciding what's best for themselves. And so when we're talking about shame as a cultural movement, this is something usually an individual decides upon in order to join maybe whatever you mean by a popular group. But I'd like to go back to your example about the lawnmower. And so saying that someone has a proclivity to steal things, how would you know that versus saying that like a African American in the 1930s had a proclivity to smoke marijuana?
I feel like you answered my previous question about if what you're saying is going against. You're essentially saying that people can't decide within popular culture and popular opinion that within their community they don't want certain behaviors to propagate. Then they can't decide. That is what you're saying, and that is at the root of what I'm asking you. And you said a lot of things, but you didn't really answer that question. And so
Right. So if something is a violation of someone's rights, yeah, you can pass a law. There's also other like formal legislative means, like you can elect, whatever it is, a county assessor, different commerce departments that can basically shape a community to have less condos. But those are also direct democracy things, right? You have to get zoned to build more apartments, zoned to build more condos, things like this. You don't have a mechanism in a democracy to say, I don't want a guy to steal lawnmowers. And so even in a serious context where you can say something like, I don't want illegal immigrants, how does this not ultimately reflect a judgmental person's bias? Because you can't really find like a theft-oriented attitude or a not having a green card attitude in the United States. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but democracy reflects any judgmental person's bias because democracy could vote to not have democracy anymore. like that. And I guess that's
but
what.
speak clearly. So speak clearly, because when you make a universal statement that democracy is based on bias, this is what authoritarians and people from other ideologies say about democracy. So in democracy, you're allowed to express a bias, and yes, it might have a political. What I'll grant you is that democracy might be political towards democracy itself. So I'm not sure how this has to do with the debate, but
I'm answering your question.
I don't. That is incoherent in my view, or I drastically don't understand that.
Answered your question, and so I'd ask you to go back and maybe re-ask me the question to further clarify, and then I'll
Yeah,
answer.
so your example was someone in your cul-de-sac. Let's stay with this. Someone in your cul-de-sac is a lawnmower thief, and so you should shame them for being a thief. Well, there's a law about someone actually stealing something, but a person, if they didn't break the law, why would you shame that? Why would you shame that person? That doesn't make sense.
So
You're just saying you get to make up assumptions and judgments about people, and I gave you two examples of the birther movement as well as the anti-natalist movement. Can you respond to those, please?
I'm not making up. I'm responding directly to the question that you asked me, rather than those other assumptions. Is that the question that you just asked me is that if the popular society in the cul-de-sac believes that stealing is wrong, then they would ostracize and shame that individual. Then why? I don't understand how in a popular democracy they would not be able to ostracize that individual.
Well, do you want to talk about it? Why don't we talk about addiction? So when we see a social phenomenon or a attitude of a theft-oriented attitude, why isn't there like an addiction-oriented attitude? Absolutely, there are a lot of puritanical people that shamed people who wanted to drink alcohol in the 1920s and 30s. How is it not the case that this was an example of shame going the wrong way, where people were prying into other people's business where it didn't belong? They were both creating an envelope that goes over an issue, as well as a crowbar to get into an individual person. That's an invasion of privacy. And so, if I'm saying this is biased, that's really damning. If I'm saying that this is an invasion of privacy, that's just stupid.
Expand upon okay, I can see how what you're saying as far as if somebody is drinking, I shouldn't have a problem with that necessarily, but I don't understand how that relates to our point that we're talking about here.
But do you not see how this sounds like you're conceding the debate? You give me a vague example about using someone stealing a lawnmower. Where does this actually fit? And then you generally reference popular culture and society. What's the argument?
I like this. This was good, Paige. The argument is, in a world where the law failed us and your neighbor can steal your personal belongings, that we shouldn't be able to discourage through our own devices, i.e. shame. That is a weird argument. But I'm not going to sully the pure minds of our judges with my moderator bias.
Yeah, don't.
So I'm going to start with Ticky Tack. Sir, you go ahead and you cast aspersion.
Yeah, so I think Patrick kind of struggled on really tying down into the topic, which is shame is useful for stopping negative behavior, and I think he only demonstrated essentially like moving the negative behavior out of a community. The shame and ostracizing. So you're essentially pushing somebody out of the community, but it never really demonstrates how it stops the negative behavior. And I think Duck was good in presenting examples of certain movements that actually demonstrated where shame never actually worked. So that's why I'm giving my vote to Duck.
Duck, you got a point. And Cleaner, what say you?
I actually thought that the argument that Patrick made about the lawnmowers specifically spoke to and laid out the framework for how shaming does work, and Duck wasn't really able to defeat that. What Patrick was saying was, if you shame the person who borrows someone's lawnmower and never gives it back, um, and don't let them borrow your lawnmower anymore, then they can't steal it and keep it. And that would necessarily be true unless they chose to break into your house. But that wasn't part of what was brought into it. Duck never said, well, they could break into your house. So that didn't really offer defeat towards what Patrick was saying. Overall, though, I think Patrick had 11 points and Duck had 9. So I got this one on Patrick.
Fuck.
Oh, cool. And Mr. VO Pod.
Yeah, I got to be the tiebreaker here. This one's really close. There was things that I was going back and forth because I was listening very carefully on this. One thing that Duck was kind of bringing up was about he was talking about law when it comes. He asked a good question that just because something's against the law, does that mean that we should shame it, right? Especially because Board was talking about specifically shaming on the theft aspect of things. I think Duck did a good idea of kind of bringing up the law perspective of things compared to just regular social shaming. I think there's two different things there. Overall, it was pretty close, and it's really hard for me to kind of decide this. Oh man. But overall, it's pretty close. I think I'd have to give the edge. I think, and it kind of sucks. I think I'd have to give the edge to Duck, only because I just kind of feel like Duck did a good job of bringing up like historical events on shaming that didn't work. That was one component there, and I feel like Board could have emphasized a little bit more when it comes to the shaming aspect of other things outside of law, for example, homosexuality, etc. That would have nailed in his point a little bit better, in my opinion. So I'm sorry, Board. I really loved your tactic here. Very close, but I think I got to give it to Duck, man. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry.
So
All right.
I wish I wasn't the deciding voter. I was kind of hoping that Cleaner would have gone with Board, and then I'm sorry, with Duck or whoever if it was decided beforehand. So,
all right. Yeah,
it was
Board,
close, man.
I think as a piece of constructive criticism, try to understand where justice and law came from. The world understanding of justice and law. And if you want to take it to the extreme so that you can understand it as it was formed, look at Hammurabi's code. That would be the most extreme format of law, where an eye for an eye, a thief would lose a hand. The extension here is shame itself. Shame itself is law and order. It is the judiciary process. People are essentially shamed through law and order out of our society and exiled into jails because they did something wrong, and we're saying you're guilty, bad person, go the fuck out of our society for a while. And so I think you could strengthen your argument bringing that construct to your argument.
Right. Well, I really tried to bring the flaw of even appealing to consensus in this way, which cuts both ways, to be fair, against him, because he was bringing the law into it. Well, if you're going to consensus regarding the law, then consensus can just get rid of democracy itself.
Right.
I don't feel like that point was addressed, but I see that didn't hit with the judges, because it cuts both ways. But yeah.
Well, it does, but the way that you stop it from cutting both ways is link it to shame, right? Because it is the logical extension of shame. So if you're able to link it to that concept, then he did already performatively concede the argument once you link it.
Hey, Pat, I think you could have also just hammered on the point of the prompt. Technically, the prompt was not, is shame infallible? It simply, is it useful? So he could have gone on about things like the birther movement or whatever, but as long as you stayed on point and reinforced the fact that there are examples where it is true that shame is actually useful and it has utility, I think you should have just kept hammering on that.
Yeah.
So
definitely focus on social issues, because I think that's where shame really really expands, is on more on social issues than with Duck bringing up the law. But honestly, Board, I agree with you. I think social shame is actually better for society on that. So
the prompt was sufficiently broad enough that anytime that Duck tried to talk about, like, tried to segue and say that the legal frameworks weren't shame in some way in his argument, that wasn't exactly true. Patrick, you could have just said that punishing someone for breaking law is a type of social shame enforcement, because we've codified the shame and regimented it. Doesn't make it any less shame.
Right. That
Even
would have
going
been
to
the
jail.
linking statement. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Even
then
criminals are shamed. Yeah. Criminals
and even
people
to
who go
the
to jail are
extent,
shamed.
even to the extent where he brought up the democratic process and how, like, voting, right? So the conceptual understanding of what we don't want to happen in society would be represented and shamed by the 51% that said we do want this other thing, not that thing. Like, I don't know, the topic of schmortion or however, right? Like, we voted it to go down to the states now. Well, I mean, that happened because we shamed the societal construct into pushing it down there. So
That's another
that
good point.
shows, like, it would show that it does actually work.
Another sociological argument you could have made too, which might be more appealing to Duck, I don't know, is the just the fact that all societies ultimately have mores and morals, and that ultimately is a huge part of social cohesion.
True. Yep.
Yeah. Board, you did a really great job. Honestly, I don't think I would have, on the top of my head, debated it any better than you, to be honest. Because I wouldn't have known which direction exactly where I would have gone off the bat. So I give you props, man.
All right, Patrick, let everybody know where to find you, man.
Well, I appreciate everybody's feedback. You guys have been very kind and generous to me. And I appreciate Doc for debating me on this topic. It was a great debate, and all the judges. I appreciate all you guys and the chairman for moderating tonight. You can find, I'm not really anywhere, but you can find me on Monday nights on the Chairman of the Board's channel on his panel. And so I appreciate all you guys, and thank you guys so much for being willing to give your time to this, man. You guys have a good night.
All right. And now there are 2. And the number of chat moves that you have been reduced a little bit. But chat, you can still participate and punish these people for their participation in the debate. I've gone over these plenty tonight. I'm not going to do it again. I'm just going to get into it. We're going to start debating. If anybody in the chat wants to make any moves about forcing specific prompts.
Yeah. Tim, you better win, bro. You beat him last time. Come on.
15 to force a prompt if you want to force a prompt. Let's see here. And we're going to move that right there. There we go. All right. So what do you find?
Wait, Tim, do you guys want to burn 5 minutes so we can do the final showdown with the tomato audience?
Oh, yeah, sure. Is she sending her people over?
Yeah, they have it was a Wilson night, and they have 500 coming over.
Oh wow, that's pretty wild.
Many.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
kind of frightening, actually. Yeah, we can burn 5 minutes. Let me bring the judges back up for that. Did she say she was definitely going to do that?
Yeah, I think she decided on it. I can.
Send them
she
over.
said she needs 5
Yeah.
minutes. They're doing final thoughts.
Yeah, final thoughts. I like thoughts. They're nice.
Does someone want to spend $5 to change my name back to at DucksY.
Hell no.
at Ducks.
It all goes to grid, baby. It all goes to grid. It's only one
It's not
thing.
worth it. It's not worth it. That's a great name. Great name.
Trumps, baby.
Trump's baby. Not worth the $5 change.
Matching the flag.
But no, yeah, actually, just to clarify with you, Duck, I'm being very down the middle when it comes to you, bro, or when it comes to any of these lefties. I'm trying my best to really shoot it down the middle. I voted for you, I think, more times than I voted against you.
Jake, all I can tell you is I see you and hear you out there, and if you ever get into a physics debate, and I'm the judge, I will be very charitable from my grand scientific worldview.
Right on. Right on, man. Right on.
I'll debate science with you.
Oh, yeah, we could definitely do a science debate sometime. That would be cool.
Are you a science major or anything like that?
I have a bachelor's of science, so I had the choice to either do 2 years of language in college or do, however many stats classes.
Yeah.
And with the bachelor's of science, I had math credits from high school. I didn't actually learn math, but I had the credits. And so I did a bachelor's of science in political science, social science, as it were.
I'll throw these two topics. Well, what are your thoughts on climate change? Do you think it's a concern that humanity should, do you think we should be concerned about it?
Without getting too detailed, I think it's easy to anthropomorphize and describe climate change the way a human might want to, but absolutely there's human impact on the climate. Yeah.
Well, everybody wants to change Duck's name. First, we got name change. Duck name change. Trump's bitch. And then
that's a good one.
and then we've got a name change Duck to I'm not as think as you stoned I am. So
that's how that works.
So you get to be both of those.
Yeah.
It's the internet. It's funny.
Trump's bitch is a good one.
Duck, how versed are you on chemistry?
I don't know very much chemistry.
Okay.
I generally conceptually I remember there's different bonds, and I understand with OChem that there's not a mathematical formula. I understand molecules make up, or atoms make up more molecules and more interesting molecules, but I'm not a STEM person for sure.
I was going to bring up the properties of the Shroud of Turin, and I would be on the affirmative claim that is a real artifact that demonstrates Jesus Christ's resurrection. Would you debate that?
Yeah. So I think I don't know enough about that. To me, I haven't investigated or researched the Shroud of Turin because it's a supernatural claim. So from my opinion, it's.
This would be a later date thing, and we'd be able to exchange sources and studies with each other. I'm just wondering if it's a topic you'd be interested in.
I would go hunting on Discord, to be honest, bro. I'm sure there's someone that's really good at that kind of stuff, but it wouldn't be me.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to find topics. That's all.
What's good, fellas? How you doing?
Hey, Beth.
Would you be interested in arguing whether light is a wave or a particle, Duck?
That's an interesting one. Yeah, I would be. I would defend either a wave function of the view that light is a wave, or I would also defend the view that light is really only a particle.
Light is only a particle?
Yeah. There's no such thing as a wave function.
So wave? Wait. So waves don't. Oh wait, somebody donoed. Oh, who would have done? Oh, look at that.
What am I supposed to do?
So what are the new chat moves that was invented by the best guest host of this show? Was judge debates, where the judges have to debate each other if someone pays $20. So you get to pick which judges debate. There is Jake Project VO Pod, who is the best debater on the panel.
What's going on here? Okay.
And then there is Cleaner 409, who is the second best, and then there's Ticky Tack, who is an honorable mention.
I think Cleaner's a better debater than me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
man,
then I
but you're
think
at best.
Jake and Cleaner. should
Cleaner,
go at
yeah.
it.
There you go. We got it.
All right, cool. So
Beta
everybody's
raid. Awesome. Hey, everybody.
hi, Beth. Thanks for popping up.
What up, Beth?
She's just hanging out. She's not doing anything, and I'm using my
I'm
moderator
doing
privileges.
lots of work over here because Tuesday night I have to stomp Anson out.
Yeah, we have a debate Tuesday night on Glenn Lawrence's channel where we'll be debating unevenly yoked marriages being good and beneficial.
I'm gonna win.
No, you're not.
Yeah. Yeah. This. Sorry.
Also, raid incoming.
Awesome.
Just in time.
All right. So for this judge debate, well, first of all, I'm going to say thank you to the raid that had already come through. Yeah, thank you to the raid, everybody from the Raging Tomato that has stopped in here. And yeah, we're doing a judge debate right now, and then we will be doing our finale debate between the two contestants, the two operators this evening who made it through the gauntlet. And yeah, for our judge debate, we've got Cleaner 409, and we've got Jake Project VO Pod. Both of them are Texans, and they could probably debate Texas-related issues like how long is it going to take for it to turn into California? So, yeah, y'all go ahead and pick a topic. What y'all want?
Okay. I'm not too sure. Cleaner, I think me and Cleaner actually agree on a lot of things because he's not a fucking lunatic liberal.
All right. How about this? I think I've got one that well, let's see where you stand on this.
Go for it.
Where do you think morals come from?
Oh man, we're gonna go into the religious. God. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I believe morals are well, morality is subjective within society depending on your worldviews, but in my worldview, I would say morality would be objective. What about you, Cleaner? Are you a Christian?
Oh, I would say it doesn't really matter for what I'm arguing. I'm going to take the devil's advocate side here.
Oh boy! All right.
Yeah, I'll take.
So
the
I'll be on the
opposite.
defense. I'll be on the defense. Fuck it.
So,
All right.
so just to clarify, what have we decided this prompt is going to be?
Morals come from X religion.
Is morality subjective or objective?
That wouldn't be the claim. I would say it would be
What's your
objective
claim?
as well. But this is the thing. Okay, so like the secular mind misunderstands the religious mind in terms of religion. All right, religion to the religious mind is objective.
Sure.
But to the secular mind, religion
It's
is
subjective.
subjective, right? And so that's why I say my claim, as arguing the devil's advocate side for the secular, would be it is objective, but not in the way that you think it is. See what I'm saying?
Okay. So I'll play the defense. Let's roll with it.
So is morality subjective or objective? Is that the prompt?
No. I guess let's think of a better prompt there, Cleaner. Because we can agree that it's objective, but not in the way that I think, or the way that you perceive me to think it.
I could say morality comes from the basic functions of life.
The basic functions of life. Okay.
And morality comes from the basic functions of life. Cleaner is taking the affirmative.
Yep.
And
would you be good with that one, Jake?
The basic functions of life. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but okay, fuck it. Just for the sake of it.
Basically, like the two main functions of the cell. Every cell that's ever existed, every cell that ever will exist, has two basic functions: survive or reproduce. All morals are derived from those two concepts.
Okay, so this is more of like a biological form. So you'll make the argument that like necessary evil
This is an
could be
epistemic claim.
situation of morality. I think I might know where you're going with it. Yeah, fuck it. Let's try it out.
This will be fun.
Yeah, this would be fun. Honestly, yeah,
All
this
right.
is a new one here. Let's try it out.
All right, let's do it.
Can we start off with Cleaner? I just want to kind of hear his
So
argument.
morality comes from the basic functions of life. Cleaner is the affirmative. He goes first. Jake is the negative.
Yep.
Sound good?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. That means Cleaner, you start with your minute intro now.
All right. The two basic functions of the cell, which governs all life everywhere that we know of. We have not found any exceptions to this yet. The two basic functions are to survive or to reproduce. Every moral that we have come up with, every moral that has been dictated or socially constructed, has been an extension of one of these two principles. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay. So morality comes purely from reproduction and or survival purposes. So here's my opening statement here is I would say that when it comes to morality of where it comes from, the Bible states a lot of these things. For example, when it comes to reproduction of morality, I would say that not all reproduction would come from immoral standards. If you would say like something like grape would be morally justified, if that's the case, if it leads to reproduction, therefore it's morally justified. I would disagree with that. When it comes to what's the other thing that you said, reproduction or survival, survival purposes could make a better argument for that. But however, would you, for example, hypothetically grape your mom or have sexual intercourse with your mother in order for the survival of other human beings that you don't know? Certain type of things there would be morality perspective. That's the questions that I would have for Cleaner going into it.
All right, and that is time. We have lots of people that are new in the chat, so I'm going to go over the moves for them real quick. So you can, at this point in time, make a move to make the judges of this debate judge solely on the emotions that they felt and talk about the feels that they had about the debate. That's an emotional judgment. That's $10. You can have a fallacy judgment, but this is not any of those. This is a judge debate, so it's not actually being judged. This is more of a punishment for the judges. But this is just in general for the finale debate that occurs after this. This debate has been extended, y'all, and it is going to be 20 minutes long.
Fuck. All right, let's do it.
Yeah. All right. I have set the timer incorrectly. All right. I am ready. Y'all go for it now.
So Cleaner, when you stated that all morality is based off the cell of, for example, what you said, you said reproduction, right? And what was the other one?
Reproduction and survivability.
Survivability. So for example, hypothetically, when it comes to would you have sexual intercourse with, for example, your mom, in order to have a group of people survive, would that be morally justified?
No.
Why not?
Because that would affect the personal survival of the entity doing the act.
Why would that? Wait, hold on. You having intercourse with your mom would prevent you from living?
Yeah, it necessarily could. And I'm not saying it would for sure. I'm saying the conceptual understanding of doing these acts would shame you out of society, or could
we're
get
not talking about
harmful
shame,
acts
though,
done
Cleaner.
to you. Well, this is the thing, though. Okay,
Uh-huh.
like you could get pushed out of society, which would take away a portion of your survivability, but possibly also take away the chance of you having reproduction, right? So, and the other side of that is this also, that there could be people out there that would take a more extreme action towards you, other than just like shunning you out of your community.
Yeah, but I think we've seen plenty of examples of people that were shunned out of like particular communities. And I'll take this Nick Fredo that came out on the internet. He was shunned out of online, but he's bigger than ever today. So I don't think that necessarily means that because you're shunned out of a society necessarily means that your reproductiveness will cease to exist. Cleaner.
Well, just because you can point out one exception,
Well, I can point
saying
out
that one
several others.
exception or even like 5 or 6 exceptions, we're talking about
Well,
a
how many-
general understanding. We're talking about the understanding of the
Sure.
cell itself. The morality coming from the cell would be
Yeah, but
like,
how's that morality
like
though?
you, if you are in a community, right, you're not going to do certain things that are against the community because that could
Why not?
necessarily affect your survival or your reproduction.
Wait, hold on. When you said, okay, you made the claim earlier that morality is objective. Where are you getting that from?
Morality is going to be an extension. Like all of the morals that we come up with
But
will
where do
be
you
an
get it from?
extension. They will be an extension of the survival premise or the reproduction premise. So you have these two concepts.
you
have
get it
you
from
have to
science?
survive or you have to reproduce. One of the two, or
So,
both.
but where do you get it from exactly? Is it science? Where God? Where do you get it from? Or yourself?
No, it's
Sounds
a
like-
logical extension. It's a logical extension of these, right? Okay, so like
Mhm.
morality says you shouldn't run around and murder everybody, right? Well,
Wait, what
yeah, you shouldn't
morality,
do that
though?
because, well, this is the morality of society. This is
Okay,
what
so it's
society's
subjective.
morality
So-
is.
so society,
right, it's
depending on the
subjective.
society,
It's
would be
that what I'm
subjective.
saying is it is epistentially it is at its base root. Whenever you reduction it all the way back down to the cell itself, it is an extension of that concept of survival
Sure. So
or
you're saying that-
reproduction.
so
So
then
if
by
you
that
run
argument-
around and murder people, you will end up either getting thrown in jail, which will affect your reproduction, or you'll get murdered yourself, which will affect your survival. And so the morality concept of it is you understand this, and so your moral is built that you shouldn't do that thing because it will necessarily turn out bad for you in one of these two ways. You won't be able to do these things. These are the drivers, the base drivers of all life. And so these will instruct us on our morals, what we should do in a society constructed of other beings that also have these same two basic drivers in life and have moral constructs from
Right.
these as well.
Right, but you do realize when it comes to the judging of what is murder, etc., it comes from the from judges. So, for example, if you're in Texas, and it depends on what state you're in. So, even based off of what is murder, what is self-defense, is based off of state by state when it comes to the United States, bro. So, it's not necessarily an objective of just because you commit murder under somebody else's eyes doesn't necessarily mean that it is morally justified, Cleaner. So let me ask you this, going back to the point here, when you're stating,
I would say that, yeah, it wouldn't. Okay, so murdering someone wouldn't necessarily be a morally just thing to do. However,
but you're making the
if
claim
you're-
that it's objective
if you're
based
yeah,
off of that.
it
But
is.
then,
It is.
but then
It's
the
objective
definition,
because
but the
it
definition
affects
of murder is subjective based off state to state, Cleaner. So this
the
kind of contradicts
conceptual understanding of taking a life is not based off of a social construct, right?
Okay,
it's
what is
something
it
that
based
we
off
all
then?
understand. If you
no,
take
it's
a
not.
life,
No, it's
you
not.
take a life,
Because there's no,
you
it's
are
not.
putting yourself at risk. If you're
Yeah, but-
attempting to take a life, you're putting yourself at risk.
Yeah, but
And
it's
so
not.
the moral that's created from that is you shouldn't take a life because that affects your survivability.
Yeah,
or your
but how is
reproduction.
that moral though? Because the thing is, like for example, when people go to war, you put a gun into a young man's hand, they're fighting for a nation. You're still murdering people in a society. So I'm just saying this. Where does that
Right.
draw the line, Cleaner? If you're saying that it's purely off of survival and reproduction where morals come from, that makes no sense when you actually put it into its logical conclusion when it comes to war, when it comes to self-defense, etc. Where does that come from and who judges that? Who judges that? Is it people? And if so, it's subjective. Therefore, your morality is not objective.
No, just because each individual can come up with their own morals doesn't mean they don't come from an objective place.
Where is
which
that, though?
means
Where
they
does it come
aren't
from?
they aren't necessarily all subjective if they are coming from an objective. If it is being derived from something objective, which would be the survival concept, the reproduction concept. These are objectives. These are definitionally objectives of the cell and of all life.
Do you have any proof that the majority of people in society judge morality of when it comes to reproduction and survival? Is there any proof that when people do that, they're doing it based off of survival or reproduction?
Yes.
Okay, where does that come from?
Society says we shouldn't let the murderer run free because
that's
it will
subjective,
reduce
though.
our chance of survival.
Yeah, okay, but at the same time, you would be fine with, for example, the you would be fine with like executing grapers, executing deleters, etc. Right?
Well, whether I would be fine with that or not doesn't engage with whether or
Well, because we're
not
talking about
the thing that
moralities.
the thing that they're doing is being derived from the basic functions of life. Like the morals that they've come to are derived from the basic functions of life, right? They understand they've done something wrong. Obviously, that's why they try to hide the behavior.
Yeah, but where does that come from? The fact that, okay, you just said right now they know that they did something wrong, right?
Mhm.
They know that taking a life or any of these things or anything, even stealing, which has nothing to do with morality, has nothing to do with reproduction. Even people that steal, even people that
Right.
they still feel like this is wrong. So
Right.
that has nothing to do with that. Where does that come from? It has nothing to do with reproduction or even
Yeah,
deletion.
it does. Yeah, it
How
does.
so?
Because the reason they have an understanding of the fact that they're going to be doing something wrong if they steal from someone is because they understand that there will be consequences for that if they ever get caught. Those consequences, if they go
Where do
into a
those come from?
home, if you let me answer the question, I'll actually give you the entailment and understanding of what I'm saying. So if they go into a home and
Mhm.
someone's there, they could get shot. That would affect their survivability. They understand that's a risk.
Mhm.
So everything that we do is all about judgment calls, miscreation, and pattern recognition within society. All right.
I
So
can agree with
as
that.
you go through society and you say, all right, if I'm a thief, I want to try and steal something. I know I shouldn't, so I'm going to try and pick a house that has nobody there. Well, you still have an understanding, even if no one's there, you steal something, you could get caught, and that would land you in jail, which affects your reproduction.
So let me ask you this: when it comes to, for example, there's an island, forget the name of it, where they have men that literally get blowjobs from children that are in the Warriors. They tell the children through their subjective morality that this is a good thing to help them become men. Would you say because of that society, would that be morally justified? Again, this has nothing to do with reproduction or even survival.
This doesn't actually have to do. This is the thing, though. Okay,
Well,
and you're conflating two things.
No, I'm
conflating
actually
moral
not.
justification for morals being epistemically objective. Okay.
No, because
there's
you're
two different. No.
But
You are, because what
I'm
you just
basing it off
asked
of
me
your
was,
claim,
is
Cleaner.
there a moral justification for them doing this?
No, I didn't.
But
I didn't
that's
say
not
moral
what
justification.
that's not what the argument is.
Hold on.
The argument is that these morals come from the basic, like the
Of
morals we
reproduction
have. The
and-
morals we have come from our basic functions that we have to achieve.
Right. So
All right?
let's take that. Let's take that with this example.
You can go to the Come Warriors of Papua New Guinea, and I'll answer
Great.
that question,
So okay.
and you still probably won't understand what it is that I'm saying, though.
Okay, well, let's try me out, bro.
Okay, I understand what you're saying is, if these guys are doing this thing, is that moral, right? How did they come to that moral, or is that an okay moral, or whatever? But that's what I'm literally telling you is you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding justification with where it comes from. Okay, so in this society, the Come Warriors of Papua New Guinea, they have a moral construct that says that the coming of age for those guys is they've got to suck off X number of dudes or whatever, right? So in their society, these guys will have the two basic functions of life telling them they have to achieve the same moral construct so that they can achieve survivability or reproduction. And so they will adhere to the moral construct that is there. So the morals they come up with will be objective because they are trying to achieve the two objectives that everything else on the planet is trying to achieve: survivability or reproduction. You see why I'm saying you're conflating the two now? It's not about justification. It's about where it comes from.
So let me steelman this. Your claim is because these young boys suck off these men, they're going to grow up to be stronger, which is survivability.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is their moral construct, their morals
yeah, I
are going to
understand
be
that.
based off of their society saying
Sure.
this is what should be done.
Yeah,
And
so let
so
me
they
finish.
understand if they go against their society, it will affect their survival or their reproduction.
Okay, so let me finish there. Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. So the fact that they're sucking off young men, right? The fact that they're sucking off young men.
I think it's the other way around, isn't it?
No, the little boys are sucking off the older boys.
All right, so let's watch the TOS.
All right. So okay, you already know the deal there. but the sheer
deal.
yeah, but the sheer fact that they're doing that
right.
kind of convinces their survivability, right? Being exiled from the clan.
Well, it doesn't there. The fact that they're
hold on.
This
I
is
have
the
a question.
thing, though.
Hold on.
Doesn't affect them there because their society's moral construct is that is moral.
Moral.
And so,
I got you. Right. But and I understand that. Hold on. Let me get to my question, Cleaner. Hold on.
Okay.
Stop derailing my train of thought here. But I understand where you're coming from. So you said earlier that this type of morality is objective. This is what you stated, right? This is objective morality, right? So let me ask you this. Objective means actual, there's no subjectiveness. When I ask you, do you believe that is objective morality or subjective? What's your answer to that? Is what they're doing objectively moral?
From my morals within the social construct I live in?
Yeah.
Are you asking me my point of view?
From you, yes.
My point of view doesn't actually affect whether or not the basic functions of life are where they're getting their morals from.
It kind of does because you made the claim that it's objective.
Because they don't give a fuck what I think. They only care what the people around them that affect their survivability and their reproduction think.
Gotcha. So it's subjective then?
No. It's objective because it comes from two things. It comes from survivability or reproduction.
I got you.
And so it is an objective construct because it has an objective restraint.
Great. So because you believe that what they're doing over there in the Come Warriors of Islands, you believe that is objective morality then? Because objective is one thing, right? There's good and evil.
This is yet again you're conflating.
I'm not
conflating.
You are.
You just asked me if I think it's moral.
A very simple question, Cleaner.
You asked me if I think it's moral.
No, yes, because you claimed earlier that this is
have
objective.
Anything to
yes,
do.
It does.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Bro, Cleaner. You made the claim that this is objective. When it comes to moralities, this is objectives based off of survivability and reproduction. So I give you an example.
Within their social construct, yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
Great. So no. If it's within their social construct, therefore it's subjective, not objective. Cleaner.
No.
You're making a fallacy contradiction
the morals,
here.
No.
Yes,
no,
you are.
I'm actually
Cleaner.
not.
Cleaner.
I'm actually following the logical entailment of the two understandings of life.
Therefore, it would be
survivability and reproduction.
Great. So therefore, these two would
in
be
their community.
Then.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Okay.
Go for it.
In our community, we understand the concept of raping and murdering are bad, and those will affect our survivability or our reproduction, right?
Well,
and so we do not, and granted, we don't always think about it in terms of survivability or reproduction, but that is where the basic driver of the cell is that we derive everything else that we do in life from. Everything.
Sure.
So
and look, Cleaner, I'm just kind of hyper focusing on your claim that this is objective morality, right?
It is
for
objective.
Example, okay, so then here's my question here, and I'm gonna instead of talking about the Come Warriors, let's talk about here in the United States. When you see leftists claim that homosexuality, the LGBTQ, the parades of these old fucking white guys fucking being naked in front of kids, they would say, well, you know what? It's fine because they're not actually showing. This is subjective that they don't believe this is morally wrong. It's a subjective difference between the left and the right here. The right would say, no, this is objectively incorrect. This is objectively wrong. So you even see within societies of what is right and what is wrong. Now, we can say that LGBTQ, when you support it, it doesn't lead to reproduction. It doesn't even lead to survival. However, there's fucking half the country that actually believe this is morally correct. So when you say it's purely based off of just reproduction survival, you have tons and tons of examples here in the United States that is not the case, Cleaner.
How can you show me that they have a moral in what they're doing, that they have a moral to what they're doing.
Well, because the reason why they have a moral of what they're doing when they support this shit is because morality to them is subjective. So even if, let's say, one
Okay,
of these
what is
LGBT
the moral? What is the moral that
Well,
they
I'll
are
explain.
performatively executing?
I'll explain it to you. So a lot of the times when you have these leftists, they'll say, well, the LGBTQ have been they've been prosecuted, they've been discriminated against, XYZ, etc. They'll make all these things that this is morally wrong in their perspective. However, what they're doing, having sex out of wedlock with the same sex, they're spreading diseases, the AIDS epidemic from the 80s. This is all just a byproduct of, negativity, but morality-wise, this is positive. This is the left's argument, but it has nothing to do with reproduction, has nothing to do with survival, because we know that when it comes to supporting homosexuality, it leads to dead ends. It leads into no reproduction, no survival, etc. But you have half the country believing that, Cleaner. So therefore, I would say no. If you're going to make that claim that when it comes to survival and reproduction, you have to concede that this is a subjective term.
It's not subjective.
It is subjective. Yes,
No,
it is.
It's not, and I'll explain why. Even in this case, while I disagree with what these people are doing, why what they are doing follows their moral construct.
So
all
therefore,
right?
it's subjective.
Because
Yes,
it's
it is.
subjective because it follows the two premises as the organism understands the two premises, it still follows the two premises. All right.
Yeah,
to
but
this
those two premises.
to this organism, it is being shamed and gone after in such a negative light that it feels as though its survival is at risk. It does something that it believes is right in its view, its understanding of morals. And to be fair, I don't agree with that, but
So therefore
it
it's
does
objective.
come from an objective place for them.
No, it
For
doesn't.
them,
because it's,
it comes from survival.
Look,
this is something that people misunderstand.
No, I
A
think
lot
you're
of them
misunderstanding
actually
because-
believe that if they don't do this, it's going to massively negatively affect their survival. Like some of them unalive themselves.
I don't think any of them
some
say
of them,
that, bro.
no, it's a belief. It's a belief
But it's
within
not
a
true.
person.
So therefore, it's not objective. You're conceding to my
It
point.
doesn't matter.
It does.
The moral
Yes, it
comes
does
from
matter,
an
Cleaner.
objective place for them. You're not understanding what a driver is.
I
So
don't
a
think you
driver
understand
is
what
something that
subjective
makes
and-
you come
and
up with
objective
something
means.
else, right? So like the two main functions of the cell, the survival and the reproduction, all right, they drive what you do, all right? So you have to eat. Does you eating come from a place of morality? Does it come from it's more of a factual thing.
No, it's a biological thing for survival, sure.
Yeah, and reproduction is as well.
Yeah,
you
so
have
then
to,
therefore
you have
is
to
eating-
reproduce. So you have to
Yeah,
get
but-
a
okay.
member of the opposite sex to reproduce. But the thing is, you don't always have to achieve both. You can achieve one or the other or both.
Okay, so now you're moving the goalposts. Now
No,
you're saying
not at
you
all.
just need to
I'm
get
not at all.
one
In
of
the
them
beginning,
out of
I
the
said
two.
you have to achieve one or the other
No,
or
but
both.
because you made the claim that morality stems from these two things. You
Mhm.
said these two
I
things.
said-
Those
I
two main
said-
things.
I said these
now,
two
hold
things,
on. Now
one,
you say
the
hold on,
other,
let me-
or both.
Bro, you didn't say that at first, but
Yeah, I did.
Maybe you did. Okay, let's just say you did. Let's talk about eating because you talked about consuming food in order for survival
that
purposes.
was good, and it's over with now.
Okay, I think I fucking demolished Cleaner here. Let's get. Can you
I
put?
think you
can
refuted my point.
Can you get a poll in the chat, Anson?
I do not have the keys to Grid's YouTube.
Oh,
only his
that sucks.
Streamlabs, or else I would.
I
This was
don't
a good
think you
judge
did.
debate. I think
this
was a good judge
was a
debate.
good debate. This was a really
was.
good debate.
It was.
I actually have one question for Cleaner. So in the example of the island soldiers, the action that is performed is an initiation into manhood. If that initiation into manhood was a requirement in order to get a woman to reproduce, would the action now become moral?
What? You're not making sense because for them it already is moral.
So it is moral.
For them, it's already moral. What they do in their moral construct,
isn't
it
your
is already
standard-
moral.
Isn't
You
your
understand?
isn't your standard based off reproduction?
No, it's based off of reproduction and or survival.
Yeah, exactly. So I just inserted in the hypothetical that for them, in order to initiate into being able to reproduce, as in get a woman, they had to perform this action. Now, wouldn't that be moral under your standard?
Not under my standard, under their standard. So you're misunderstanding and conflating two things.
See, he did the same thing with me.
Okay, that's fine.
No,
I
you
won't
are.
argue.
You're actually
No, Ticky's right.
misunderstanding. So in every society, there isn't necessarily similar morals or the exact same morals or differing morals, right? Every society has their own definition of what is the correct moral construct.
Okay, let me add this one
And
thing
so
then.
in that society, you will objectively come up with morals that achieve what that society says is moral based off of the two driving factors, one of the two or both of the driving factors of life, which
Okay.
is survival, reproduction. So you'll either have both or one of the two, and that will drive your decision-making process and your moral process. And granted, you can come up with the exceptions to the rule, like sociopaths, psychopaths, things like this, right? But they're exceptions. They do not represent the general understanding of the consensus of humanity.
All right.
Yeah, I never made exceptions.
So the point of the judge debate isn't to do anything except punish the judges. So punishment has ended. We are moving to the final debate.
Hey, can I compliment? Can I compliment Cleaner though? That was a good. Honestly, bro, I've never debated that in my life. This is something that was super brand new here. That was good. That was really good, man.
Yeah,
like
I
it.
tend to come up with very different.
That was a good. That was a very different perspective. I've never heard that argument ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that was good.
So for the final
That was
debate
fun.
between Tim Hale and Duck, anyone in the chat, you can change screen names. You can do a emotional judgment where the judges judge solely based on the emotions that they felt during the debate instead of the actual rhetoric and logic. You can do a fallacy judgment where the judges have to list a specific logical fallacy that led them to judge the way that they did. You can do a lesson for the loser, a loser lesson, where the loser has to read a logical fallacy definition that was cited by the judge as the reason why they lost or a reason why they lost. You can also do a summary judgment where you judge the final debate solely on the opening statement. That's $5. And you can also cripple one of the operators, one of the debaters, by taking away their opening statement for $10. So if anybody in the chat right now wants to punish Tim Hale, the criminally funny J6er, or Duck, McDuffin stuff, McDougal, whatever.
Who cares?
Yeah.
It's Duck's
yeah.
Why on
Anyway,
YouTube.
that's out there. So I'm gonna go ahead and get these people up on the debate stage.
Trump's bitch. Hilarious.
Ticky tack.
See, we already have bias from one of our judges.
No,
even though
I'm-
Jake's been very fair. Jake's been an incredibly biased judge all night. I'll just mention that since he's not on stage to defend himself.
There was a second name change for you, Duck, and I didn't get that put in there.
I think I'll say it, Paige. Thank you if you're still here. My first name is Trump's bitch. My first name is Trump's baby. Second name is Trump's bitch. And my third name is thank you. Hi, how am I not stoned as think I are?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and get that put in there so that she can get her money's worth. All right. So, yeah. What do y'all want to debate?
Well, are we thinking topical, like politics, philosophy, art, culture?
I don't know. How about the ethics of trolling?
Ethics of trolling. Isn't that a lot like our shame conversation, or do I have to be corrected about that?
No, it's not like the shame conversation. Like, is trolling a net positive for the online panelverse community?
Yeah, it's not bad. I think some people who decide to participate in trolling, can get carried away, and that's usually why. Like it's like cool, like go have conversations if you want to compete. This is sort of my opinion. If you want to compete with people, like go do that. That's fine. It's what's usually sort of wrong is when people are doing it for nefarious reasons, or they're either approaching or they already have a weird conclusion in mind. I would disagree with sort of that like offensive political trolling.
Now, if someone wants to assign a prompt for the final debate and determine who the champion is and who will be coming away with the purse for the evening, the full purse, I think, Duck, you get a partial purse for being second place. But $10 to assign a debate prompt if anyone is interested in the chat, if they have a specific thing that they want to see debated. Now, I'm going to suggest the definition of insurrection.
All right.
And have y'all debate the definition of insurrection.
Yeah. Oh, we're doing insurrection. Cool.
What is insurrection?
I believe it's a formal attempt against a government. And usually there's a claim that the government's illegitimate, and so it doesn't necessarily refer to any, to be an insurgency. It doesn't have to be philosophically sound or actually legitimate. What it has to do is just go against a representative government.
Tim, do you disagree with that definition enough to debate it?
If I could, Duck, could you repeat that, but as a short summary?
Yeah, I think it's any internal attempt against a legitimate government.
Yeah, I would disagree that the legitimacy of that. I think that's kind of arbitrary legitimacy. I think that there are probably insurrections against good and bad governments. You could define the American Revolution as an insurrection if you wanted to, by claiming that the British were the rightful authority. I usually defer to the Philippine insurrection as an example, fairly neutral. So I think an insurrection, there's a colloquial term we could use, which is that insurrection is essentially an armed rebellion against the state. There are more legally, a better maybe legal debates we could have about it using history and precedents. But I mean, I'm open to debate it regardless.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a really interesting topic because, like in the Philippines as well as India, you had, could you say you have an insurrection against a colonial government? I don't know when you're talking about, but a colonial government, something that's really different than like a government, right? So.
Yeah, kind of like how the federal government, fought a war against the southern states, because they were a colonial government trying to colonize the South.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that's also an example. Again, I don't think I think it's wrong to conflate, say, rioting or sedition with insurrection, but I think conflating insurrection with a rebellion is not unfair either.
Insurrection with a rebellion. Yeah, because there were like slave rebellions where it probably wasn't the stated goal to overthrow an entire government, but it very much was about freedom. It was about a political thing for a person. And if you're looking at it from the outside, even historically, it's sort of hard to say, well, that's not what those people were actually trying or wanted to accomplish. Maybe they talked about it, but
a revolt against a power structure, I think, is fair. I think that would encapsulate colonial regimes as well.
This is kind of broad. Y'all are, it's not tamped down enough for y'all to have a good debate about it.
I'm ready to do I'm ready to do round 3 of J6.
Yeah, I don't think Duck wants to do that though.
Yeah, we gotta get Tim Hill into like movie critiques and stuff.
Well, how about this on the topics? The topic of colonialism was brought up. Is imperialism inherently wrong?
Ooh,
Imperialism. So when you say imperialism, can you give me maybe an example or definition or both?
So typically, imperialism would refer to the process of one state exerting its power or influence over other states.
Yeah. And so is that intrinsically wrong?
Especially when the issue again. I'm reminded again of the whole because you would actually raise the question yourself about is it are colonial authorities even legitimate? There is this long-standing question of empires, colonialism, imperialism. They're not all the same, but they are kind of connected.
Yeah. So my opinion is that I would say that it's not.
All right, debate
it's not inherently
topic.
wrong.
Sanctuary cities should not be recognized. All right, one of y'all pick an affirmative and one of y'all pick a negative.
I want to be affirmative, ideally. Or
So
no,
you think-
I want to defend sanctuary cities, ideally.
So sanctuary cities should be recognized from your perspective.
Yes.
And Tim, do you feel comfortable taking the position that sanctuary cities should not be recognized?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, then that was simple enough. Thank you, Tiki Tech, for that $10 donation. And I have the timer set at 1 minute. So since Tim Hale is taking the affirmative that sanctuary cities should not be recognized, he is going first. And are you ready?
Sure.
Okay, and go.
So the reason I would argue sanctuary cities should not be recognized is actually it's a purely legalistic one. When the Federalist Papers were written and the Constitution was being debated, the framers of the Constitution made it clear that the federal government must be able to extend its authority to individuals, and also, of course, exert supremacy over the states under certain situations. Sanctuary cities, as well as sanctuary states, pretty much entirely undermines our concept of federalism. There are certain situations where states and even localities can create their own laws, but these are usually enumerated or they're distinct from the enumerated powers of the Bill of Rights, and they'd be basically protected by the 9th and 10th Amendments. But protecting illegal aliens is not one of those things.
All right, and I guess that was the end of his. And Duck, are you ready?
Yep.
Go.
Okay, so the most important part about sanctuary cities is that states do have their own budgets, and that's actually only important to recognize. The second really truly most important thing is using common sense. Common sense tells us that integration is good for the United States. It has been. It's been well documented that ethnoburbs contribute economically and socially, and that integration is possible and people achieve the same American experience over time. Sanctuary cities may be imperfect, but if they are imperfect, that means they're that important as a national interest to support and find the correct long-term solution to immigration as issues arise. When we don't do things like this, we see things like Trump's illegal immigration regime or the ICE administration detaining people illegally and people being confused about how the world actually works.
All right, that was perfect, man. Perfect timing. All right, I'm setting the timer for 5 minutes. And we are off. Go ahead.
So
Right.
Tim,
So I mean,
yeah.
go ahead. if you want to
Yeah,
go.
I just want to hear from you. I was going to actually ask you a question. So, why? So, if we're talking about the Federalist Papers and states' rights, if the Constitution is set up specifically to give states power over issues like how to allocate their budget and how to provide both positive and negative rights for their citizens in terms of like welfare, why isn't it the case that if there's an immigration problem, states have the right to manage that problem and turn that into the opportunity it normally is?
Because citizenship has always been managed by the federal government going back to the original naturalization acts. And so one thing that happened is that when we switched from the confederal system of the Articles of Confederation to the federal system of the United States Constitution, states actually gave up certain powers. So citizenship, immigration, and naturalization are all the responsibility of the federal government, unless stated otherwise. So, and then you also, of course, have the 14th Amendment, which also increased the relationship between individuals and the federal government, which is actually one of the reasons that African Americans were protected from civil rights violations. It helped to change the dynamic of citizens. Now, you could argue about whether birthright citizenship is a thing because of the interpretation of the 14th Amendment. And that's a whole other conversation, and that's fine.
So,
but
can
ultimately,
I
citizenship and naturalization and immigration are the purview of the federal government.
So yeah, I can play off that a little bit. My main contention with this is that what you say is true, and yet it's also the case that the way legislation and budgetary packages normally work is because the federal government isn't good at solving local problems. You get these large spending bills that often allocate money to states, and states can also go and petition the federal government and have national funds earmarked for things that are in the national interest. And so, yeah, you can debate about government overspending. You can debate about immigrants. If you don't like immigrants, they don't have to be here. But the sort of more important part to me is that, well, if it's within state law to solve an issue, and people have voted for this, and they can vote those people out of office, that seems both constitutional as well as not in any way inconsistent with the way the Constitution is framed, which, as I took it, was your entire argument.
Well, no, it's not consistent. I mean, you could argue a consistency. You can make argument. I don't know. You can make an argument about the consistency of problem solving or utility or whatever. That's one thing. But no, it's not consistent with the Constitution, and that's because of something called the Supremacy Clause. Right? You have the Supremacy Clause. You have the Necessary and Proper Clause, and these are the things that were ultimately what made it possible for the federal government to function in the first place. So, I mean, So no, it's not consistent. If the federal government says something that is within their enumerated powers is the law, then that's the law. You can change it, but it doesn't change what is the law. And it's just interesting to me. It's interesting to me, Duck, because on the one hand, you're talking about Trump having an illegal immigration regime. It's like, well, what's really illegal here? The fact of the matter is, you're defending illegal immigration. Does the law matter or not?
Yeah, so I would like to stretch you out a little bit here. I think it's really intuitive and almost enticing to say that, well, sanctuary cities are about illegal immigrants. But the reason this actually doesn't hold up is because you can't complain, if you're a governor, you can't complain that China or Brazil or the border towns in Mexico are outcompeting your manufacturing. Right? That's a federal government. That's a federal government problem, but you still get to allocate funds to solve for the externality created by this. And so without making a decision about this, a sanctuary city, as I said, is an imperfect solution. But it's that important because it's pointing to something that may be cultural, normative. It could be geopolitical, but it's probably something states have to solve.
Because on the one hand, like very clearly, sanctuary cities are illegal, but then but they're there to protect illegal aliens. And then you're also saying, but let's not pretend that this is about illegal aliens. Well, of course, that's what the sanctuary city policy is there for. It's not to protect mages from the medieval times. It's to protect illegal aliens. That's explicitly what it is. So I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to try to. I'm not going to let this get off the point, which is that sanctuary cities are, by definition, enclaves to defy federal law. Now, you could make a moral. If I was you, I would make a moral argument or a comparison to the Fugitive Slave Acts. But
I don't want
you're
to.
not
But I
doing
don't
it.
want to do that because the actual issue, the economic issue, which the United States is based on political and economic participation, is that immigration has always been a good thing, and quite
What?
frankly, traditional liberals have said, I don't care where it comes from. I don't care where it comes from. The United States is a large free trade zone, and globally, it's also a free trade zone.
That's within the states. By the whole point of the Federation, the Constitution was created to tear down trade barriers between the states. There's a common market within the states. The world is not a common market, though. And the idea that we're going to have this EU-style system where the whole world can travel through our borders, just like you have the Schengen zone or something, that's completely antithetical to what the Founding Fathers argued. And historically, I'm not sure what you're talking about. The Founding Fathers had naturalization laws, and some of them were more liberal. Some of them were very, let's just say, xenophobic about the types of even Europeans who came in. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I'm saying that that's what it is. So
Yeah. So if I could just try to steelman your position, we're saying something that we're saying that the federal government has to be able to deal with, externalities or problems that exist if they exist at that level. We shouldn't be granting new constitutional powers. The reason I think the Constitution is written the way it is, I hope that's right. That there's lots of parallels. There is a constitutional argument that a sanctuary city shouldn't exist. You shouldn't even have that term. The reason I'm still on my point that states' rights do exist is because we can look at hundreds of historical examples, hundreds, where the ASEAN free trade zone or something, or Shenzhen, you can talk about this stuff and talk about the historical relevance of industrialization, modernization, increasing liberal competition, and try and understand why you actually have geopolitical policy at this level. Now, it should never be the case that a sanctuary city is seen as something that's geopolitically competitive, but saying that it's normative is like the same thing as saying, well, look, if everybody's getting a factory, now we have to make policy for factories. If the United States is getting illegal we're having an influx of immigrants, legal or illegal, the thing that we do here is integration, and states have a right to provide support to alleviate that externality.
They
It's
don't.
no different
is
than
what
policy.
look. States' rights are one thing, but that's not really what this is. States' rights cannot abrogate federal authority according to the Supremacy Clause. So if you want to argue a new constitution, that's one thing. If you want to argue an amendment to that, that's one thing. But that's not actually what it is. If you believe in states' rights kind of rolling back federal authority, that would be a different argument or whatever. But ultimately, your conception of states' rights at least under the federal model is not correct. The federal government has supremacy over its enumerated powers. The states, again, and there's plenty of precedent in legal code that you could look through to figure out what states, education, certain things like that. Yeah, there's a debate there, but you keep appealing to states' rights. It's an interesting argument, but it's just not consistent with federal policy. The Constitution.
Yeah, so I would say a more foundational argument for my position would be that against that is that institutions are set up to provide access almost uniformly. And so if you have a sanctuary city that is doing something specific, this is still asking a question about access based on sort of the common good. In the United States, we're not an anarcho-libertarian, utopian society. We've always been a society that has to take in positive liberty, even to a small extent, with things like the labor movement.
You're proving my point.
No, because states have the right to manage. I don't understand how that's true.
You're claiming we're not this anarcho fantasy land with chocolate fucking rivers and people can do whatever they want. But the fact of the matter is, you just said we're not, and that's true. We have a constitutional republican system. It is rooted in law, not just the common law system in the courts, but statutory law and constitutional law. The highest form of law in the United States is constitutional law. It is what is in the Constitution. Statutory law would be laws that are fleshed out by Congress to flesh out what's actually written in the Constitution, like the Speedy Trial Act, for instance. Which
There's nothing in the Constitution that says governors sit by and watch people die on the sidewalk. There's nothing that says state legislatures are required to let people die on the sidewalk. I would love for someone to finally point this out for me.
Does the United States government, the federal government, and the Congress have supremacy on matters of immigration and naturalization in the U.S. borders?
That has nothing to do with.
It absolutely
that
does.
has nothing to do with people listening to their constituents.
If the states are
solving
passing
problems.
policies that contradict federal law in an area where federal law reigns supreme, they are by definition not doing what they're supposed to do.
Absolutely not. If I want in goodwill my children's classmates to have a roof over their head, and I know that that's in the common interest, the national interest, if I know that can impact national security, I'm going for that 10 times out of 10.
You think protecting illegal aliens is for national security?
Yeah.
Beautiful,
that's
beautiful.
That's the second debate topic.
Beautiful, but it's over with. It's over. I really appreciated the extension by none other than Ticky Tack, who was also the one who ended the painful process of selecting a debate topic with his super chat. Ticky Tack, you've been awesome tonight, and all of the debaters and everyone, regardless of how badly Tim Hale loses after the judgment. I'm sure that I appreciate him being here. So judges, go ahead and tell him how bad he lost. Cleaner, you go first.
Did Cleaner fall asleep?
No, he just turned his mic on. So
secondary mute button. I had Duck at 18 points, and I had Tim Hale at 27 points. So Tim got it.
Blowout.
All right. Why is Patrick on here? That's weird. He shouldn't be. All right. Ticky Tack, tell us how badly Tim Hale lost.
It's he didn't make any sort of logical arguments whatsoever. All his knowledge of law is just horrible. It's definitely not the American value. Okay, well, really, what's going on here is I think for Duck to try to prove that somehow sanctuary cities are legal is a huge uphill battle. And I think it would have been better if you were to just kind of dismiss the law, kind of just state that, hey, morals inform laws, so I'm going to just fight on the moral argument as to why we should change what the laws are to protect sanctuary cities. Would have been a much better tactic. But unfortunately, you got caught up in a lot of the legalese that Tim gave out, which I think bringing up the 14th Amendment as to a reason why the Fed is the one that should be managing citizenship across states was a great example, and I'm giving the win to Tim.
Okay, yeah, so I'll shoot this out. Tim got absolutely obliterated by Duck. Congratulations, Duck. You destroyed him. All right, no jokes here. All right, Tim did great on this debate. Honestly, what I was saying before when it came to judging Duck, I don't think Duck necessarily thrives too much on these types of, especially when you get into the law of things. Tim has a rebuttal off the bat. His counter arguments, when Duck says one thing, Tim already has something there where he brought up the 14th Amendment, like Ticky Tack said. He even brought up the 9th and 10th Amendment. Tim had rebuttals every single time, counter arguments to everything that Duck said. But when Tim was giving out his arguments, Duck didn't really have too much to go about. He kind of pivoted to other things of navigating his argument. So with that being said, yeah, Tim with the W there.
All right, so that's all three unanimous for Tim Hale. And so that means congratulations to Tim Hale. He is number one, and Duck is number two. And Grid's method of doing this is that the winner gets a percentage of the super chats for the night, and number two gets a less generous percentage of the take. But number two also does. Thank you to the operators, everyone who participated in the debating, as well as the judges who got the opportunity to debate each other at some point themselves. And the chat always wins. And if y'all want to have a brief, back and forth, rehashing this, or just end it right now, I'm open to either one. Does anybody have things that they want to say? And Duck, I don't know why they judged against you. I would have voted for you on that if I was judging. I don't know what's wrong with the judges tonight. They're biased, I think.
I want to give props to Duck. He's always I can tell that he genuinely believes his position. But I would agree with Ticket Tack. I meant what I said earlier, Duck, when I said a better argument would have been a moral argument, perhaps, that rejected, as he said, the law, because there are times when resistance to tyranny is obedience to God. Not that that's your moral framework.
Yeah,
or whatever,
he doesn't even believe in God. Yeah.
Well, I'm not trying to be a dick. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, Duck, do you believe in God? I don't want to.
I don't believe in God, and our government is secular. So if we thank God for it,
it's
one
not.
thing, we can thank God for our secular government.
If you really believe that, then you're fighting for the wrong cause, buddy.
I thank God that all of the fucking people in the government don't believe in God. Okay, I thank God for that. All right.
I would say here, a historical secular argument is that if you look at, and this is from a liberal perspective too, if you look at how Carroll Quigley defined statehood in Tragedy and Hope, he kind of pointed out that the modern international rules-based order that we often hear about today is kind of a giant lie. And so what you see is that you have a lot of fake states, right? States that can't control, they can't exert authority over their own borders and internals. The traditional definition of states, historically and diplomatically, geopolitically, is that you have to have the ability to wage war, and you have to have the ability to exert control over your internal borders. And if you go back to even like ancient Rome, and again, I'm throwing out a bunch of different historical examples here, but nations that can't control their own internals collapse. If you look at Rome, I don't think they considered mass migration from foreigners to be a benefit. Some states might. A lot might see that as an inherent threat to their own durability and survival. Some of this is subjective. Some of this is not.
Can I throw something in there? It's just that, this sort of like, this is a modern trend. Like Tim is picking up on like what all the top scholars are talking about, like offensive realism, where you have to wage a war and you have to be sovereign. You have to have control. And this undermines actually quite a bit of work that happens in the real world, both in politics, geopolitics, and academia. So all three. And so, if we're talking about, we're trying to apply this level of thinking in a judicious way to what the federal government does for immigration, this actually cascades down into economics. It cascades perhaps down into norms and long-term political impact. These are all things that a liberal democracy, even a fairly minimal democracy like the United States, is capable to decide on. And I do not think that I don't think it is one of these topics that's not worth the conversation. I even don't think it's not worth the conversation to say sanctuary cities suck. But why is it the case that if they're so bad, why is it the case that so many lawmakers are saying that we have to provide these almost second-class treatments to people in the United States? And it doesn't make any sense.
Because more than they want second-class citizens.
Look, I live right next to a sanctuary city, and I am telling you, it's like nothing but trouble. Oh my God, like it's so bad down there. Everything is.
Are you in Cali, Beth?
No, I'm in New York.
Oh, New York. Okay.
I'm in Western New York.
New
Yeah.
Jersey.
one of
same here.
the larger correlates for why it's believed that the sanctuary city concept is being pushed so hard by the Democrats is because it's majoritatively in the blue states that they're pushing the sanctuary cities. If they have more population in the blue states, then they get more electoral college votes over time.
Yeah.
And so they're trying to unequally yoke the system by introducing more population. Problem
Yeah,
is
cleaner.
that population isn't federal citizens, and so they shouldn't be counted in amongst the population poll, the census.
And
It's
cleaner.
100%. And it's not
Duck
just
would say that's a
electoral.
conspiracy theory, though. This is the same thing with like all these leftists.
Well,
They
it's
say
not.
that is a
Democrats
conspiracy
have
theory.
actually said that's why they're doing it.
Right, and cleaner,
And
it's
here's
not
the
just
thing, though.
electoral power, it's also in the House, because obviously
Mhm.
the amount of representatives in the House plus the
Yeah.
senators equals electoral. And what's ironic is that this is the exact same reason we had the 3/5 clause in the Constitution, because the southern states wanted to count their slaves towards their population count, and the North was like, no, and that was a compromise they came to. And so it's eerie,
Yeah.
actually. It's eerie
Mhm.
how this parallel exists between slave labor of the past and
And then
let's
now,
And here's the thing.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's lower wages, no better than what it was. Wait, Duck, I have a question. Do you think that what they're saying right now is this a conspiracy theory to you, or do you actually like see their point here, Duck?
You know, I think people mean it in good faith. I think they think it's a moral claim. I think it's severely.
It's not a
I
moral
would say
claim.
it's
Yo,
myopic.
Listen, what they
It's totally
do-
myopic. It's like, why are you even
But is
voting
this
for these
happening, though?
Republicans? Why do you
But-
go to
but-
the polls in the first place?
But is that
if you're gonna have
happening,
a
Duck?
myopic viewpoint, if you're gonna mislead people and lie to people?
Hold on,
Don't you
Duck.
dislike that?
Yeah, but Duck,
Like
isn't
that.
It's not misleading and it's not
Let's
lying
go. Well,
because
let's
it's
go.
literally happened.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Here's what's
Well,
happening
Duck.
is they're preying upon people's emotions, right? And then the people who are locals they are starting to become the second classes. Like they aren't being taken care of because everything is going towards taking care of these people who aren't even supposed to be there. They got to do everything to
Yes.
protect them. And then
Duck.
people who actually work and live here, like the only ones who support it are the ones who are like toxically empathetic.
or who
Okay.
don't have to live near it.
Right. And
Oh,
Duck, wouldn't you say
No,
this is
they pushed all the locals out of town.
yeah.
Like I live out in the country now. I spent 10 years in the city. I'm out here now. I couldn't stand being down there anymore. They
Yeah.
can't control it and they don't give a shit. Like the taxes for the locals went through the roof. Like it
Illegals don't pay taxes though
Yeah.
yeah,
And
no,
Beth,
it's for the
because
Beth.
they're not federal citizens. Therefore, they shouldn't count in any of the census
Well,
data
yeah,
or any of the
exactly.
Here's the
deterministic
thing.
factors that affect our government.
And
this is
Beth-
where the city I live near gets really lucky is that there's a major Ivy League school there that is exempt from paying taxes themselves. So what they did was they bought up a shit ton of the city, and all the businesses have to freaking pay out the ass, including an additional tax to the college as a thank you. Like my ex-husband worked management at a hotel downtown, and for every guest that came and stayed who was there visiting a child at that college, they had to pay the college 5% of what they paid for their hotel room.
Yeah, Beth, this is what a lot of the right wingers are talking about is the replacement theory, is that you're using illegal immigrants to replace the voting bloc.
I see it.
Yes.
The store where they used to hire all of the high school kids,
Mm-hmm.
they all got fired. Like I can't go there and ask where something is. Nobody can speak English anymore.
Yeah.
Like it's really like out of control. And the kid,
I get you.
my 16-year-old can't get a fucking job.
Yep.
This is
First one
this
for
is another
English.
But
element.
how does that hurt you? Can you tell me? Can you tell me
But-
like
but
a
Doc-
worst
but
case
Doc-
scenario? How does that hurt you?
So
It hurt-
Doug, let me
she just
explain it.
explained it. What are you talking about,
I
Doug?
just explained
She
it,
just
and then on
explained
top
an
of it-
entire rant about it, how it
And
hurts
then
her.
on top of it, they defunded the police down there. That's why we moved, is because they completely defunded the police. to
Sounds like
where
it's hurting her.
There was only 1 year. There was one squad that was allowed to
Yeah.
carry any kind of actual firearms. Otherwise, and like they started not going to domestic calls. They started sending out social workers. They started, everything just went like the best neighborhoods down there now have weekly stabbings and shootings.
Yes.
It's horrible. Horrible. And this is a hippie town.
But Beth,
Tree-hugging hippie town.
So my problem with this is, it appears like you're offering me a subjective view of,
No,
like, this is how I feel about it. What's actually
It's
happening with
anecdotal,
crime rates,
but
and what are the
Anecdotal
drivers of
because I've
those?
lived in it. Okay.
But hold on, Duck.
Wait,
You've
hold
heard
on.
about the replacement theory that this is testimony from many people.
So,
and
But this is an interesting
Well, it's
thing.
right.
Hold on.
It's right,
Doug,
but-
Doug, first you said, how does this affect you? And then you're saying, how is this subjective? This is subjective. It's like, well, you asked for something subjective, didn't you?
So let me give a
That's
different.
a political opinion too, but it's not like a national strategy.
Let me give a
to say
different
that.
argument that
It
that
doesn't have to
basically.
be. If they implement it in the places that have the most voting power, that's all they need.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give a different argument that opposes all of y'all's arguments, and that is that the difference between Alabama, where I am, and New York, where Beth is performative and not substantive in terms of the sanctuary status, because there are tons of illegals here, and they're working, which is their role in the system, right? They're here basically being used as labor, as second-class citizens, and they're just as much of an issue here as they are there, except in the liberal states, they're more forward about what they're doing. Like there's a performative difference and not a substantive difference.
They're probably more subsidized in our areas as well, as opposed to, I don't know, I would imagine they're kind of just ignored down there.
But the problem that causes them to be here remains, which is that we need a lower class of citizens to work at a lower wage because of the economic system that we have set up is dysfunctional.
But see, now on top of that, it's like he was just saying, like as far as subsidies go, you're seeing families up here who have lived in this town, in the city for a decade, who now can't get housing. They're getting pushed out of their housing, and Section 8 has just completely replaced everything. I've seen people come here and get benefits like that, while everybody who normally gets them has to fight in order to get anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really quick, I already got it split out. Anson, thanks for fucking putting me on as a judge, bro. I had a lot of fun. And Anson, thank you for putting me in a debate, man, because I was pretty kind of hearing everything. It really scratched my itch there for that. So I thank you for that, man. But I already got to get going. Yeah, God bless, guys. Duck, you did a great job. You did a really great job, man. I appreciate you coming in and fucking debating your heart out, man. All right, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one.
See you, Jake.
Stay safe,
Keep in
Jake.
touch with yourself.
Have a good one, guys.
Take it deep.
All right, and now there are 6. Does anybody else want to say goodbye?
Bye.
I'll just say a huge thanks to the judges, Anson and Tim. We got to debate twice tonight. So you're quickly becoming my most notable and only arch nemesis. I don't have many nemeses because I have 100 subscribers, but
yeah, it
Duck
was fun.
is true, nice to have enemies.
Yeah, Beth.
Why
I'll
does
be
you having a
looking
nemesis
forward to
have
have
anything
Beth.
to do with your subscriber count?
It
What was
doesn't.
that, Doug?
I really just want to
Oh.
see Beth next Friday, whenever debate night is too.
Well, last week I had no voice. Tonight, yeah, I'll come next week. Okay, I'll come play with the boys.
Yeah, tell and also if Fuck It Button wants to join the panel and have a debate or conversation or debate, yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome to join. These are open panels until 7 p.m. So be good to have you.
All right. Well,
Cool.
I'm also going to dip out. So,
See you, Ticky Tack.
yeah, thanks for being a good sport, everybody. And this was a great show tonight. I hope we get to see more of the audience come back here on Friday from the Raging Tomato, which totally shout out to Sarah. She's an amazing person. And yeah, have a good night, y'all.
Take it easy.
Samuel, nice to meet you.
Have a good one, Tiki Tech.
Later.
Good seeing everybody in the chat. Cleaner, good to see you. Chairman,
Goodbye,
got my eyes on you. I'm gonna beat you on Tuesday.
Yeah, Beth and I have a debate. Beth and I have a debate Tuesday night on Glenn Lawrence's production of Men's Channel. Tuesday evening is the slated time for it, and it's going to be a debate on unevenly yoked marriages not necessarily being a negative. And I'm taking the position that unevenly yoked marriages are not necessarily a bad thing, and Beth is taking the rigid, dogmatic, puritanical, most what is that word? Literal translation of a narrow portion of the Bible version argument.
So, I'm sorry, Anson, but you have no idea what argument I'm bringing. And it's
Yeah.
so fun to watch you try to get it out of me. You're not going to get it out of me, and so I'm smacking you around with it.
Okay. Well, that'll be fun. I think best when I have no idea what's coming.
It'll be a good show.
Yeah. Tim, it was a pleasure hearing you tonight, man.
Yeah,
Bye, Beth.
thank you for having me. I had fun. Everybody was cool, and Andrew Jackson did nothing wrong. Later.
Andrew Jackson did nothing.
It's true.
I don't know, man. I live in North Alabama, and Andrew Jackson came through here a whole lot and did a whole lot of really bad stuff. So I don't know. Don't know if I can agree with him doing nothing wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Like the whole Seminole Indian destruction thing he did. What?
Yeah. I think he might have been being sarcastic.
Yeah, I hope so. And he's on the $20 bill. You know how obscene it is that they put Andrew Jackson on a fiat currency bill after he destroyed the second bank of the United States? Like he ran on basically ending the Fed, like the modern day version of ending the Fed. And they went and put him on fiat currency that was run by a central bank. It's obscene. Like people think it's a good thing. It's like a slap in the face to Andrew Jackson. Everything that he ran for and stood for. I don't know. Like it's disgusting.
There's a lot of really funny things that have happened in our history.
Yeah.
A lot of really horrible things, but also just a lot of really funny things.
Yeah.
The government tends to be a very unforgiving, socially shaming concept.
Yeah. Well, Cleaner, man, it's been good having you on. So every Friday night, Grid does this thing. He's usually hosting. I'm not usually hosting. This is abnormal. So everybody in the chat, everybody watching right now, every Friday night, 8 p.m. Central Time, you can come up, click the link, and you too can debate and have a chance to win a percentage of the donations for the night, a percentage of the super chats for the night. And if you come in first or second place, you get a piece of the pie. And the debates are always judged by a 3-judge panel. And this is the part where I say goodbye to everybody and hopefully am able to actually end the stream for Grid. If not, I'm going to have to send him a message. But, let me see. Wear a hat. Always use sunscreen. If you don't have a lawn gnome, you should get one. And don't eat the yellow snow. Yep. All right. Well, let's see if I can end this stream now. So it doesn't look like I can end the stream. That's interesting. So it looks like we're all going to be here together all night until Grid wakes up. Unless someone knows Grid's phone number so we can tell him to wake up and... Oh, look at that. Ticky Tap's back. Hey, Ticky Tack. How you doing, bud?
Hey. I'm trying to see how to help you out.
Yeah. Well, if you can end the stream, I'd appreciate it. Because I already told everybody to get a lawn gnome. So...
Yeah, I don't think I could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because Grid is the owner of the stream, so that's
Well, I'll send Grid a message and say, hey man, you gotta cancel the stream because we can't. All right, Ticky Tack. We'll see you later, man.
Yeah, I'll see you around.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
Would be the one let go because we did not have the resources necessary to hire
Wait,
more
is this like
medical
are you?
professionals.
Wait, just to ask, like, because now I'm curious. Like, are you saying this is like actually like a predominant like culture issue, like, or is it because of like resources?
Well, what I'm saying is that when something like the VA is extremely underfunded and you need to keep your claws in specific people so that veterans can get the care that they need, like I left because I knew that person that they could not fucking replace him, but they could replace me. So I think you're going to get weird sex crazy things happening because you're putting people in positions of power that they could abuse. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
No, it's absolutely absurd. What?
Admiral, yeah, Admiral, please explain that to the rest of us. Translate.
Yeah, how did that make sense, brother? Make it make sense.
Okay, so like, all right, I guess I'll maybe try to translate to like conservative counterparts. The argument would be, say you're like, say I owned a restaurant, and I had employees that they were shitty, but I was in a small area with not very many people I could hire, so I would have to retain shitty employees. And if someone complained, they'd be the one let go because I can't afford to lose the other ones because I don't have the funding or the resources to get the replacements. Is that a fair paraphrasing, Charlie? Or
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
analogy?
If you further underfund it, you're going to get even more fucking weird orgies or weirder things happening because you are putting people in positions where they are like fucking invaluable, dude.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Charlie.
That's illegal,
right? But it's a weird argument to make.
Sure,
like,
but legal
if
things
we
happen all
take
the time.
away
Well,
money
you just
from the
posted a
veterans
sex crazy
association,
orgy
they're
shit
gonna have
bullshit.
orgies
I'm
there.
sorry, I just thought that was
And,
funny as fuck.
I'm going to tell you that if that happened, all the vets I know would vote for
So
that
the
shit.
audience understands. Yeah. Someone else posted a link in our group chat talking about a sex created orgy thing.
I also posted the shared chat.
Yeah, my apologies. My apologies. And it was like fucking organized through their team chats.
I can post it.
Okay, can we move off of the absurdity and back into the debate portion, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah,
Grizz.
I'm
Reframe
kinda
this how
bored.
you want. Go ahead,
Actually, Pentuple guy has been waiting, and I keep
Yeah,
talking.
go ahead,
and-
Pentuple. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Pentuple. You can go, and then.
What you gonna do, though, nigga? On beats, nigga. That's what you gonna do, though. Yeah, nigga. That's what you gonna do, though, nigga. Yeah, nigga. Yeah. Ha ha ha. What's poppin', girl? Hey, y'all right, man? Come here, though. Sound.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning, the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Yeah, now I just answered your question. Can you tell me what epistemology means?
Epistemology is the study of the epistles.
Would be the one let go because we did not have the resources necessary to hire
Wait,
more
is this like
medical
are you?
professionals.
Wait, just to ask, like, because now I'm curious. Like, are you saying this is like actually like a predominant like culture issue, like, or is it because of like resources?
Well, what I'm saying is that when something like the VA is extremely underfunded and you need to keep your claws in specific people so that veterans can get the care that they need, like I left because I knew that that person that they could not fucking replace him, but they could replace me. So I think you're going to get weird sex crazy things happening because you're putting people in positions of power that they could abuse. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
No, it's absolutely absurd. What?
Yeah, Admiral, please explain that to the rest of us. Translate.
Yeah, how did that make sense, brother? Make it make sense.
Okay, so like, all right, I guess I'll maybe try to translate to like conservative counterparts. The argument would be, say you're like, say I owned a restaurant, and I had employees that they were shitty, but I was in a small area with not very many people I could hire, so I would have to retain shitty employees. And if someone complained, they'd be the one let go because I can't afford to lose the other ones because I don't have the funding or the resources to get the replacements. Is that a fair paraphrasing, Charlie? Or
thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Analogy.
So if you further
that was-
underfund it, you're going to get even more fucking weird orgies or weirder things happening because you are putting people in positions where they are like fucking invaluable, dude.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Charlie.
That's illegal,
right? But it's a weird argument to make.
Sure,
like,
but legal
if
things
we
happen all
take
the time.
away
Well,
money
you just
from the
posted a
Veterans
sex crazy
Association,
orgy
they're gonna
shit
have
bullshit.
orgies
I'm
there.
sorry, I just thought that was
And,
funny as fuck.
I'm going to tell you that if that happened, all the vets I know would vote for
So
that
the
shit.
audience understands. Yeah. Someone else posted a link in our group chat talking about a sex created orgy thing.
I also posted the shared chat.
Yeah, my apologies. My apologies. And it was like fucking organized through their team chats.
I can post it.
Okay, can we move off of the absurdity and back into the debate portion, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah,
Grizz.
I'm
Reframe
kinda
this how
bored.
you want.
Go
ahead.
Actually, Pentuple guy has been waiting, and I keep
Go
talking.
ahead,
and-
Pentuple. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Pentuple. You can go, and then.